Hello there! My name is Madison Bryant, but most people know me as Maddie B. I am 12 years old and I am the author of the ABCs of the No Quit Zone, where you can buy on Amazon.com. I'm also the hostesses of Monday Mornings with Maddie B / Chats with Maddie B. And you can follow me on Facebook and Instagram under Madison Bryant. And I am so excited to be a part of the platform Innocence Summit 2021. So today I was asked to recite a poem called Let America Be America Again, originally written by Langston Hughes. However, it was modified by my mom, Dr. Luan Bryant. Let America be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be the entrepreneur on the rise, owning a platform where I am free to be me. America, hey, America, it's me. Let America be the dreamer's dream. Let it be that great, strong land of love, where they never promote nor people scheme, where any person be crushed by one who appears to be superior, maybe to you, but not to me. Don't you see? America, it's me. Oh, let my land be a land where liberty is crowned with no fake loyalty wreath, but opportunity is real and life is free. Equality is in the air we breathe. Equality is for you and me in this homeland of the free. Say, who are you that mumbles when being brave? And who are you that tells your dreams to behave? I am the girl, beautiful, unique, and set apart. I am the up and coming, remembering my ancestors' scars. I am the witness to the history of a woman who knows how to stand, and I am the little girl clutching the hope I seek, finding my plan in this land with just a few minor tweaks. I am the future landowner to the soil. I am the granddaughter of my ancestor who operated machines with toil. I represent the generation humble, hungry, mean, hungrier today preparing for that dream. I watch my people accept the title of true pioneers. I am the little girl who plans to get ahead, understanding my ancestors' bartered through the years. Please, I say please don't wake me from this basic dream. And the layers of greatness lies many kings and queens who dreamt of dreams so strong, so brave, so true, that even yet its mighty daring seems in every brick and stone and every furrow turned, that's made America the land of the free. The free? Who said the free? Oh, Well, that was me. For all the dreams we still dream, and all the songs we still sing, all the hopes we crave, and all the flags we have waved, the millions who still have a price to pay for all the dream we seize today. Oh, I say, oh, let America be America again. The land that's never been yet, and yet must be. The land where every man and woman is free. The land that's mine, my ancestors, my family, me, who made this land that we call America. Whose sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry, whose plow in the rain, must bring back our mighty dream again. Oh yes, I say it plain. We will be free to dream. America, America, it's me, Maddie B. And yet I swear this oath, America will be no. America shall be free for you and for me. Check, please.
Good morning and welcome to the 2021 National Innocence Summit, sponsored by A Life for Life Urban Initiative, a Michigan grassroots organization founded in 2013 to help advocate for the wrongfully convicted and social justice. I'm your host, Dominique McBride of the Dom McBride brand in Chicago, Illinois. Thank you, Maddie B, so much for that inspirational poem. You got us off to a great start this morning. Thank you. Please support Maddie B. She's a 12-year-old author and motivational speaker from Louisville, Texas, doing amazing things and brightening up the world, as you can see. Be sure to check her out on social media at Madison Bryant. Today's summit will bring criminal law experts, justice advocates, clergy, and other community leaders together to provide valuable information on the need for criminal justice reform and how each of you watching can personally take action to make a positive difference in your community. Throughout the day, you're going to hear from numerous organizations, each with their own mission, agenda, and call to action. The purpose of this all-inclusive platform is to provide an opportunity for criminal justice organizations to unite over their common goals of advocating for social justice and criminal justice reform. The opinions expressed are those of the authors, and not a reflection of a Life for a Life urban initiative. Please note the disclaimer on the screen. Again, I'm your host, Dominique McBride of the Dom McBride brand, which is a voiceover company based originally out of Michigan, now in Chicago, management consultant with over 10 years of experience, primarily in the government sector. I am your host, leading you through this exceptional event, bringing awareness to an issue that goes on each and every day. Even if we don't talk about it, it's something that goes on. So before we go any further, right now, I need you to click like and share this video on your social media pages. We want to make this thing go viral. So if you can hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit, that will get the message out. Let your friends know, let your colleagues know that we are having a conversation today about justice and what we can do to move the chain forward. If you are clergy and have not registered for your free gift, there's still time to do so. Click the sign up button at the top of this Facebook page, or go to the website at www.aliveforlife.org/register to sign up now for your free gift. We would love to know where you're watching from. We have people all over the world. So in our chat, if you can drop your city and state to let us know where you are, who you are, what city, what state you're representing, it will be awesome so that we may shout you out throughout our broadcast today, and even let folks in your city know that you are one of the advocates and future volunteers to move this thing forward. Today, we talk about prison reform, we talk about mass incarceration, we talk about the injustices within our criminal system, all those things that we face daily. I'm sure all of us at some point in time has had some contact with a family member, loved one, friends, a colleague, or someone that we may know by association that has been done wrongfully throughout the criminal justice system. So today is a day where we get to highlight organizations and individuals who have dedicated their lives to making this work, to moving the change forward, to breaking the cycle and breaking generational curses. So again, thank you so much for joining us. We have a great summit set out for you. So don't worry, you will have more than enough information to be active in the movement. So let's get started. Our first segment this morning is titled The Innocence Panel. We're going to be joined by exonerees, yes, exonerees, and social justice advocates for an enlightening conversation on innocence and what the fight for exoneration looks like from the other side. To moderate that panel, we have Yvonne Daniels. Yvonne Daniels is a graduate of Florida A&M University and the brand manager for KISS 107.1 WTLZ in Saginaw, Michigan for the past 12 years. With over 20 years experience in the industry, she absolutely loves everything about radio and television. Her dedication to community and love for radio has been publicly recognized as she is a recipient of the 2019 Gracie Award for the Alliance for People in Media Foundation. And before we continue on, I just want to highlight that hashtag again. That is hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. Again, hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. So please please share. For contact information, Life for a Life has information on any and all presentations given today, how to find out more information on upcoming criminal justice reform. You can email the organization at info@alifeforalife.org. That email address is info@alifeforalife.org. All right, so hopefully by now you have clicked like, you have clicked share, and we are going to move forward with our innocence panel. Again, our moderator today is Yvonne Daniels, the voice, the brand manager of KISS 107.1 WTLZ in Saginaw, Michigan. Please welcome to the Innocence Summit stage, Yvonne Daniels.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Dominique. And like you said, this is going to be an exceptional experience. Wow, when I heard about it, we hear about people that have been wrongfully convicted, and we see the stories sometimes on television, but to actually hear these stories from these exonerees themselves, to be so close to it, wow. It's a lot. And I always say that you cannot tackle anything that you're not willing to say that even exists, that it is real, and this is real. So we want to bring on our guest for this innocence panel. We've got, like you said, Dominique, we've got some exonerees. We've got Kenneth Nixon. Kenneth Nixon is an exoneree from Michigan. He spent 15 years and 9 months incarcerated for a crime that he did not commit. He was exonerated on February 18th of this year. Kenneth is the president of the National Organization of Exonerees, which is a group of 20 plus exonerees working to bring awareness to wrongful convictions all across the country. We also have Gregory Berry. Gregory Berry is an exoneree from Michigan. In October 2004, he was wrongly convicted of felony murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He spent 17 years in prison for a crime that he did not commit, during which he maintained his innocence the entire time. On December 18th of 2020, following the Convictions Integrity Unit's investigation, Berry's convictions were vacated and dismissed. At the same time, he pled no contest to a charge of accessory and was sentenced to 1 to 5 years. Since he had already been in prison for 17 years, he was released immediately. Kevin Harrington. Kevin Harrington is a 37-year-old Detroit native who was wrongfully convicted of murder in 2002 and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He spent 17 years, 6 months, and 2 days behind bars before his release Tuesday, April 21st, 2020, from the Macomb Correctional Facility in Lenox, Michigan. And then we're going to go to another side. We've got Bill Proctor. Now, Bill Proctor is a licensed private investigator in the state of Michigan and the CEO of Bill Proctor and Associates LLC, located in Bloomfield Hills. His newest endeavor is as president and CEO of Bill Proctor and Associates LLC, a full-service firm providing investigative and legal support services. He's also spent more than 4 years as a police officer and administrator in the Federal Protective Service in Washington, D.C. So also seeing it from that side. So please welcome Kenneth Nixon, Kevin Harrington, Bill Proctor. How are you guys doing this Saturday morning? It's early. But
good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So,
I'm doing great.
So we are tackling criminal justice reform. We are starting with the Innocence panel, these exonerees. Kenneth, I actually saw you on one of our shows on the radio station with Joyce Harvin, and you were talking about just your whole experience. 15 years of your life taken away for something that you did not do. So we want to hear your experience with being wrongfully convicted. We want to hear your experience of being exonerated and what life has been like since you just got exonerated back in February of this year. So Kenneth, share your story with us.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to highlight that I'm coming to you live from Africa today. I'm on a trip of a lifetime.
Okay.
Just 8 months after being exonerated. May of 2005, I was arrested for a crime that I wasn't even aware had been committed. I was eventually charged and found guilty of 2 counts of felony murder, 4 counts of attempted murder, and 1 count of arson. I spent 15 years and 9 months incarcerated for that crime. About 10 to 12 years in, I was able to get the interest of the Innocence Project, who became, very strong advocates on my behalf. I also got the attention of a journalism school from Chicago, Illinois, Medill Justice Project. They came to Detroit twice, 2 weekends in a row, and did a very thorough investigation. After their investigation, my innocence was highlighted on the front page of the Detroit Free Press. And 2 years after that article ran, I was eventually exonerated using the evidence that they discovered during their investigation for their article. Since coming home, I've been a very staunch advocate for wrongful conviction, criminal justice reform, advocacy work. Kevin Harrington is a member of our group. We literally traveled the nation trying to bring awareness all over the country to people that are incarcerated for crimes that they didn't commit. And, it's a sad situation that we have to deal with. And a lot of people don't like to confront this issue, but we're taking it head on because we know what injustice looks like. When people think of what injustice, the face of injustice, just look at us. We're walking, talking, living testimonies of what injustice looks like. We did nothing to deserve what we got from the system and the people that were in power at that particular time. We continue to be re-victimized repeatedly over and over again. We have to explain ourselves in every situation that we encounter, whether it's vital documents or housing or, just traveling. Sometimes we have to explain why this is still on our backgrounds. There's a very, very difficult process associated with being exonerated. And, it's not what people think it is. People think that just because you've been exonerated, you become a normal citizen again. That's not true, not in the least bit. You still have to explain when you fill out a job application why there's a murder conviction on your record. When you try to get anything of any significant importance, a loan or a mortgage or housing, you have to explain that. And, for us, it's not fair because we did nothing to begin with. But, here we are repeatedly having to explain this story over and over again.
So,
But
with
nonetheless, we're working to make change.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Complete. Go ahead.
No, I said, well, nonetheless, we're working to make change as much as we possibly can.
For sure, and that is why I'm so honored to be a part of this 2021 Innocence Summit, so we can bring this to the attention, to the forefront, so people can know about these stories. Some people don't, they don't think that there's anything that they can do, but there definitely is a lot that we all can do. So let me just ask you, because you were saying that you were exonerated. This is a crime that you did not commit. You spent 15 years for it. Exoneration and expungement. So those are not the same things, right? So being exonerated, it is still on your record. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's a process that has to take place. It's a months-long process that has to take place before the conviction is actually removed from your record. And for some people, that process could be years long. And for others, I mean, it never comes off of your record.
Right. Wow. So now you said 10 years in, so you didn't get the attention of anybody until you had served, is that correct? 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What did that process look like as far as trying to get the attention of someone to say, listen, man, this is crazy. I've already been in here a decade. I didn't do this. What does that process look like?
Frustrating. It's really, really difficult to get people to hear you and listen to you. I mean, I wrote countless letters. I probably got a whole box full of rejection letters from people that I wrote repeatedly over and over again, trying to get someone's attention. I mean, and those are just the ones that responded. Those were the ones that were kind enough to say no. Who knows how many times I wrote letters and never even received a response back. It just, that's an immeasurable number that I lost track of within the first few years. There's a level of frustration that comes along with trying to get someone's attention, trying to get someone to hear you. But, I lived by one rule and one rule only. It only takes for me to convince one person. Eventually, I was able to convince that one person that became my mouthpiece and, carried the torch for me. But, prior to that, that was a long 10 years for sure.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. We are so thankful that you kept pushing forward, that you did not lose hope. And that it did happen. It took a long time, but we are just so thankful that you're here. Want to note too that the other person that was supposed to join us, Gregory Berry, sending up prayers for him. He's actually in the hospital, so he may not be able to join us. So definitely sending up prayers for his healing and recovery. Kevin Harrington, another exoneree. Want to hear your story. And 17 years you spent behind bars, being wrongfully convicted. Yes.
Yes, I'd like to say good morning, and I just appreciate you guys for even putting a forum such together with the panelists. Like, you really have real life world superheroes that you guys was able to galvanize at one particular time, at one particular date. Even Ken is over there in Africa. Like, this is huge. Just not even a year ago, he was in a jail cell sentenced to death. So it's just my hat's off to you guys. Even Bill Proctor, he worked on my case. Like, you have Valerie Newman, that's the catalyst for allowing us to even be here free out of Wayne County. So I'll be remiss not to even open up without saying that first. So my story, sadly to say, is not an uncommon story now. So I served 17 years, 6 months, 2 days, and 35 minutes in prison, sentenced to death for a crime I didn't commit. I'm actually the only person in the state of Michigan that went through 4 consecutive trials for this exact same offense. They repeatedly asked me to take a plea, saying that you can get it reduced to manslaughter, serve 7 years. I say absolutely not. I won't agree to something I didn't do just to say, okay, well, I can go home after 7 years. I was willing to die to stand up for what was right. Just like some of the great heroes and sheroes that made different changes. If Rosa Parks never would have to say, no, I'm not getting up on my seat. So the work that the exonerees are doing right now, we're saying, no, this can't stand. If it's going on in your city, in your state, we're coming and we're going to highlight what's going on. We're going to fix the problems right here and abroad. And it's neat. It's hard work. And we're trying to adjust to life itself. This is a new world for us. It's over I think 31 guys, I believe, that's been exonerated through the Wayne County CIU. Think about the thousands and thousands and thousands of years that all we have served collectively. So with that being said, when we enter a new world, it's a whole nother shift of paradigm that we have to adjust to. Technology. I think I had to say, hey, can you send that link to this other? We still trying to figure it out. But the thing is, we're here. We're trying. We're doing. We're not saying, you know what, I'm done with it. I've been in there too long. Let me just walk on the park and smell roses. Now it's time for that too. We get that in. But it's work that must be done that we're signing up to do now, every single day, no matter if we're tired. I haven't got too much sleep. I got a 7-day-old newborn, but I'm here. I'm here, and I'm advocating for guys to steal behind those walls that shouldn't be there. And I just appreciate you guys having a forum. My story is similar to a whole us the other guys. Corruption of cops, people not paying attention to the paperwork that's being filed, people not adhering to the sniff and taste test. They know it don't make sense. It doesn't make common sense, let alone if you know law. And just combing it over. But like I said, I thank Valerie Newman, I thank Ken Worthy, and I thank some of these other gatekeepers around the country that holds the power to say, hold on, that guy's innocent. I don't care what you've been doing for the last 20 years. Let him out now, and we need to talk about your job performance. That's what they're doing now. They're excluding officers and detectives. They're making prosecutors either uphold the law or you can be excused. You can go work at a shoe company or something. You shouldn't be here saying that I'm going to uphold justice for everyone. It shouldn't just be about your skin complexion or your zip code. And that's what we're doing here today.
Well, I tell you what, you're right. We are our brother's keeper, sounding the bullhorn, sounding the alarm, because you were just released. Was that December of last year? December 18th of last year?
Yep. Well, I was released April 21st, 2020.
Okay. All right. So, you brought up some interesting points because I was going to ask, how does this happen? But, you were saying people not paying attention to paperwork. Okay. People just letting stuff pass through, knowing that it's wrong, and still letting it go on. You wouldn't think that would happen, but you're taking away their lives, their dreams, because you are not paying attention. So that is eye-opening to me that could happen, but it does. And let me just say too, that when I see you all, like I see my uncles, I see my cousins, you know what I'm saying? So it just, ever since I found out I was going to be one of the moderators, it has been just so heavy on me. But you cannot face anything that you're not willing to actually say exists. And this does exist. And so we've got to start facing this thing. So Bill Proctor, thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate you. So we want to go to the other side. Kevin Harrington has kind of shared with us some things as to, or some ways this can happen. How does this happen? How do people, wrongfully convicted, half their lives they're spending in jail? How does that happen?
Well, a wee bit of house cleaning first. You said that I was a 40-year police officer. I was actually a 40-year television journalist,
Okay.
Who retired as an investigator. And not too terribly long after my retirement, I did become a part of Harrington's case. There was a co-defendant there. I went to federal court, testified that what a witness saw was very credible, and eventually his co-defendant was released. And there were other witnesses in this case, but you see, the gentleman sitting there to my right actually wasn't even in the state of Michigan when his, I guess, look from police was skewed and put him in a place that he could not have been. And he had ways of proving that he just wasn't here and in a position to do the crime he was convicted of. The gentleman who didn't make it, Gregory Berry, he happened to be in the wrong place, the wrong time, had a friend in his car They ended up at a gas station where this knucklehead friend decided to rob somebody at gunpoint. Didn't even complete the robbery, didn't even take the gold watch that he was looking at, and shot someone to death. Yet, just because he was driving, Gregory Berry ended up in prison and looking at life in prison. These things don't happen in a vacuum. It's more than just not reading paperwork. It is misconduct on the part of people who have badges and claim to think about justice. They are sworn, but not thinking about what really needs to be done here, which is listen when somebody says, I didn't do it. I was on the other side of town. My relatives can tell you where I was. Over and over and over again is what we hear in these wrongful conviction cases, that it's lazy, it's sloppy, just not even intended to get to justice. They want to get to a closure, which has nothing to do with justice. So as a reporter, I started in this space in a lot of cases way before some of these gentlemen were even born. 1994, 95, as a reporter here in Detroit, I ended up in a story with a private investigator who brought me credible evidence of Frederick Thomas Freeman's innocence. Now, over and over and over again over the decades, the story that I started back then, pieces have been elevated to other forums, other people talking about it. Even a conservative, even right-wing columnist at the Detroit News has been writing multiple times about Freeman's innocence. I tried to tell that story back in 1995, and I was jumped all over by the very media I was working in, saying, no, man, what are you doing talking about somebody who claims to be innocent? You're upsetting the family of the deceased. That's the kind of pushback that you get from all kinds of places. But I was lucky. I stayed the course. I probably owe Mr. Nixon an apology, because I might have been one of those people that he wrote to say, hey, man, I need your help. Because back then, there weren't very many people in media even taking the letters, paying attention, writing back. So, Brother Nixon, let me pass that along to you, and probably the hundreds of others who wrote me hoping that, but hopefully the media would take a look at this case. Yes, ways to get it done, ways to get your case looked at is the media in many cases. Now that the organizations have come together, like the University of Michigan Law School Innocence Clinic, these are important entities to actually help. I'm actually one of the three founders of the University of Michigan Law School Innocence Clinic. Both Bridget and Dave Moran will tell you, I'm the guy who was chasing them for help in the Freeman case way back in 2007, 8, and then 9. They opened their doors, I guess, kind of to get rid of me. But it's okay. Somebody has to advocate. Somebody on the outside has to speak for those who are inside and innocent. And that's where I am these days. SeekingJusticeBP.com is my website. It's the advocacy website. And yes, I'm still a licensed private investigator, although I must say I'm going to be moving towards retirement here soon. So we'll see if we can replace me with somebody else as aggressive as I am.
But you're not going to retire from speaking up for those that need your voice, right?
No, actually, there are new assignments coming, and yes, I will be out there for it. And pretty soon, here in the state of Michigan, the Michigan State Police and a cold case squad out in Owego County are going to be front and center. And I'm going to be reaching out to the exonerees, because when they hear about this one, and it's going to be interesting that every single actor, bad and good, is white. In a county that is hardline right wing, and all of us black folks are going to be standing outside the courtroom saying, no, the Jones brothers didn't do this, and you people knew it when you got this conviction. It is horrific. And yes, over and over and over again, we're going to hear these and more stories. I'll be there as long as I can, trying to get as much done as I can.
Well, if 2020 didn't show us anything, it showed us how powerful we are in numbers. getting the president that we have now in office. Black folks were coming out, in droves, voted. Didn't think we were going to do it, but we did it. And so I want to ask you, what does it look like when you said that you sounded the alarm? Who did you go to? Because there are people that are watching, and they're saying, if there's something that I can do, I want to be able to do it. So when you got the letter, who did you go to? What was the process you went through to kind of say, listen, this person is not who you think they are. They're not where you said they were, this and that and the other. If someone off the street wanted to do that, what would they do? What's the process for that?
Well, I was fortunate enough to work for a major television station, the ABC affiliate in Detroit.
Right.
So with that, if someone came to me with a story, I would have to get it cleared with editors and assistant and news directors, and they would say, okay, go get it. Well, on that Freeman case, I was a year in the street, in the prisons. The last television reporter to be able to bring a camera inside the Michigan prison system until John Engler shut down access to the prisons with cameras.
Wow.
So I was lucky there in that we got that one done. Now that I'm out of media, for me, it's, I call a friend or two and see if I can get them interested. But believe me, it doesn't happen just because I asked. It doesn't happen because they get letters from people like Nixon and others. And the issue is always going to be, you have to keep trying because at some point, somebody's going to listen. These days, we're lucky in that many thousands of people, not necessarily trained or graduates in journalism, are in a position, but there are podcasts. There are people who are talking about justice. Justice is front and center on the minds of a lot of consumers of this kinds of content. So, yeah, if you can get somebody to talk about your case, you're at least starting on the road. And believe me, I told the world, or as big a world as I could reach, in 1995 that Frederick Thomas Freeman was innocent, and he is still in prison. So never mind all the appeals, never mind the public advocacy, never mind Oakland County actually writing some sort of a document testimonial saying the man should be released. All of this, and he's still there because the politics were not on his side. So the answer to your question is find someone who says, yes, I will not only listen to you, but I will push your story. And yes, it can be found. These days with the media, it's more difficult. Although, just like Nixon's case was on the front page of the paper, so was the release of Raymond Felton Gray in May of this year. Well, I fought for Mr. Gray's freedom for 16 years. 16 years before media calls convinced the prosecutor's office to release Mr. Gray based on a plea for something that he did not do 48 plus years ago. So believe me, there are difficult cases. If you're lucky enough to be in a position to hang in there and try to carry the water, carry the message, push the message, put pressure on the various government entities to help someone escape, yes, do it. Ray Gray is one of the 11 testimonials of people that I can bring to the table to say at least some of what I did help them get out of the system one way or another.
Yes. Thank you so much. Hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. If you're watching, please make sure that you're using that hashtag. And that's why, Mr. Proctor, organizations like A Life for a Life Urban Initiative are so important. And I'm so glad to see these different types of organizations popping up. The Conviction Integrity Unit, that's the first time I've ever heard of that organization about a week ago or so. So these organizations are important. Get to whoever you can. And now I will be looking, if I get letters, I have gotten letters before, and I will be honest, I didn't open them up. I will be more aware now. And sometimes, you do better if you know better. So I do know as far as that goes. I want to ask you, though, Mr. Nixon and Mr. Harrington. Now, I know, Kenneth, you are actually the president of the National Organization of Exonerees. So you said that you all go across, you go and speak. What are some of the things that you talk to people about? I know you talk about your experience. Are you sharing ways that people can help if they come across, or if they get a letter or hear something that doesn't sound right with someone that's been wrongfully convicted?
Yeah, we do. I mean, pretty much everything that you just described, we do. In fact, November 5th, we'll be traveling to Missouri to advocate on behalf of Kevin Strickland. He's in the fight for his life down in Missouri. We'll be down there. We're throwing a rally on the 6th. We'll be at his evidentiary hearing begins on the 8th. There'll be a group of us, 4 exonerees from Michigan, a female exoneree from Ohio, one from California, and a death row exoneree from Missouri will be present with us as well. We're there to show support and bring resources, right? Yes, we. As far as I want to address a previous statement that you made about conviction integrity units. The statistics speak for themselves. There are just short of 100 conviction integrity units all over the country. There are 2,600 plus prosecutors' offices all over this country. What we're doing is trying to bring awareness to the fact that these units are important. And not only are they important, the structure and the build of these units are important as well. The last thing we want is somebody to go and hold a press conference and say, we're starting a conviction integrity unit. And then they assign the prosecutor that prosecuted most of these guys to be running that unit. That's the last thing we want. So we want to make sure that as we advocate, we're advocating for the right thing. We want to make sure that people are aware of what's happening behind the scenes, because I mean, in all honesty, right now, criminal justice reform is a hot topic. Everybody wants to be a part of it. So again, the last thing that we want is for a prosecutor to appear in disguise, right? We don't want them to show up as if they're doing the right thing, and then behind the scenes, they're closing doors. We can't have that. We absolutely cannot have that. And as Kevin Harrington addressed earlier, if this is happening, you'll be the first name that we yell out at a rally. You'll be the first name that we quote in a newspaper article. You'll be the first person that we bring to the forefront when it's time to bring awareness to this issue. So, you know, our jobs is to make sure that people are aware that this is happening in their own backyard. Because the reality is, this isn't a Detroit problem. This isn't a Michigan problem. This isn't a Newaygo County problem. This is a countrywide problem. And we will go wherever injustice is. And to that point, we will stand on the side of whoever's for justice. It doesn't make us a difference. It's a prosecutor, a defense attorney, an innocence project. If you're for justice, we'll stand side by side with you all the way through. If there's a case, as in Missouri, where the local prosecutor is saying this gentleman is innocent, we're allies with that prosecutor. That prosecutor is one of our members as far as we're concerned. She's on the right side of justice, and we'll stand behind her all the way until he walks out that door. We don't differentiate between what criminal justice looks like. We're there for justice and justice only. If there's an innocent person in prison, we'll be there. As far as naming resources, we as a group, as an organization, do not have the resources to investigate cases, right? That's a Bill Proctor job. That's a conviction integrity unit job. That's an innocence project job. What we do is bring awareness to specific cases of injustice. We talk to prosecutors' offices all over the country. We are now teaching police cadets in the academy what went wrong in our own personal cases to try to prevent this from happening somewhere else down the line. We are, having training sessions with prosecutors so that they can understand the pitfalls of what went wrong in our individual cases, to try to re-examine their own training and re-examine the way that they're doing things now. Because a lot of these situations, this could have been prevented. It could have absolutely been prevented with an extra question here, or, go back and try something different here. A simple ask could have prevented each of us from spending decades in prison. But because those questions weren't asked, we were sent to prison. It took a simple question of, why does this look this way? A simple, if the reinvestigation was ordered and the cop comes back 3 days later with a jailhouse informant, the prosecutor should be questioning that, but they're not. They're taking cops at their word. And a simple question, one extra question, could have prevented a lot of us from losing part of our lives.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So that you hit some great points, just, training folks, and, you wouldn't think that they need to, but sometimes people do. They need to look, dude, you need to do something different. You need to be more focused. You need to see what's going on, with what you do, maybe with what you've done for 20 years. you ain't doing it right, or you need to readjust some things. I want to ask you though, because we've seen also stars that are advocating for justice. Kevin, I want to ask you, I don't know if you've seen like the Jay-Z's who are out there. He's really shining the light on. What do you think about that? And how do you think that is helping? Do you think it's helping to have some of the big stars? We know it's,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, absolutely. All the attention that we can get is helpful. The awareness is helpful. Actually, we're not in this to try to be superstars or something like that, but we are superheroes because we're saving lives, and that's just the bottom line. So anybody that's willing to stand on the side, like my counterpart alluded to, we working with you. We would love for Jay-Z, Meek Mills, and all them guys that's on the Just Reform movement. They actually reposted my story when I came home. And we supposed to be in some talks to work along something in Michigan. But whatever anybody can do, from the auntie that lives in the neighborhood to Kim Kardashian, if it's helping justice, that's what we need. These people have the deep pockets. You see, so it allows us to cover more ground, because when we take different trips to Missouri, we got to pay bus, we got to pay room and board. That stuff comes out of our pocket. You're talking about somebody that already spent 20 years in prison.
Right.
So it's all different type of elements to make this hard work. But it's work that's needed. We can't run away from it. We have to run towards it. So whether we got to sleep on the floor or sleep in the bus to get to the next state to get this done, or not get any sleep at all. A lot of us don't even get sleep. We're to the next rally, to the next interview, to the next podcast. That's what's needed.
Yeah, for sure. I heard this question asked. I think it was with you, Kenneth, when you were on Joyce Harvin's show, and I thought it was a great question. I wanted to ask it again. What would you say to the thousands, as you said, Kevin, that are still in prison, who have been wrongfully convicted? Kenneth, what do you say to them who've been in there 10 years, 15 years, wrongfully convicted, as far as continuing to have hope? What do you say to them?
Just don't quit.
Yeah.
Just don't quit. Don't give up. Just stand strong. You've got, just us. I'll take this one personally, right? When me and Kevin were incarcerated, there wasn't a group of guys running around in yellow shirts, beating down doors at prosecutors' offices, right? We came home and challenged the status quo. Don't give up, because you never know what could change. You never know what could happen. And believe me, he and I both can attest to it personally, that, there are moments when you want to quit. There are moments when you want to give up. There are moments when your foundation is shaking. Your faith is wavering. Those days come. They absolutely come. And we can speak to that personally. That's something that it's even hard to talk about now, because it makes you question who you are as a human being. It makes you question your value in society. It makes you question whether or not it's worth continuing that fight. But if that person is listening, or that family member is listening, I want to tell you, hold on, stay strong. We're doing things that haven't been done before. There's no blueprint to, how we're operating right now. We're consulting with each other on a regular basis on what we think is right and what we think is wrong. There's nobody to guide us through this process, but I can tell you, we ain't giving up. We ain't stopping, because justice, something's got to change.
Yeah.
Something's got to change. There's a lot of people that have a problem with what we're doing. But, in reality, when you boil it all the way down, all we're doing is using the same tools that they used to convict us against them. They prosecuted every one of us in the media before we ever set foot in the courtroom. Every one of our cases was on the news in one form or another. And they tainted that jury before we ever walked into a courtroom. So now we flipped the script. Now we're utilizing the media to call those same bad actors out. Yeah, we're not cutting corners. We're calling names when we go to rallies, right? We're calling names when we do interviews, because it's important that society understands that these are the people that are doing this. These are the people that sent me to prison. I didn't walk into that prison because I wanted to. I walked in there because specific people sent me there. It's not fair, and it's got to change. And if it takes for us to be that change, so be it. One thing that nobody in this world can deny is exonerations are going to continue to happen. And as long as they continue to happen, our numbers are going to continue to grow.
Yeah.
I'm glad he mentioned numbers because there's a number that we need to put out there in this discussion. Not too many years ago, the observers of the issue of wrongful conviction were saying, oh, the numbers of people in prison who did not do the crimes was probably 0.5%, maybe 1%. I think everybody's come to terms with the real number is closer to 5, maybe 6% of the 2.3 million people who are in prison in this country. This is no small deal. There are hundreds of thousands of individuals who are not marginally innocent, but they are fully innocent because some law enforcement organization, some group between police, prosecutor, judge, and sometimes jury that just didn't get all the facts. And that's the other really big thing here. We have a system that on paper looks marvelous. The problem is that every single element of that written system is driven by human beings and their frailties, their personal issues, their laziness, their cause and effect when it looks to any scenario brought to them from the street. There are people who lie and won't step up and testify when they know that somebody didn't do a certain crime. There are so many difficult elements of this. It is tough, but I don't think there's any doubt that all the organizations and these guys and their knowledge and what they suffered and how they can now help is a really big deal. We all ought to be applauding everything they're doing.
Yes, for sure. Do you think, Bill, to your point, do you think that sometimes people may think that something may happen to them, that they're fearful, and that maybe that's why they don't come forward?
Sure. I mean, there's this street on the code on the street. You don't tell on somebody who's from the neighborhood. You don't snitch. If you're on the inside and you know something, if word gets out that you're the person talking to help someone get exonerated, sometimes that's not looked upon favorably. These people do have to protect themselves. The problem is the system doesn't work hard enough to protect truth, to get to bottom line truth. So if somebody says, hey man, I can't talk to you, Mr. Detective, because, and the because seems to be threats against them or potential harm, and something needs to be done to make sure the truth gets elevated. In a lot of these cases, it just doesn't. Sometimes because the cops won't listen, sometimes because the person who was the primary provider of truth is a relative. The police decide, oh no, that's cousin, that's auntie, that's brother, that's somebody from the neighborhood. And no, they don't even want to bother to listen. And unfortunately, you have a cadre of defense attorneys who won't even bring those people to the stand under oath because the prosecutor will jump up and down about they can't be believed because they're related. These are really tough issues that have to be addressed. And I'm sure it's a part of the work of the National Organization of Exonerees.
For sure. Well, I tell you what, this summit is going on till 3:00 this afternoon. So you best believe all of these points are going to be touched upon. So for those of you all that are watching, we thank you so much. Make sure you're using the hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. And so we are going to be talking about mass incarceration and reentry and prison reform and all of that. So it will be touched upon. I did want to ask or did want to say, Kenneth, you were saying something about the fact that, no one told you, no one is guiding you through this process. You're kind of doing this on your own, you and all of the people in this organization. So one thing that I want to suggest is, have you ever thought about doing as you're going through this process? Because there needs to be a blueprint. There are so many, like you said, 5 to 6% that are wrongfully convicted. People need a way and to need to kind of have a system as to what needs to be done. Have you thought about maybe something that you can put together I think that would be a great way to help others that may be going through this process as well, as far as, exoneration, what you do to even to get heard and even life after.
Absolutely. I mean, we've definitely considered it. We've discussed amongst ourselves like a book or a blueprint or some sort of pamphlet or something that we can disseminate amongst the prison population, family members. We have discussed it. It hasn't made its way to the surface yet, but there is some stuff in the works. I don't know how long it'll take, but the difficulty in that is the process was different for each of us.
Okay.
You know, there's no right way and there's no wrong way, right? Kevin's path to success came through Michigan Innocence Project. Mine came through Thomas Cooley. You know, one of the little known facts of my case is I was denied by the Michigan Innocence Project several times, several times. And it eventually took for Cooley to take me on before I got to the finish line. You know, that process looks different for each of us. We've got guys in our group, within our organization, that didn't have an innocence project. They had private attorneys. You know, they're guys that fought through the courts to get themselves exonerated and not through the conviction integrity unit. But you know, that it's hard to say that there's one specific path to gaining your freedom and clearing your name, because there's not. It's just simply, you know, the answer. There's going to be people in the state of Michigan. We have 2 conviction integrity units, and the process for each is different. You know, we know that firsthand. These are people that, you know, we deal with on a regular basis, and the way that they handle cases is different. You know, they don't have a blueprint themselves on what's right and what's wrong. You know, this is something that it's a fluid situation. And, you know, my suggestion, if anyone was watching right now, my suggestion would be to do whatever you can to make yourself stand out. If you look like everybody else, you'll get treated like everybody else. So you have to do whatever it takes to get a newspaper reporter, or to get a magazine reporter, or to get somebody's attention. I'm a firm believer in the media. I know there's a lot of lawyers that don't believe in it. I'm a firm believer in it. If it weren't for that front page newspaper article, I'd probably still be sitting in prison right now. Media has changed the way we view criminal justice reform. Media has changed the way we view wrongful convictions. You know, if it weren't for documentaries that we know of today, you know, people would still think that this stuff didn't happen. The Serial podcast, you know, Bill Proctor doing stories when he was a reporter, you know, the Detroit Free Press highlighting specific instances of injustice. If it weren't for the media, we probably, Kevin included, we'd all probably still be sitting in a cage right now. But, you know, it took for us to figure out ways to stand out. We had to be different in order to make it happen. So, I mean, my suggestion would be try to find a way to stand out.
For sure. And one other thing I was just thinking about too, Mr. Proctor, you were talking about sometimes when family members come forward, they're like, well, that's a family member, but and so sometimes family members may feel discouraged. But what would you say to family members? It seems like they may be a big part of possibly getting these, you know, young men and possibly young ladies to exonerated. So what would you say to family members?
I would say keep pushing the defense attorneys that, yes, they are credible people. You see, that's the problem. The system wants to write off someone in a family who wants to say, no, they were here with us watching television. In Ray Gray's case, it was even more bizarre than that. In February of 1973, Ray Gray was actually kind of an unlicensed hairstylist. He had a customer that night, a woman he was doing her hair when this robbery of a drug dealer in an apartment building not too terribly far away took place. Guess what? Even though his relatives testified, even though the woman who was getting her hair done testified, even though his father, who apparently was really upset with the situation, was pushed away, and I don't think he was allowed to testify because he was angry. But by the time it was all over, you had people that were reasonably credible, completely credible, because they didn't have any criminal history. They were standing up for what was true, and it wasn't believed. So in a lot of cases, I hear that the relatives of a certain person charged not allowed to take the stand because the attorney didn't think that they'd be able to pass muster. Well, they need to push to get that done. All the relatives need to find as many people as they can that may not be related that can make the same statement. I mean, it's always a matter of a group effort when the system is hell-bent on sending someone to prison, and when there's really good, strong belief that person was not responsible at all. Keep trying.
Yes. Keep fighting as hard as Kenneth Nixon and Kevin Harrington fought for their freedom. You fight for their freedom as well. So Kevin Harrington, I wanted to ask you too, you've been home for about a year. So How does it feel to be out, to be with your family? You say you have did you say you have a 7-month-old?
No, 7 days.
Oh, oh goodness, 7 days. Okay.
Yeah.
Brand new baby. Okay. So,
Kevin Harrington Jr. And,
okay. Wow.
and
Well,
he'll be on the
congratulations.
front line. As soon as he able to crawl, he'll be on the front line fighting for justice with us.
Yes.
Absolutely. So it feels awesome. Like I'm through the roof every morning I wake up because I remember those moments when I woke up and I was stuck in the jail cell. So no matter what life throws at us, I'm just excited about this day. This day I'm free. This day I have a choice on what to eat, what to wear, just the simple things. Like the time I spent in prison, you didn't have an option if you wanted a tomato or an apple. Just some of the simplest things that people just, kind of look over. We didn't have an opportunity to say, hey, you want to go fill your car at this gas station? The gas is $3.98. We didn't have cars or anything such as that. So I'm excited about every day. Like we so like the exonerees we kind of share, we're very optimistic. And it could be construed to something else, but we won. Like, so our brain and our makeup is a little bit different. We don't kind of like just sit around just complain about what's going on. It's how can we fix this? And we kind of run our life like that. How can we fix this? What's the problem? How can we fix it? And let's get to the solution.
Yes.
So every day is a blessing. I'm just grateful for God that we have you guys. We have all the viewers, all the people that came to be a part of the panels that's all over the country, all over the world.
Yeah.
We're just eager to see that change. And it's coming. It's coming. It's one day at a time, but it's coming.
Yes, it is. And Kenneth Nixon is in. Did you say you were in Africa, my brother?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I've been here for about a week now. I got about another week. This trip was a gift in return for my exoneration. Some people that were very excited about me coming home. There were several people that donated a lot of money for me to be here. And this one's personal, right? This one was touching because I was actually supposed to come with a group of people. And right at the last minute, there were some difficulties in, their documents. And I chose to travel by myself instead of cancel the trip. So I am here in Africa by myself, representing the National Organization of Exonerees from a whole nother country. And I'm still doing the work. This doesn't prevent or change or cancel anything. One of our brothers has said this repeatedly over and over in multiple interviews. Marvin Cotton is the greatest for saying prison took all the fear out of me. So when it came time to make that decision on whether or not I wanted to travel by myself, it was no question about it. Prison took all the fear out of me. Yeah. Where's the plane? What time do I board? And which way are we heading? That's all I needed to know. I'm here. I didn't know nobody except for the chaperones that picked me up at the airport. And this has been an experience of a lifetime for all the people that made this possible. Valerie Newman, Kim Worthy, David Williams, Marla Mitchell-Chacon over at Cooley, all the people that made this moment possible. My mom, Wendy, this was an extraordinarily long fight. And this is the pinnacle and the highlight of that fight.
Wow. Well, I am so glad that you're able to enjoy the motherland by yourself, taking it all in. So, and just excited about the work that Kenneth Harrington, Bill Proctor. I know you're getting ready to retire, but you're not going to retire from, helping folks to be free. I know that. So, and all the work that we still have to do. I'm excited too, because a light is on now, this problem, this issue, and how big it is. Bill Proctor, you did say that, they tried to make it seem like it was like this. Well, it may be a little bit bigger than, yes, maybe that big, right, Kevin? So just thank you so much for your time. I thank once again, a Life for a Life Urban Initiative for even putting this on. I'm just so honored to be a moderator for this panel. As we wrap this up, are there some final thoughts that you all have as we wrap up this Innocence panel? We'll start with you, Mr. Proctor.
It's going to be everybody invited to the table for this, because there needs to be some analysis of process and procedure when the changes take place. What our exonerees have suffered is somewhat of a template. They know what was done to them. Hopefully they managed to get all the documents to prove the depth and breadth of the misconduct or the failures. From that, the levels of support need to grow. Every single one of these exonerees needs to have 24 people in their lives around them. Some of them are lucky to have family, to have supporters, to have extensions of church, et cetera, et cetera. But they all need to have a kind of a support circle. And that way, some of the questions that aren't answered by some of the folks on one side can be answered elsewhere. It's wonderful that some people put together money so that our brother can go to Mother Africa. Hopefully you're shooting all kinds of pictures, man. I'm jealous. Bring them on back here.
So, and you spoke of something just really quickly too. You talk about the churches, and so I don't know what part the church plays in it, but I can definitely see that being a very powerful force. So that may be some discussion that needs to be had as far as the churches being a part of this whole process and moving it along, even, I don't want to say faster, but definitely helping to move it along. So, Mr. Kevin Harrington, what are some final thoughts you have, sir?
Final thoughts. You know how the old saying is, change gonna come. Change is here. Change is here now, and it looks like us. It's time out for people to hold office and look over us. It's easy to look over somebody that's not your neighbor. But the thing is, we done moved all around the country and we everywhere now. So you got to address us as your neighbor. So no, you can't look over somebody's document because they don't look like you, because they don't share maybe the financial gains that you have. Change is here now, and we're fighting right now, and we're in your face right now for justice. And all the people that's a part of that, I appreciate you guys for all the hard work. For the people that didn't go through what me and Ken went through, but still say, I'm standing with you guys. I understand what you go through. I understand that it's a struggle day by day, but I'm here with you. We appreciate you guys, and anybody can help. Anybody, even if it's just a conversation. We need all hands on deck for this serious situation. As if slavery was going on right now, what would you do to stop it? That's what's going on right now. If slavery was going on, what would you do to stop it? Injustice is going on right now, what you going to do to stop it? That's my final word for this.
Thank you for that. And Amos O'Neill, we saw that comment about all the hard work that you're doing in Lansing, and we appreciate all of the work that you're doing in Lansing for this issue. All right, Kenneth Nixon, who is in the motherland, Africa, man, final thoughts.
Vote. Get out and vote. Everything that's happening today is a consequence of your ability to vote or not vote. Everything that we're pushing for change starts at the voting poll. If that person is not aligned with your beliefs, send them to that shoe store that Kevin was referring to earlier. We have the choice. We have the option to beat these people at their own game. And it starts in a voting booth. Vote.
And we saw last year what voting can do, man. All right. It's powerful. We are powerful. We have that power in our hands to do that. So thank you so much. And once again, the Innocence panel, Kenneth Nixon, Kevin Harrington, Bill Proctor, the 2021 Innocence Summit. We are my hands are definitely on deck now. I am aware what's going on, and I know what to look for whenever I can help. So I thank you all so much for being a part of this. And let's just continue this fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the discussion, the Innocence panel, our moderator, Yvonne Daniels. Thank you so much for leading that incredible conversation. Participants, Mr. Proctor, thank you so much for that moment of transparency where you acknowledge that you may have been one of those ones who overlooked the letters. Thank you for owning that and publicly apologizing. We need more people like you who aren't afraid to stand up and admit their shortcomings. And not only just that, but to move the ball forward in the fight for justice. Thank you so much. To our exonerees, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Harrison, thank you so much for sharing your story. I applaud you. Someone mentioned that we're superheroes. You are superheroes. We thank you for not giving up on your fight towards freedom. And then also after obtaining your freedom, not closing a blind eye or turning your back to those who are still in the fight. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Godspeed to you as you continue to enlighten us on what's going on behind the scenes. There was a talk about those closed doors processes that we don't know about, and how it's important for us to use the same tools and instances that were used against us to fight the fight against those who prosecuted those who are behind bars. So thank you for acknowledging. As you guys see, there is work to be done. There was multiple pleas for volunteers for getting the word out, for mentioning names of those who are still fighting. I heard the name Kevin Strickland. Please share the name, do your homework, research. You can reach out to these individuals. If you're looking for information, just plot it in the chat and someone will share the information. Again, there's work to be done. We have to raise the flag. We have to sound the alarm, because if we don't, there's someone who will never see freedom as they deserve. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for enlightening me and the rest of our audience. All right. So if you haven't already, please like, please share, and hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. This, as you can see, is a phenomenal representation of what's going on, what you can do, how you can join the movement towards justice and things being corrected, new policies being implemented, voting, as you heard. It's important to vote, all the things that we know, but we don't really understand the impact. We think, oh, it's just at a national level, but it's also at a local level. So get involved. There's multiple ways to get involved. You can reach out to alifeforalife.org/volunteer for more information. Again, you can access any questions that you have, contact information for the organizations that were represented in the chat. We are here to bring awareness to what's going on. So thank you so much. So moving right along, keeping this train going, we are off to a wonderful, wonderful start. Next, we have a presentation by Reverend Andrew Brashear of Prison Ministry. Reverend Andrew serves on the policy team as a faith-based outreach manager, creating and developing relationships with pastors and faith leaders to deepen advocacy, engagement, and church partnerships. He's committed to encouraging lawmakers to model legislation on the biblical principles of justice, equity, mercy, and restoration. His expertise include incarceration, reentry policy, and other issues related to criminal law. Reverend Andrew resides with his family in the Birmingham metro area, where he pastors at the Anglican Church of the Good Shepherd. Will you all do me a favor and help me welcome to the Innocence Summit stage, Reverend Andrew Brashear of Prison Fellowship. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. I appreciate the welcome, and
You
so
are
good to be
welcome.
here. So good morning to everyone. My name is Andrew Brazier, and I proudly serve as the faith-based outreach manager for Prison Fellowship. If you don't know, Prison Fellowship is the nation's largest nonprofit that serves prisoners, former prisoners, and their families, and a leading advocate for criminal justice reform. Established on the belief that all people are created in God's image and that no life is beyond his reach, Prison Fellowship takes a restorative approach to all those who are affected by crime and incarceration. And so our mission is rooted on a verse that comes from Hebrews 13:3. Remember those in prison as if you were together with them imprisoned, and those who are mistreated as if you yourselves were suffering. We've been advancing this mission for over 40 years. As you may know, Prison Fellowship was founded in 1976 by the late Chuck Colson, who served 7 months in a federal prison camp for a Watergate-related crime. Today, we strive to make prisons safer and more rehabilitative, advance criminal justice reforms, support prisoners, support their families, and support their communities. So what do we do at Prison Fellowship? Well, we train volunteers to minister to people in prison. We care for families of the incarcerated, through programs like the Angel Tree program. We equip correctional leaders to make prisons more rehabilitative, and we advocate for a more restorative criminal justice system. And Jesus said, "Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me," in Matthew 25:40. At Prison Fellowship, we invite others to join us in caring for those affected by crime and incarceration, thus fulfilling the biblical mandate to, quote, remember those in prison, while also demonstrating the incarnational presence of Christ. And by reaching men and women behind bars with the hope of Jesus, we are newly equipping a growing body to practice the gospel. Now, as we minister to those affected by incarceration, the inevitable happens. We discover that we are being ministered to as well. By taking the good news of the gospel into prisons, into homes across the country, Prison Fellowship volunteers and staff often experience a renewal of their own faith as they engage in relationships with prisoners, with former prisoners, and with their families. Now, sharing the love of Christ with those we serve is not a far-off activity. As Christ walked and lived among us, so also we minister to those broken by lives of crime in up close and impersonal ways. We visit people in prison. We deliver gifts in homes, at real-life Christmas parties. We meet in person with legislators to create more restorative policies of justice. And we even bring wardens together in life-changing residencies. And we do all these things alongside one another. Christ Jesus makes even the most broken people and situations whole again. Through an amazing awakening to new hope and new life purpose, those who once broke the law are transformed and mobilized to serve their neighbors, replacing the cycle of crime with the cycle of renewal. These core beliefs drive all that we do, from prison cells to the halls of power. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Prison Fellowship's impact. We've had over 24,000 incarcerated people in our classes during each month, typically. We have over 11,000 ministry volunteers who make those classes and Angel Tree possible in state and federal prisons across the country, and over 40,000 justice advocates in our online network. Before we advance any further, I want to talk about incarceration in America, the scope of the problem that we face. When Prison Fellowship was founded back in 1976, there were 440,000 men and women behind bars in the U.S. Today, there are nearly 2.1 million, a 500% increase. Now think about this for a moment. Here in the United States, we make up 4% of the world's population, and yet we have 21% of the world's prison population. Now, each year, over 600,000 men and women will return to their communities, and yet 2 out of 3 will reoffend within 3 years. If we look at 2020, we see 7.6 million arrests were made. We see 4.3 million men and women are on probation or on parole. But let's also look at how the least of these, how the children are also impacted. 1 in 49 children have a parent in prison. Furthermore, 1 in 9 African American children has a parent in prison. Now, if we look at the adult population, did you know that 70 million U.S. adults have a criminal record? That's 1 in 3. So, church, look around in your pews. You are more than likely to have a member of your flock with a criminal record, someone who's been impacted one way or the other through incarceration, through the criminal justice system, or has a relative, a friend, a parent, or a child who's been impacted. If we look at the numbers and we look at the costs, it's on average $33,274 per year to incarcerate 1 adult. There's $80 billion spent per year on federal and state corrections combined. and not allowing people with a criminal record to fully enter the workforce cost the U.S. up to $87 billion per year in economic output. But beyond the price tag, soaring levels of incarceration and recidivism also take a terrible toll on America's communities and families. The cycle of crime and incarceration, it produces broken relationships, victimization, despair, and instability. Clearly, something isn't working. Now, Prison Fellowship was founded on the conviction that all people are created in God's image and that no life is beyond God's reach. As Christians, we believe that Jesus, himself brought to trial, executed, buried, and brought to life again, offers hope, healing, and a new purpose for each and every life. Through an amazing awakening to a new hope and life purpose, those who once broke the law are transformed, immobilized to serve their neighbors, replacing that cycle of crime with the cycle of renewal that we talked about. Now, the impact on the church, how are we engaging on this issue? And the data shows from Barna that only 23% of practicing Christians are engaged in raising awareness about criminal justice, despite 1 in 3 having a criminal record. And to compare that with other issues, with homelessness, we have 48% of practicing Christians raising awareness. With sanctity of human life, we have 51% of practicing Christians raising awareness. Drug and alcohol abuse, 39%. Domestic violence, 34%. But criminal justice, only 23%. That's got to change, church. The church needs to have a voice and to speak towards justice in both the juvenile and adult criminal system. Did you know that in 2018, almost 101,000 cases in juvenile court were on the basis of status offenses? And what's a status offense? That's simply being criminal because of one's age, because of being a minor, such as running away, such as underage drinking, etc. Now, of those cases, those 101,000 cases, 61% were related to truancy charges, which is failure to attend compulsory public schooling. We don't need to create a pipeline from the classroom to the prison cell. We need alternatives to incarceration for our youth. Now, let's talk about the adult system, and let's zero in on Michigan for a second. Let's talk about pretrial justice and the problem there. Bail varies depending upon where you live in Michigan. The pretrial incarceration numbers increased by 300% from 1976 to 2016, increased by 300%. Now, the driver for this increase, what is it? It's the inability to pay bail. This leads to long pretrial detentions that causes family upheaval, job loss, homelessness, or more destructive criminal behavior and thinking. But what's the solution? For Michigan, there's a solution currently before the legislature, a pretrial justice reform package, a package that will increase the non-monetary conditions that's tailored to each case, a case-by-case basis to allow low-risk defendants to remain with their families, to remain employed, and to remain in their houses. Monetary bail would still be used, but used for select offenses to protect public safety and would take into consideration the ability to pay. We want to see justice that restores. But how do we do that, church? By leading with our values. At Prison Fellowship, we have 3 bucket areas, 3 pillars, where we want to see justice that restores instituted. Number 1, proportional punishment. Make sure that justice fits the crime. Number 2, a constructive prison culture. We want to see reformation during incarceration. And number 3, second chances. We want to see redemption in reentry. Now, our Christian perspectives on justice provide a unique voice that the world needs to hear. For example, the world needs to hear that we affirm that the God of the Bible is a just God. Justice flows from God's very character. that we believe in treating every human being as a person made in God's own image. And therefore, we should redouble our efforts, church, to prevent crime by cultivating the seedbeds of virtue through families, through our own local church, through the neighborhoods where our churches reside, through our local schools, and through other sources of moral formation. I want to tell you a story for a moment here. The story of Matthew Charles, who you may have heard about. For Matthew's story is a story that touches on each one of those bucket areas of proportional punishment, of a constructive prison culture, and of second chances. For Matthew Charles, being released from prison did not guarantee him a frictionless second chance. Despite national attention on his story, he still struggled to secure housing and employment, which are foundational for a successful life post-incarceration. Matthew Charles spent decades caught in the disparities of the justice system. He was arrested in 1995 for selling crack cocaine, and he received a 35-year sentence in federal prison. Not long after his arrest, another incarcerated man gave him a Bible. After reading it cover to cover, Matthew gave his life to Christ Jesus. Matthew said, quote, "From that point on, things just started dramatically changing for the better in my life." But while Matthew experienced personal transformation, the system that imprisoned him was slow to change. The disproportionate sentencing that mandated a higher prison term for crack than powdered cocaine kept Matthew in prison another 16 years for his nonviolent crime. But on January 3rd, 2019, Matthew Charles was finally released for good. He became one of the first people set free under the bipartisan First Step Act, which Prison Fellowship helped craft and support alongside an extraordinary diverse coalition. But when he got home, Matthew struggled to find housing. No one would rent to him on account of his criminal background. It took a celebrity's intervention for him to access a basic life necessity, housing. Unfortunately, that's not an intervention readily available to the 600,000 people who return home from prison or jail each and every year. I want to tell you one more story, another one that we've been involved with personally here at Prison Fellowship. Robbie Robinson. Robbie had been in and out of detention centers and prisons since he was 14 years old. During his second stint in prison, he had the opportunity to be a part of a prison fellowship program that prepared him for reentry. He told us, "When I got out, I had hope because I had a lot of support from my back pocket. My mentor came, picked me up from prison. I didn't go back where I fell from, the town where I was arrested. I went to a whole new community," he told us. Now, with his mentor's help, he was able to get a minimum wage job, joined a church, and live in a transitional home. He told us that he was invited to speak at a corporation to share his story. And the owner of that company believed in him because he heard his story. And that owner wanted to give him a second chance. They offered him a welding job there for $14 an hour, and he never even filled out an application. Robbie was the first former prisoner to work for this corporation. The owner told him that he was going to be the guinea pig, and how he did within his company could open a big door for other individuals who had been in his situation of getting out of prison. So Robbie took that on personally. He saw this as his golden opportunity, and he worked there for 10 years and was repeatedly promoted. That company now employs more than 300 people who have been in the prison system. Now, as he got his life back on track, Robbie married and he had a son. And when his son was in preschool, Robbie, like so many of us, volunteered to assist at the school for a Halloween party. Now, the school policy for the volunteers include running background checks. And of course, that check revealed Robbie's felony conviction from years before. The school called Robbie's wife, not him, Robbie's wife, and told her that Robbie could not volunteer. Robbie told us that that was when he felt his most judged, at his son's school. He said, quote, "You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe I'm still being persecuted for this thing I did 15 years ago." Now, Robbie was able to call the school superintendent and the principal, and he calmly but firmly asked for an explanation. After all, he had come up to the school to have lunch with his son, but now he was being denied this opportunity to volunteer as a parent. He told the administrators that he spoke with that it's not who he is today. That was 15 years ago. He'd been off of parole since 2007. He'd been out of prison for over a decade at that point. And because of his persistence, the school did end up apologizing and allowing him to volunteer in his son's classroom. Now, I want to talk about some practical advocacy ideas. How can we, church, put our faith into action? Let's start by returning to the scriptures, always a good place to go to. Isaiah tells us to learn to do good, seek justice, correct oppression in chapter 1, verse 17. The wise King Solomon records in Proverbs, open your mouth, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and the needy. So what policies are we trying to change at Prison Fellowship? Well, as I mentioned before, we're seeking proportional punishment. That means impacting and weighing in on policing, on pretrial and sentencing reform, seeking alternatives to incarceration, and making sure that we expand and have appropriate community corrections reform. Number two, promoting and building that constructive corrections culture I mentioned before. How do we do that? Looking into the conditions of confinement, expanding programming and education to build that reformation while incarcerated, earn time credits and parole reform to provide incentives to improve oneself while behind bars. And then once you're re-entering, building upon second chances through occupational licensing reform, making sure there's not a blanket denial in order to get a job simply because of having a felony conviction. Looking for voting rights restoration so that after you have served your time and you have paid your dues to society, you once again are fully integrated and have the right to vote once more. And repealing existing collateral consequences, barriers to fully re-entering society, making sure that you're not treated as a second-class citizen. Now, practically, how can we do this right now, church? How can we change our actions to help out? And a practical way to take action right now is by changing our language. It may seem so simple, but it has a big impact because labels are powerful. We can separate people into us versus them by how we label them. If we call someone a felon, a convict, an ex-offender, an inmate, you're labeling them and you're separating them and you're judging them based upon their past. But we don't want to be identified by our own sins, but by our relationship in Christ Jesus. So I urge you and I encourage you to change your language to reflect human dignity, since we are all made in God's image. And as we spoke about before, so many people in our own pews have been impacted by incarceration or have a criminal record. Another easy way to make impact is to spread the message. How can you do that? You can amplify the message on social media, join platforms, and easy ways to follow are @Justice Reform on Twitter. You can join grassroots networks by going to our website at prisonfellowship.org and sign up for advocacy alerts. Follow your elected officials and other influencers and vote in every election. And you can tell your own story. Another way is signing the Justice Declaration. We mentioned before that the U.S. locks up more citizens than any other nation, and our over-reliance on incarceration fails to make our communities safer or restore the people and communities that have been harmed. Our misguided response to crime has a pervasive, devastating, and long-lasting consequences for individuals, families, communities, and the nation. Now, the Justice Declaration is a call to the church to respond to crime and incarceration through both direct ministry and justice reform. It's been signed by more than 12,000 Christians and prominent faith leaders. When you sign, not only will you help demonstrate the growing movement of Christians committed to a restorative approach to justice, but Prison Fellowship will keep in touch with you about opportunities to minister and advocate for people impacted by crime and incarceration. At the end of my presentation, you'll see a screen that shows how you can scan a QR code or send a text message and sign up for the Justice Declaration. But in addition to that, church, we have the Outrageous Justice Curriculum. It was developed by Prison Fellowship's subject matter experts, and Outrageous Justice is a completely free small group study that explores the criminal justice system through a biblical lens, through current events, and through personal stories. Small groups get to discover together hands-on ways to pursue justice, to pursue hope, and to pursue restoration in their communities. Outrageous Justice includes a 6-lesson study guide for small groups available in both print and online. It follows along with video teaching segments featuring first-person stories of people impacted by crime and incarceration, available both online or on DVD. There's also a companion book co-authored by Prison Fellowship's advocacy team that gives an in-depth insight into crime, incarceration, prison ministry, and justice reform. Church, God calls us Christians to seek justice, but how should we respond? Outrageous Justice is designed to awaken Christians to the need for justice that restores. The study advances and advocates participants to respond by caring for those affected by crime and incarceration, victims, prisoners, and returning citizens, and advocating for justice reforms. 94% of our participants who surveyed after using this curriculum reported increased awareness about criminal justice issues, and the majority also reported taking action to advance criminal justice reform, like sending letters to their lawmakers. You can get this completely free going to prisonfellowship.org/outrageousjustice. But there's more you can do, church. This April, celebrate Second Chance Month. Because just as God forgives our sins and offers us a second chance, the Bible shows us that we can offer a second chance to those who paid their debt to society. After all, when we pray the Lord's Prayer, what do we ask? We ask that the Lord God forgive us of our trespasses as we have forgiven those who trespass against us. People with a past can still have a bright future. Their families and their communities stand to benefit from their contributions. And since 2017, Prison Fellowship has been leading a coalition of over 600 organizations, congregations, and businesses in celebrating April as Second Chance Month. How can you do this? You can celebrate by promoting it in social media. You can celebrate by doing a Road to Second Chances prayer walk. It's an opportunity to do a prayer walk that covers our communities and our nation with prayer for those who are affected by crime and incarceration. At organized stops along the walk, you can hear real life stories, people searching for their second chance. And these prayer walks are a powerful part of Second Chance Month, which is the annual nationwide celebration of second chances every April. Those who are interested in the National Road to Second Chances prayer walk or want to join or host a prayer walk in their own community can contact us at Prison Fellowship, and we'll help you in organizing one there at your local church and community. Through the storytelling and through prayer, we can spread hope and unlock brighter futures for men and women who've paid their debt to society. Some other examples is using a social media toolkit that we'll prepare and have available for your local church and for you to use. You can sign up your church or your organization to be a partner for Second Chance Month. Partner churches, you can host a Second Chance Sunday or a Road to Second Chances prayer walk, as I mentioned. And anyone can run for second chances through our virtual or in-person 5Ks. So I encourage you to be on the lookout for second chances. Take a look at our website again, and we have a column there for second chances and how to sign up and participate. Or maybe you're called to be an advocate. Maybe you have a calling to talk to your lawmakers, to be an advocate for justice. Well, we have the Justice Advocate Network that provides regular communication, legislative updates, and opportunities to take action on justice reform issues. A justice advocate receives access to digital campaigns that will help them identify who their elected officials are, help them to contact them in a matter of minutes. We use model social media posts. We have model emails and call scripts provided to you by Prison Fellowship. We also have our Justice Ambassador program. And we encourage Christians who are experienced in advocacy, they're looking to learn more, or they're interested in taking their justice advocate involvement further to apply for the Justice Ambassador program. Our Justice Ambassadors are selected from justice advocates who are equipped by Prison Fellowship to develop relationships with lawmakers through phone calls, letters, in-person meetings, encourage support for justice reforms. We rely on these justice ambassadors in every state to advance our federal agenda and state level reforms in our 13 target states. And we write letters to the editor in local papers reflecting Prison Fellowship's views on social justice. We utilize social media campaigns and online petitions to raise awareness and influence others. We can facilitate discussion using outrageous justice. We can host awareness building events on college campuses, at churches, or in communities. The Justice Ambassador voice is an effective and powerful tool to inspire the church, change the culture, and advance justice that restores. So I encourage you, maybe you or someone at your church is interested in doing more. Become a justice advocate. Perhaps become and apply for being a justice ambassador. And one of the easiest ways to get involved is through Angel Tree Christmas. Angel Tree Christmas equips churches to strengthen relationships between the incarcerated parents and their children, to support families of prisoners year-round. Angel Tree provides an opportunity for local churches to extend the hope of the gospel through delivering Christmas gifts on behalf of incarcerated parents. We send kids to summer camp. We facilitate one-day sports camps, and we do so much more. Angel Tree also invites and equips churches to enfold Angel Tree families into your own church life, resulting in just a mutually beneficial relationship of encouragement, growth, and support. Prison Fellowship Angel Tree serves an increasing number of families every year, and our greatest desire is to deepen the impact we have. We believe that the church, the manifestation of Christ's body here on earth, is the best setting and channel for ongoing ministry to families. And so Angel Tree provides structure, expertise, and funding to the members of local churches to serve as the conduit of ongoing connection. The families of an incarcerated loved one face particular challenges, and they also possess unique strengths. When churches welcome these families into fellowship, both sides benefit. The substance of these relationships are going to vary on the needs, the resources, the interests of the participating families and churches. And Angel Tree helps churches by providing a variety of ministry suggestions, resources, and connections with other organizations. We invite the local church to encourage incarcerated people's families into the ministries of your local church. Invite them to Sunday worship, youth group, vacation Bible school, support groups. In total, through Angel Tree Christmas, over 10 million gifts have been given to children on behalf of their incarcerated parents. If you want to learn more, you want to sign up for Angel Tree Christmas, then go to our website and learn more. We have plenty of children who are awaiting a Christmas gift this season, plenty of family members who need a connection to a local church. I want to go back to Michigan. What can Michigan do today? If you're a faith leader, if you're a ministry leader, if you're part of a local church or you're a pastor, what can you do today? Join Michigan faith leaders in signing a letter to lawmakers to urge them to consider the pretrial bail reforms that are currently pending before the legislature. Remind our legislators that they represent Christians who uphold a call to heed Christ's call to visit the imprisoned and to remember those in prison. Call your own lawmakers to take biblical principles into consideration, regardless of what reforms are going to be proposed by the legislature. And I want to encourage you to message me or to sign your name. Tell me your position, your title, what ministry, what church you work for, and the city that you live in the chat box now to add your name onto the sign-on ladder. As pastors, you have a unique voice to remind elected officials that their constituents are people of faith who value biblical principles. If you'd like a copy of this letter, then please feel free to reach out and contact me. I'm the faith-based outreach manager for Prison Fellowship. I'm there on the website. My email is andrew_brazier@pfm.org. I would love to hear from you. But more importantly, I want to thank you. Thank you for your time, for your service to Christ, and for your service to his body, the church. Thank you all, and God bless.
All right, Reverend Andrew, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming with such a strong plea for involvement. Thank you for all the statistics that you shared. Many of those I'm sure we didn't know. I didn't know. For instance, April being the Second Chance Month celebration. I never knew that, but thank you for sharing that. And also how to get involved, signing the Justice Declaration, and voting. Again, voting is so important. It's not just at the national level, it's at your local levels as well. So thank you so much for that. You mentioned prison ministry. Prison ministry is always something that I've had a special interest in, and you have definitely put it on the map. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. I feel like you've taken us to a whole nother level. You called us to church, and thank you for that. Let the church say amen. Someone.
Thank you, Dominic. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing your organization with us, and Godspeed to you.
Godspeed. God bless.
God bless. All right, guys. Clergy, if you haven't registered by now, you still can. Click on the sign up button on the Facebook page, or even go to www.alifeforlife.org/register. You can still register for your free gift as we transition into our next segment of the interdenominational panel, which is a panel of pastors and faith leaders that will discuss the role of faith in social justice. Anyone who does this work, you have to have a certain level of faith. There will be many no's, many closed doors, many ignored emails, many turnbacks. And even in the face of adversity and continuous no's, you have to have faith and believe that your work is not in vain and it will continue. So leading us in this discussion here, we have a very capable person by the name of Dr. Pamela Pugh. Dr. Pugh is the co-founder of Regeneration LLC, which is a consultancy that helps agencies, organizations, and businesses build capacity through effective operations and partnerships for economically sustainable and healthy urban communities. Dr. Pugh was elected to the Michigan State Board of Education in 2014 and currently serves as the board's vice president. Dr. Pugh has been recognized nationally by the NAACP as a two-time recipient of the Dr. Cobb Award for Special Achievements in Social and Health Justice, Health Education and Promotion, Fundraising, and Research. She previously served as the Chief Public Health Advisor for the City of Flint, leading support to the mayor's health equity and all policy approach to decision-making during the Flint water crisis. Everyone, please welcome to the stage, to the Innocence Summit stage, Dr. Pamela Pugh. Good morning, Dr. Pugh. Good morning.
Good morning. I am not Dr. Pugh at all. I am not Dr. Pugh, but Dr. Pugh is going to be joining us in just a few minutes here. We're running just a few minutes ahead of schedule. And so you and I are going to have just a little chat and a recap about some of the information that has gone forth this morning as these preachers and pastors are coming in for this interdenominational panel, and Dr. Pugh is going to introduce them. We may have to recap her introduction briefly here, but that allows time for more people to jump on. So thank you so much for encouraging people to like and to share and to post. I'm so excited about this conversation that's taking place across the country in various time zones this morning. It is early. Earlier in some places.
It's earlier, yeah.
I'm here in Michigan having this conversation. You're in Chicago having the conversation. Yeah, we got folks joining from Texas this morning, folks in California this morning.
Absolutely.
Man, we're all over the place. We're in Ohio, we're in Jersey. You had Kenneth Nixon joining from Africa this morning.
Yeah, what a phenomenal gift.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And Yvonne, when she was on earlier, I just love how everything came together because she started talking about the importance of bringing pastors and church family into this conversation. And so I just wanted to jump on really quickly and I guess put in a plug for the pastors and the preachers since I am one. And, this is Clergy Appreciation Month.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. It is. October is Clergy Appreciation Month. So if you haven't told your pastor or your leader or just another preacher that you appreciate what they do, definitely encourage you to do so. And so what an awesome opportunity we have as an organization, the Life for Life Urban Initiative, to be able to recognize the contributions of pastors and clergy as it relates to criminal justice reform and just social justice in general. So we definitely want to shout out all of those pastors with your prison ministries and all of the wonderful things that you do in your churches to really help our communities. We know that, lawyers and investigators and prosecutors, that they all play very crucial roles in this conversation, but the ministers and the clergy do as well.
Yes.
Right. You and I, Don, we both went to Howard University. Shout out. HU.
HU,
Went to Howard this homecoming weekend, but we understand how important social justice is. And I think we would both agree that the faith-based community, especially the African-American church, regardless of what denomination, has been at the forefront of the fight for justice for a very long
time. I can recall times where we marched right down to the Capitol building, and leading the march were faith leaders. There were pastors, preachers, youth leaders, those who had a strong sense of faith and hope and knew that it took more than just your common belief to push through the obstacles in this fight. So yes, we thank you, clergy, in honor of Clergy Appreciation Month, for the work that you do, for spreading the gospel, for giving of yourself, even when you feel like it and when you don't. So we thank you so much for that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of work to do, as was stated earlier. And so I'm just honored by the men and women of God who are going to be a part of this conversation, and so grateful for the work that they do with prison ministry, with those who've been wrongfully incarcerated, with just using the pulpit as a platform to really advocate for others, to be a voice for the voiceless, and to share God's heart.
And I'm so glad you said that about using the pulpit as the platform. We get a lot of messages from the pulpit on how we should conduct ourselves, for voting, for national issues, local issues that are going on. So yes, the pulpit is certainly a platform to spread the word about what's going on in our land.
Indeed. And I think Bill Proctor, during the Innocence panel earlier, was sharing how important church family is in the church community. And, a lot of these churches that are here, these are the men and the women who are welcoming those back to the community, whether they're returning citizens, whether they're exonerees. The church is one of the first places that you go to, right? Absolutely. When you're trying to look for help. Even if you don't believe in God, you go to the church when you need some help. You'll go to the church when you need something to eat, when you need some place to stay, when you need some money in your pocket. You'll go to the church. And so our pastors, clergy, we are first responders, right? To whatever the need is, that natural need, that spiritual need. When these people are taken away from our communities, it's the church that's ministering to mom that got left behind and to the kids that got left behind. Reverend Andrew was just on talking about Angel Tree. That's the church, making sure that kids have gifts from their parents. They receive those gifts on behalf of their parents. That's their parent name that goes on the gift, but it's the church that's purchasing those gifts to make sure that Christmas still happens for them. So people may not know why the church is such an important part of the conversation today, but it's because these people, again, are at the forefront of the work that's being done. And I'm so excited that they're here to share. So again, the preachers are coming in, Dom. So I'm getting ready to pop out. I see Dr. Pugh in the backstage here. So if you would just remind the people, because we've been chatting for a few minutes, but remind them a little bit, give them some highlights again about Dr. Pugh and her background. And then she's going to come on and begin to introduce some of these other preachers and pastors and clergy from across the country.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And again, the genuine love that the church gives, it draws people in. So thank you again, clergy, for the work that you do. Continue fighting a good fight and spreading the good word. All right. So as we know, we have our interdenominational panel coming up. We have pastors. As you heard, the pastors and faith leaders are coming in, and they're going to discuss the role of faith in social justice. So moderating that panel, we have Dr. Pamela Pugh, who is a co-founder of Regeneration LLC, which is, again, as a consultancy that helps agencies, organizations, and businesses build capacity through effective operations and partnerships for economically sustainable and healthy urban communities. She was elected to the Michigan State Board of Education in 2014 and currently serves as the board's vice president. Dr. Pugh has been recognized nationally by the NAACP as a two-time recipient of the Dr. Cobb Award for Special Achievements in Social and Health Justice, Health Education and Promotion, Fundraising, and Research. She previously served as the Chief Public Health Advisor for the City of Flint, lending support to the mayor's health equity and all policy approach to decision-making during the Flint water crisis. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Pamela Pugh.
Good morning.
Good morning. There you are.
Good, and you can hear me.
I
Great.
can hear you clearly. Yes. Thank you for joining us and getting ready to lead us in this great discussion with faith leaders.
So let me just thank you and thank Reverend McKissick and A Life for a Life Urban Initiative. This has been a phenomenal session so far. And so we cannot stress and emphasize enough for people to share. Make sure it's on your page so that people can catch up in the future on this very, very important topic. I mean, the timing for this is so important, and you all have put so much effort into pulling this together. And I just thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this. And I hope our panelists are ready and ready to come on in. And I can't see them, so I hope that they're all here. But I have the distinct honor, and I am just so excited. I see them coming in. I'm going to see who's coming in. I think that they're all showing up. So yes, everybody is here. So what a wonderful tool we found in this technology. We can come from all over the world, all over the country, but we have a very distinguished panel, and this is the interdenominational panel. And this is a panel of pastors and faith leaders from across the country who are coming together to discuss the very important topic, the role of faith in social justice and this critical movement that we're talking about here today. And so I'm going to introduce our audience. I was just so intrigued and impressed by this panel, and you all will be too. So I'm going to just try to dig through these bios, and I tell our audience, please look these folks up. I'm just giving you the tip of the iceberg of what these people do. So as faith leaders. And so I'm going to first talk about Reverend Dr. Dennis LaFoon. And Reverend Dr. LaFoon, if I'm saying your name wrong, please, I know you will correct me. He is a native of Gary, Indiana. He received his Bachelor's of Arts degree in graphic design from Indiana University, Bloomington, in 1993. And he answered his call to preach in 1999 and is the proud pastor of Bethel AME Church in Saginaw. Dr. LaFoon recently received his doctorate from Payne Theology Seminary in Ohio and is a published writer and is a distinguished fellow of Wabash Pastoral Leadership Group. He is committed to using his gifts and talents as a bridge to show the world God's love. Dr. LaFoon loves his family, he loves his church, but more than anything, he loves God. And I have to tell you, loves the Lord. I have to tell you that I am a past member of Bethel AME, so it's a privilege to introduce him. Bill and Lois Sharon are currently serving the Gideon International Ministry as camp presidents in Clare, Roscommon County. Bill is the Michigan State Vice President of Gideon International Ministry. Lois also serves as Area J Auxiliary Scripture Regional Program Leader. Bill has also held Gideon State leadership assignments, including Michigan Gideon Regional Director, Michigan Gideon Area H Director, Michigan Gideon Church Ministry Coordinator, during which he led Church Ministry Day training in all areas of the state. Bill and Lois are members of Trinity Christian Life Center Church in Harrison, Michigan, where Bill currently serves on the board of elders. Elder Joel C. Watson holds an associate degree with the concentration in sociology from Lansing Community College and is a candidate for Bachelor's of Science degree in Family Community Services from Michigan State University. He was born and raised in Lansing, Michigan, and currently is employed by the City of Lansing as an IT help desk manager and Ingham County Youth Center as a detention officer. Joel is also the owner of Seeds to Succeed, an outreach to youth and young adults to ensure successful natural and spiritual living through leadership development. Joel also works in cooperation with educators, businesses, and parents to develop and implement methods of helping area youth build positive lifestyles and attitudes for themselves and their communities. Joel is also a certified Christian counselor and an ordained elder with the Churches of God in Christ. He currently serves on ecclesiastical, I can say this word because I do read my Bible. Ecclesiastical staff of Lansing Church of God in Christ and campus ministry and young adult director. In addition, Joel serves as chief adjunct for the Southwest Michigan 3rd Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction. I got another chance. Church of God in Christ, Inc., as well as a national adjunct with the Churches of God in Christ. Reverend Samuel J. Doyle and his wife Erica reside in Waco, Texas, where he currently serves as the senior pastor at the Greater New Light Missionary Baptist Church. Pastor Doyle was raised in Bay City, Michigan, and was called by the Lord God to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ January 7th, 2007. Pastor Doyle he received his Bachelor of Arts degree and a Master of Divinity. And in 2018, Reverend Doyle has worked at Mission Waco Mission World, a Christian nonprofit organization that utilizes social services and community involvement to assess people in the margins of society to improve their quality of life. He serves as a program director overseeing the job training program and the homeless shelter, a capacity that allows him to use his love for the community and passion for pastoral ministry to assist people in need of housing and employment. And in addition to these duties, Pastor Doyle serves as the Baptist General Convention of Texas as assistant treasurer of the African American Fellowship. I could go on and on. But make sure you read these bios. But I want to introduce you now to Pastor Kareem Bowen, who is a native to the Saginaw community and a graduate of Carleton High School. He continued his post-secondary education at Michigan State University, earning a bachelor's and a master's of natural science degree in physiology and a minor in Spanish language and culture. Pastor Kareem, has worked with many government agencies and bureaus. Pastor Kareem has worked as an executive business manager for professional NBA athletes for 18 years. In 2013, Elder Kareem Bowen founded the Potter's Touch International Ministries. He recently completed his second book, All Women Love Chocolate, a book about love and relationships. Pastor Kareem Bowen is on KISS WTLZ 107.1 FM and the first African-American voice of influence with his show, United Shades of Gray, Conversations on Race in America on WSGW 100.5 and 790 AM simulcast. And now, Maxine Willis, who has been in the field of substance abuse prevention education for over 30 years. As a former preschool teacher, she became aware of how drugs affects children and families. She decided to pursue her studies in alcohol and drug education and focus primarily on prevention for young children. In 1977, Ms. Willis began working for the National Council on Alcoholism, where she helped co-create one of the first prevention programs in the country aimed at preschool-age children. One of her greatest challenges was being asked to produce a Say No to Drugs puppet show for First Lady Nancy Reagan in 1981. Ms. Willis has been featured and interviewed by USA Today, ABC World News Tonight, the National Institute on Alcohol and Alcohol Abuse, and the Center for Substance Abuse Prevention in Washington, D.C. Her most rewarding feature appeared in the award-winning National Children's Magazine, The Weekly Reader, in 1986, a grade-specific classroom magazine that we all remember. That served elementary students in over 50,000 schools across the country. Ms. Willis created the KEYS Keys Kids TV show, which has become the longest running locally produced children's TV show to air in the metropolitan Detroit area. Ms. Willis is still the host and producer of the show. I could go on and on and on, and would love to. I tell you, this is such a distinguished panel, but I think what I'm going to do is let's dig into the first question, if that's okay with the group. You ready? Okay. So let's just dig in. And what do you believe is the modern day church's responsibility as it relates to getting involved in social justice issues? And how do you interpret separation between church and state when it comes to political matters? And I'm just gonna let's just try this first, because I know you all are ready to dig in. And I'm going to go to Reverend Joel Watson, because that's the first person to my right.
God bless everyone. First of all, there's really no separation between church and state. If you go biblically, you will look at every time you had a king, you had a prophet. So you always had God's presence in the government atmosphere. So that is the first thing we have to do. How do I walk into a government building and I leave God behind? Because God is my source. He's my inspiration. He's my everything. So there's no way to separate the two. They're all in one. But yes, we have to do it a little differently. We do it with decorum. We must do it with respect. But it all goes together. The church has a first responsibility is we must first understand that is these young men and young women are incarcerated. That is the first thing. As far as social justice is concerned, with it is we must first, like I said, first understand that they're there. Then we have to make an attempt somewhere through our churches to have an impasse in there. Lansing Church of God in Christ, we have a jail ministry that we do every fourth Saturday. As a matter of fact, I will be leaving pretty soon to go to serve in that capacity today. That's the first step. And then we have to have a bridge when they get out to help the young men and young women get to the next level. But the social justice part of it is really, really big, and you need the support of the community to go along with it. Because when these young men and young women come back, sometimes the fight is not with the churches, but it's the community around them saying, we don't want these type of young people, these type of people back in our communities again. Even though they have paid their debt to society a lot of times. And I guess I don't even understand what that means in the legal system, because if I paid my debt, I don't think I owe you anything. When Jesus died on the cross for me, my whole debt was paid for. Nothing in my past is brought to my future. But what happens with these young people when they get out of the prison system, it seems like it stays with them forever. And so socially, we have to be in the forefront starting in our city councils. Then we go from our city council to our legislature, and we just move on up to deal with it. But back to that separation of church and state, I don't understand how that happens when God is our source of everything that we do.
Thank you, Elder. And I'm just going to let somebody else just jump in. That was a great response. And I think why don't I swing on down here to Pastor Kareem Bowen. And let's get your thoughts on what is the church's role.
Okay, well, great morning for everyone that's here. Good to be a part of this conversation. When it comes to the church's role, I'm a firm believer that Christ spent a great deal of time on social justice issues. When we look at what happened with the woman who was caught in the act of adultery, so we see social issues, we see moral issues. And I think that the entire book of the Bible really addresses the church's need for a response and engagement in both the social and the moral issues. We have to make sure, as he says in his word, that what you do for the least of these, you're doing it unto me. So it is the church's responsibility to speak for those who are voiceless. It's the church's responsibility to be a father to those who are fatherless. It's our responsibility to even take care and stand up for those who are unfairly being prosecuted in our criminal justice systems.
Thank you, Elder Bowen. And Pastor Doyle, Reverend Doyle, if you can speak to your thoughts on the modern day church's responsibility in this space, as well as how do you interpret separation between church and state?
Well, the role of the church today is the same as it was 2,000 years ago. We're supposed to, as we go, teach all nations according to the Great Commission, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe what the Lord commands, and He promises He'll be with us. So that's our role. The function of the church has always been to fulfill the Great Commission. And so I would say, and this will segue into the next part of the question. I don't know that from as a theological doctrine that any of us can truly separate the moral from social. Because a lot of what we call social,
we lost Reverend Doyle, but I did hear him is that the responsibility of the church is to fulfill the Great Commission. And I think that he backed up what you said, Elder Joel, is that when it comes to these social justice issues, the church has to be out in the forefront and not worrying about this separation of church and state. And so why don't we move back over to Reverend Dr. Dennis, if you would jump in.
Sure. I think that our role right now, given that we've had some wonderful answers already, but I think part of our role right now is to be not only flexible, but be open to the season that God is showing us. I can't tell you how many lessons have been learned during this pandemic season thus far in terms of what it means to get back to the grassroots of ministry, meeting people at their need. And I think when you're in the process of meeting people at their need, we come to the realization fairly quickly that nothing that God calls us to do is easy. And so it's about doing the work that's not easy, meeting people where they are truly. And there is no separation of church and state. When you're meeting people where they are, that's doing the work that God has called us to do.
Thank you. All profound responses. And I think what we'll do is just let's go to the topic of and the thought that prison is a revolving door and of repeat offenders. And really just what do you believe is the true root cause of recidivism? And if Bill and Lois can speak to that.
My wife and I are not clergy, and so bless you for serving. because it's you, our brothers and sisters in the clergy, that we've come alongside to support. We see ourselves as a missionary outreach, if you will, of the churches, beating the bushes and hoping they find you when we get finished. But I want to pick up with Reverend Doyle. I missed him. He took us someplace good there for a minute. I want to go back to that parable of the Good Samaritan there, and the great commandment that it starts with, and the great commission that it tells us to do. And so this is where we see it. First of all, we got to have a compassionate heart. We got to work on ourselves, constantly going before the Lord and asking him to mold us, shape us, guide us, draw us so we'll be worthy witnesses, and then to try to reach out to others. So as you're saying, for recidivism, we see it. We're not in the prison as much, although the Gideon ministry does provide Bibles and testaments for those that are incarcerated in the prisons. And we have had folks from our Michigan Association working especially in the Detroit. But in the county jails, where we're more likely to find them, recidivism, hallelujah, they coming in and out of that door like it's a coffee shop. And we're catching them with drugs and everything else as they come in. And we're still believing that the Lord is working through it. So it's not by my power or by my strength or my wife's power or strength. It's by the power of the Holy Spirit. And so we feel it. Just stay on the front line, still keep pitching. And every once in a while, something comes to bear. And so we go in as a grandmother and grandfather, if you will, and we try to see these grandchildren come to a saving knowledge of Jesus. And so we look at them. The Lord has put, before he even created the world from our perspective, he's put a plan inside of them that he wants to come to fruition. So we don't look at them in the natural. We look to see if we can get in questions that'll find out what that plan is, and they can come out and have their place, not only in our church and in our Christian walk, but also in society. My wife has some comments.
Yeah, it's just like Bill said, it's like having a lot of grandchildren. This COVID's really made us miss them, but we just love them so, and they look so forward to hearing from about the word. But I think the reason that a lot of them is that come back is they don't drop their friends. But the worst part is being born again. You have to really get in that word all the time, and you have to, like, for instance, you know how many denominations there are. Well, you don't go to a denomination to find an answer. That's an opinion. You go into God's word and follow what he says, not any denomination, and they have to get that relationship with God, because being born again, you have to have a relationship with God, not with a church or anything else. You have to put him first in your life, because if they haven't learned that, if you're looking for other things or people to make you happy, you're in big trouble, because we're all flawed. And the only one that isn't flawed is the Lord Jesus. So when you put him first, you got it made, because the joy of the Lord is your strength, and it's a lot more fun to be happy, because a lot of times our attitudes are the problem instead of the circumstances, as with the guys in jail. It's their attitudes, some of them. But it's just so wonderful, loving people, forgiving them immediately, and being able to go see these guys. It's just absolutely wonderful.
Well, you all are faith leaders, and you may not be a part of clergy, but you definitely have just preached to me and to us, putting, just working on ourselves, but putting the Lord first. So thank you all for that. Anyone else want to speak to recidivism? And then we'll come back to you, Reverend Doyle.
Dr. Pugh, if I might just interject briefly. Before actually starting the wonderful world of entrepreneurship and pastoral services, I worked for the Department of Corrections here in Michigan. And when we talk about recidivism, we're talking about that rate in which someone who is incarcerated will return back to prison. Now, it's all about, one of the key issues and the reason why I left MDOC was because the issue or the emphasis of their time in prison was not on reformation, but it was on incarceration. There were, opportunities and state departments will tout, we spend this much on education, we spend this much on training, we spend this much on computers. But the reality of it is that the largest portion of their budget and what they're really funding when we deal with MDOC is really keeping grown men in cages and not really providing the tools for them to begin to transform their minds. Pastor Bill and Lois, they said that one of the key things that we have to do when they get out, we often look at recidivism in terms of them getting out, but that process of recidivism actually begins or during the time that they're actually incarcerated. And so we have to really begin to press that there be more of a transformative process in their incarceration, that we're giving them educational tools, we're pushing them on, showing them how to dissociate with negative behavior. And we see those in small pockets, and there's certain parts of our communication, our communities in prison that we just kind of say they're no longer worth the effort. And so I think that a large reason why we have so much recidivism is because of what takes place during their part or their time in incarceration.
That's good stuff there, Pastor Kareem. And so let's dig deeper then. So if the system's not there to do the things that Bill and Lois have talked about, preached about, then what is the faith community's role to bring about this positive change in the criminal justice system, as well as making sure we're not seeing those patterns of recidivism? And I'm going to swing it over. Maxine, I don't know if you want to take a bite at this since we haven't heard from you yet, and if not, then I'll have you yield and we'll let somebody else take the floor.
Well, first, let me say that I am just deeply honored to be part of this summit and this distinguished panel. I'm not clergy. I'm representing my pastor, Terrence Devison from United Kingdom Church, where we have co-founded an organization called the Ambassadors Group, which is an exoneration advocacy program for those who have been wrongfully convicted. And those citizens who are returning, that we find it's critically important that as a church that we provide the type of life skills that they need to help rebuild their lives and receive the training and the love and the building of their dignity that will, and raising the level of expectation for them so that we are providing them with a strong foundation for them to look forward to rebuilding their lives and reacclimating themselves back into society, but giving them the skills to do that so they do not return. And also educating the community, educating other religious communities, how we can collaborate and work together. Particularly, we take a lot of pride in as we refer these individuals to resources and services that they need, that before they take that step, we take that step with them to be ensured that they're going to get the type of dignity and service that they need. Also educating the partners and collaborative that we're working with so that we're prepared to really meet their needs and not just throw some services at them.
Thank you, Maxine. I got so excited about all of your background and to get to this exciting panel that I missed those very important pieces that you are connected with. And thank you for that. And thank you for reminding of us that. And I want to just go a little bit deeper in this question. And so Elder Joel and Reverend Doyle, why don't you give your thoughts around both of these questions? Let's tie them together, recidivism, and what is the faith-based community's role around this issue that we're talking about repairing, reforming with urgency the criminal justice system and ensuring that it's not a revolving door. And so if you want to jump in, Reverend Doyle, and then we'll hear from Reverend Joel, and we'll Elder Joel, and we'll move on.
So I think one answer to the question is Christian community development. I think churches, in large part, before I was talking about the Great Commission, and so I would say that when it comes to recidivism, the church has to see its priority when it comes to ministering to people in prison, not as an extracurricular activity, but as Christian community development. That this is our way, this is one way that God allows us to make disciples. People who are trying to build their lives back together ought to be able to come to the church and have those lives built by the scriptures, by the word of God, in a culture, not just a program, but in a congregational culture that does what Jesus says, welcomes the prisoner.
And thank you, Reverend Doyle. We talked about the Great Commission as being the church's role, and that the church needs to see it as a priority, see this as a priority, this ministry, this mission work as a priority. And then making sure that those who have been incarcerated feel comfortable coming through those church doors, and making sure that they're able to have their lives built around the Word of God. And I think Bill and Lewis mentioned some of that. And I think you were using the term Christian community development. Okay. That is the term. Okay. And so, Elder Joel, if you want to jump in on this question around recidivism and positive change in the critical justice system, the faith-based community's role.
Excuse me. I think one of the things that we need to do is first go there. They said when I was in prison, you came and visit me. That's the first step. Then you build relationship. For this to actually to work, if I build a relationship with the men that I see when I go into prison, when they're in the jail, then when they come out, then all of a sudden they will have a relationship is being built that it could be a bridge from the jail to the church, because then you can start setting up your programs. What happens a lot of times is that we do a great job fostering inside with them, but without the relationship, they come out and then they have nowhere to go. We have to catch them when they come out the door, because that's with the bridge, and then we can take them. Even if our church doesn't have everything they need, we can then put them and give them to people that have the resources to take care of them. But the first step is that we have to get inside the building, build the relationship, then they will trust you based on relationship, and then when they get out, then you can grab them, foster them, and then help develop them with programs maybe at your church, at a different church, or somewhere else in the community that has a program set up for them.
This is good stuff, and I think that we just saw a 5-minute warning, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to speed these questions up, and I really want to touch upon the statistics that show that African Americans are more likely than white to be arrested. We know that we're more likely to be in the criminal justice system across the country, and we see those statistics being very stark here in the state of Michigan. African American adults 5.9 times as likely to be incarcerated, more likely than whites, and Hispanics are 3.1%. Let's talk about what do you believe is the catalyst of the racial disparities in the criminal justice system in the U.S. And I'm going to throw it to you, Reverend LaFoon, and then swing back over to you, Pastor Kareem.
We have seen the nationwide banter and prevailing injustice, and it hasn't just been recently, but we've noticed it more recently because it seems like we are simply going back in time. But there is a narrative that has been perpetuated, accepted, that is simply not true. And just like the other big lies that are being told and being, again, perpetuated by not just our nation's leaders, but, by our neighbors, by our oftentimes people that are very close to you, family members. We, in terms of the African American community, sometimes are guilty of perpetuating a narrative that is just not true. We heard it from somebody, and whether it be on Twitter or social media, and we continue to share it and buy into it, and it continues to be told and to be accepted. And so, I think at the heart of it is we need to capture our own narrative. We need to tell not only the truth, but make sure that the truth is always being spoken. And when it's not, to speak truth to power, so that we won't continue with the same story that's been told.
Thank you, Reverend LaFoon. I'm going to switch the question because I think we're going to run out of time. And I want to talk about the school to prison pipeline. And looks like we have a little bit more time than I thought we did. But so, Reverend Kareem, if you can either speak to the school to prison pipeline, but I do want to get Lois and Bill as well as Maxine on the school to prison pipeline question. So I'm gonna let you take either one. Let's talk about the statistics racially, or if we talk about the school to prison pipeline.
Okay. I will try to address both in one if possible in just a quick second. I know that time is of the essence. But when we look at those statistics and we look at the role of the church, it's interesting because I believe, once again, and we've seen this throughout history, that the church has been on the forefront of every great move, especially in communities of color. There's a saying that the only thing that you have is your name. And to the Black man, the descendant of Negro slaves, that's not even inherently true. So it's important for us to understand that the church's role is to make sure that every single individual in their community, because the church is a blanket for the entire community, what's in the community you find in the church. So everything that comes to our church doors, we have a right to advocate for. Now, secondly, as we begin to look at what it means, and I want to say this, I believe the church has a need to come forward with a 21st century vision. And that means that we're not doing church the way that we used to do church. The people that are coming through our doors are not the same people that came through our doors in 1965. The issues are not the same. We're dealing with an issue of connectivity during COVID. And Dr. Pugh, you know this. One of the biggest issues was that when COVID happened, the issues with Wi-Fi and connectivity, which is a bill that is now being delayed and dealt with in Congress, becomes very important because we were disenfranchised as a community from many things, including the educational platforms that were helping our children move forward. So the church has to begin to redevelop and redesign itself to align itself with collaboration outside of the church walls and begin to engage with the communities and the populations that are engaging every aspect of the human life.
Thank you, Pastor. And if they're showing me 1 minute, so Bill and Lois, Maxine, jump in there. Let's get on one of these, and then let's close out.
If you don't mind, I want to tell you about the successes we're having. Number one, we try to group them when they come in, and nobody's greater, nobody's less.
Amen.
And so we let them read. If they can't read and they struggle, we let them struggle. Go ahead, brother and sister, read it. There's a lot of folks that can't read when you come into jail. Then we try to get them connected with the prosecutors. Look, if these people have time left and you want them served in jail, what about Teen Challenge? What about places like that? And if they will take them, will you let them serve out the rest of their time if they'll finish Teen Challenge and the like? And so we get them going out. We call them our graduate programs. These folks get in there with their drug problems and others, and they get help where they really can focus on it. And the end product is they're moving out and they're not coming back so much. They're getting success there, and they're now out on the streets telling others about Jesus. Hallelujah.
Maxine, final words.
Just final words. We have to start early educating our young people. We have to deal with self-esteem issues. Our churches have to have programs that are family oriented. We have to bring in the resources and services to help provide the skills that our young people need for the decisions that they have to make. Now more than ever, the church has to think outside the box, coming up with innovative, creative programs. Again, putting God first in our lives, but helping our young people who are communicating totally different today and dealing with so many issues. So the church has got to, we can't take the ostrich approach. We've got to be innovative, involve some of these teens who have their finger on the pulse of what's going on. They have a lot of solutions, believe it or not. We just have to listen and do what we have to do to meet the real needs of what our young people are dealing with and what they're faced with.
Amen.
Phenomenal last words. Phenomenal last words. Thank you, 2021 Innocence Summit organizers, for this opportunity. Thank each of you and the listening audience.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Pugh, panel. Thank you for your open, candid conversation about the state of the church and things that need to be done. One thing I just wanted to point out is that I heard a common theme about meeting the people where they are and being a blanket, as Reverend Kareem said, and advocating for all things that matter to the people.
Mm-hmm.
So faith leaders, clergy, you've heard it from the panel. It's time to go back to the drawing board to be creative, innovative in the approach to meeting the needs of the people. So the charge is there. Thank you again, panel, and I wish you the best. Thank you.
Amen. God bless you all.
All right. All right. So I just have to highlight a special moment in that segment. Did you all see when Mr. Bill leaned in and said, "I'm not clergy"? He made it very clear. I just thought that was hilarious. But as you heard him and his wife speak, you definitely heard the power and authority within him to say, yes, you are. You may not be clergy, but you definitely have something. As Dr. Pugh mentioned, how you preached to her, you have definitely preached and you've reached a special group of people. So thank you for the work that you both do. All right. So if you haven't already by now, we've told you time and time again, it's time to like, it's time to share. Hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. We are keeping this train moving. We have an incredible person coming up to represent her organization, the Justice Warriors Academy. We have Ndidi Amadi, who's a professor of American government, social justice activist, and a speaker. She's the founder of this organization. She brings with her a full slate of unique experiences, including partnerships with governors and congressmen, working with the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, and political training. She's a first-generation Nigerian American, a proud graduate of Howard University and Drake University Law School, where she earned a distinction in public service. Will you all please welcome to the Innocence Summit stage, Ndidi Amadi. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be here. And I loved the last panel as someone who was raised in the church, raised in ministry, and also someone who's a justice-driven individual. I've always been passionate about the intersection between faith and justice. Mm-hmm. So I am loving this summit and I'm honored to be here and I'm excited for this conversation.
Yes, we are excited to have you here and to learn more about you, your organization, and the work that you do. So I'm just going to have a little conversation, just me and you. We can sit back and relax a little bit,
Great.
So let's just jump right in. So can you tell us about your organization? What's your focus? What's your mission? Tell us a little bit more.
Yes. So I founded the Justice Warriors Academy several years ago because I'm an educator at heart. I'm a professor of American government. And what I was seeing is that people weren't really getting into being educated when it comes to law, government, politics. They thought these issues were over their head. And I would see that. I was like, no, these issues cannot be over our head. We need to learn about it. We need to focus on it. And I wanted to find a way to reach other people who were not in my class. So I created the Justice Warriors Academy. And the mission is to inspire, educate, and empower individuals about the social justice, political, and governmental issues of this day. And what that looks like is it takes on different parts. It could be workshops, it could be series, and it could be mentoring programs. So I've done workshops like No knowing your rights workshops, which is really popular because people want to know their rights when they encounter the police. Should I record? Can I talk? Do I not talk? What are my Miranda rights? Those are one of my favorite workshops, in addition to voters' rights workshops and really breaking down the ballot, because I really want people to be informed voters. And what I'm currently doing now is mentoring aspiring law students. And the reason why I started doing that is because I really want to see the legal field more diverse. I attended law school and I was the first generation to attend law school in America because my family are Nigerian immigrants. So I have this passion about empowering and inspiring the next generation of global leaders. So I'm currently working on mentoring those aspiring to go to law school, especially those who have similar backgrounds, like an HBCU background, a first generation background, students of color, immigrant background. So the organization is pretty much education and really just making it so that political, governmental, and social justice issues are digestible to, as we would call in the law, layman's terms. That's apart from legalese, which is important, but we want people to be excited about learning this information because it's imperative that we know what's going on in our society.
Absolutely. Yes. Knowledge is power. We have to be aware. Things are going on every day, whether we acknowledge them or not. They are going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the work that you do in founding your organization, can you tell us why criminal justice reform is important to you? How does it touch?
Oh, sure. Yes. Criminal justice reform is important to me because sometimes when we think about criminal justice and people who are incarcerated, we think that incarceration only affects that person who's in prison, but incarceration affects the family, it affects the community, it affects our economy on a larger scale. Billions of dollars go into incarcerated individuals in America. So it affects me because I see the impact that it has on people around me. No one in my family has been incarcerated, but I know people who've been incarcerated or executed or whatever the case may be. People that I mentor, they're like, I want to go into law school because so-and-so, my brother was in prison for 10 years or my aunt, was executed by the state. So it affects me because I see the impact it has on society as a whole. It affects us all. I mean, as people of God, as humans of God, we should be looking towards creating a more just and equitable society among us all. And there's just so much reform that can happen when it comes to, like, as the panel discussed before, the school to prison pipeline, or when it comes to prison conditions, or when it comes to being wrongfully convicted, or the rate of women being incarcerated is rapidly increasing. And it's really hard to see because it affects communities that look like us. So it's hard for me to turn a blind eye and to be, just to be ignorant as to what is really going on in the community when you're seeing it all around.
Absolutely. And so as we've heard throughout the summit today, each organization has talked about what they're doing, the focus, and how people can help. So for the work that you're doing in your organization, how can people help support you?
Oh, absolutely. So people can help support me by sending people who want to get more educated about law, government, or policy. They can help support me if they know any aspiring law students who want to go to law school. They can reach out to me. And the reason why we need more advocates of color is because we need these advocates to represent people who look like them. Because I don't know about you, when I see that someone represents, that looks like me, I feel more comfortable in allowing for them to advocate for me. And typically people who, they want to advocate for their community. So the legal field is not as diverse as it should be, as it could be. Access is an issue. So people can support me by sending people who they know would be a great advocate to me to sign up for my courses, or if there's a nonprofit organization that wants me to speak about knowing your rights, or churches, or whatever the case may be, I'm there to be a resource. But my main thing is education. I think education is really the great equalizer. And I think that's how we're going to, be able to advance in this area. To me, it starts with education.
Absolutely. And you bring up a really good point about seeing a familiar face, which opens the door to more support, to more volunteers, to kind of breaking down the opinions and thoughts that, I shouldn't be in that space because I don't see anyone like us or that looks like me. So thank you for that and acknowledging that, because we need more representation. It's very important. Okay, so I wanted to talk to you about this phrase, this instance we've heard of, the criminal justice system failing us. Okay, and I just want to know your thoughts about the hundreds of men and women who've been wrongly imprisoned across the country in terms of a failed criminal justice system. What are your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts are so deep on this because the criminal justice system has failed us. I think that statement is wrong because I think that it is actually succeeding in what it intended for it to do. I don't think that it was ever meant to allow for people, communities of color, to succeed. So I definitely think that the criminal justice system is doing exactly what it intended to do, which is to keep communities of color in bondage. You know, when slavery was abolished, they had to find another way in order to hinder people of color from advancing in society, which is why I really appreciate Ava DuVernay's documentary, The 13th Amendment. If anybody hasn't seen it, really, really see it. It talks a lot about prison and mass incarceration and the intent to keep pretty much Black people and communities of color down. But I definitely think that, yes, it has failed us, but it was never intended for us to succeed. It just wasn't. So I have a lot of thoughts about that. Pretty much, I think they're successful in their intent, but they're, of course, unsuccessful in how they are failing Black and brown communities.
Wow, you bring up a really good point, and that's why the work that you do and many of the guests here today, why it's so important, because we have to change the way that we approach the criminal justice system. You know, if it's truly not the case that it failed us, it's doing what it was meant to do. How do we change it? We never have to go with the status quo. What is. No, that's not the case.
Yes,
Absolutely.
we never have to go with the status quo. And I think the first thing, I know I sound like a broken record, is education. We need to understand what are the issues. We need to understand the rate of which our communities are going into prison. We need to understand what type of career fields we can enter into so that we can change the issue. We need to understand voting. There are politicians out there who are voting to keep these certain systems in place. We need to be voting for people who want to reform the criminal justice system. We need to educate ourselves on ministries that are doing great work, helping individuals who've been incarcerated re-enter into society. Because if we just keep on talking about the issues like this is horrible, but there are actually things that we can do. We can volunteer our time. We can volunteer our money. We can actually go into a career that's helping to change this. We can be informed voters, informed citizens. And this is one of my favorite things. We can be kind to people who come out of prison, and then we can be a welcoming place for them and not judge them, because we never know what happened to them for them to get there. And we don't even know if what they did was even what they said that they did. So just to be a safe space for people who have been in the system, I think is really important, especially people of faith. I think it's really important that we provide that safe space. But to say that, to me, it boils down to education. Anybody who's watching the summit here is already, inclined to getting that education. But things like this, forums like this, where we can really talk about the issues and talk about how we can address those issues, because we don't have to accept status quo, nor should we accept status quo. And we have the ability and the power to change the status quo.
Absolutely, yes. We certainly have the ability to change anything that we set our minds and our paths to. I'm a firm believer.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So just first off, I've certainly enjoyed our time together. And as we wrap up our segment, I just want to get your thoughts on those systems that you talked about that are currently in place, that are structured and meant to keep a particular group of people bound in a particular status. How does voting impact that? Can you speak on that?
Yes, voting impacts everything. Voting impacts, you can have a politician who wants to change prison conditions. If you're voting for that person, then you're voting for a change in that. An example, with COVID, we know that we all were affected by this virus. There are people in prison, they weren't even giving protections from the virus, and it was happening to all of us. So we can look at politicians who say they want to change prison conditions. We can look at politicians who say that they want to treat children as children and not try them as adults. So in order for us to really just look at politicians or look at government and look at policy, we do need to be educated on what these people stand for, and not only what they're saying, because we know politicians can say one thing and mean the other, but what is their track record? What has been their track record when it comes to criminal justice reform? What has been their track record when it comes to advocating for money in school systems so kids don't have to be on the streets? What is their track record for allocating money for after school centers, which studies have shown really help kids not go to the streets or not join gangs or not sell drugs. We can really look to their track record. So voting is so important. It's not just based on Democratic or Republican. It's not just based on anti-mask or anti-vaccine. It's so much deeper. And another last thing I'll say about voting is that it's not, with our media, we usually just focus on the president. Go down to the local level. That's really where you're going to see what impacts your community on the local level. The council members, your mayor, what are they doing in your city? They're more accessible. So I really would want for us to, and next year is a midterm election. It's a big election year. I really want for us to be able to see, like, down the ballot, what do these people stand for? And do they align with my values, especially when it comes to criminal justice reform?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's so important to get out and vote. And as you mentioned, don't just look at it from a national level. See what your local man, councilman, councilwoman is doing. And I love the fact that you pointed out to follow the track record. When it comes to election time, all you see is the promos of what they're doing, their initiatives, but follow it back a few years and a few initiatives and see what they've done. And, with that, you have people playing devil's advocate all the time and saying, oh, well, they have a past. Oh, your past doesn't define you. If you have made a mistake in your past, but you're on a path towards better, it speaks volume. So it gives your platform that much more substance to say, hey, yes, I'm human. I made a mistake. I didn't follow the words that I said, or I spoke illy of something, but that transitional part where you actually start to transition into a better state, a better space of mind that you can actually help and prevent others from making those same mistakes.
Yes,
absolutely. So thank you so much. Before we go, can you tell us how to contact you, how to support you? Give us your hashtag, your information.
Yes, thank you so much for that. You can follow me on Instagram and Facebook at Ndidi Amadi. You can follow my organization, Justice Warriors Academy, at on Instagram and Facebook as well. I'm on LinkedIn. Email me. I'm there. If there's any information you need from me, you can find me, Ndidi Amadi. It's a pretty unique name, so
it is Ndidi Amadi. Well, thank you, Ms. Ndidi Amadi. I've certainly enjoyed my time and space with you, and good luck to you and your organization as you continue to move us forward in the fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. All right, guys. For those who are looking for volunteer opportunities, a Life for a Life Urban Initiative is looking for college students, professionals, community, and advocates to partner with them to continue its mission. If you're interested on serving on the board of directors or just simply volunteering your time to help lobby for the relief of the wrongfully incarcerated, please visit www.alifeforlife.org/volunteer. And as we've said throughout this broadcast today, like, share, hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. We have so much great information as you witnessed thus far. We've had exonerees, we've had faith leaders, we've had organizations, particularly working with churches and community to help spread the word, to get the message out that we are not okay with the way things are. And we can impact change, and there is a way to do it. So if you're looking for some social justice merchandise, a Life for a Life Urban Initiative has that for you on sale for you and your loved one. You can access that at www.alifeforalife.org/shop. There's plenty of good merchandise that you can send to someone who may have missed this broadcast. You can definitely share this with them, and then you could just gift someone some merchandise from this incredible organization. Again, if you're looking for any information regarding any of the presenters or the organizations that were on the summit before and even those to come, you can contact Life for a Life Urban Initiative at info@alifeforalife.org. We have so much information to share with you. We've already shared so much, and we're looking forward to continuing on to doing what we need to do. So you've heard about those who have been exonerated, who have spent time in jail and prison, been released. And as you see that we have one individual earlier who's in Africa, a sponsored trip to celebrate his freedom. Now, what about those who are still fighting? There are many people who are still in the fight. So our next segment is entitled The Innocence Spotlight, which does just that. It seeks to bring awareness to the individuals who are still actively fighting for their freedom. And so to lead this next segment, I would like to introduce to you our moderator, Councilman George Copeland. Councilman Copeland is a family man, community volunteer, a higher education administrator with a passion for adding value to those he comes in contact with. He holds a bachelor in business management from Saginaw Valley State University and currently pursuing a master's degree in business administration. His passion for serving his community has led him to volunteering his time in elementary schools, community centers, homeless shelters, and churches throughout the city. Councilman Copeland is also the public school transition coordinator for the Saginaw Valley State University Public School Academy program and a certified speaker and trainer of the John Maxwell team. Please welcome to the Innocence Summit stage, Councilman George Copeland.
Good morning, almost afternoon.
Yes. Good morning. How are you this morning?
I am doing well and honored and pleasure to be here with you this morning.
This morning. Absolutely. I'll turn it over to you. Take it away, sir.
Good morning, everyone. This has been such an amazing opportunity and session. I've been able I'm at work today, but I'm sitting here just paying and watching what has been going on. And today I have some guests with me that will be shining some spotlight. And I do ask in this moment that if you can, just share this live right now, because reading the stories of some of the gentlemen, because reading the stories from these gentlemen that their representatives will be discussing today was very powerful to me. It's just a reminder that the work is not done. Even all the progress that we have seen and the hard work that we have people who have been on here advocating, there is still work to be done. And I'm thankful for this opportunity to be here with you all, just to share some of this information that you may not know. I'm going to be honest, reading the history of these cases and looking at the ages, it called me to think about when I was their age, and seeing some of the drastic measures that they have experienced. I could not imagine. I couldn't think of it. I didn't want to fathom just really what these young men what they have experienced and what they are currently experiencing through our justice system. I do want to thank Reverend McKissick for putting on this event. I think a lot of times we have so many things going on in our personal lives and various things that we are advocates for that sometimes we don't take the time to think about other areas that are at need. And so I want to say thank you. As a councilman, as the previous presenter was talking about advocating, ask your council members. I was with some friends last night and we were discussing just civic engagement, not just at a national level, but a local level. And hearing the previous speaker talk about that, it is such a needed conversation because I am coming up next month on my first year as an elected official. And I will be honest, I'm almost 1 year in and I still have a lot of things that I'm still learning. I'm still learning, and the things that my passions have grown. Just this week, I had a new passion grow because of some information that I found out regarding what's happening in my city. And it comes from that civic engagement, being aware of what is here in your community, the needs of your community, because this spotlight has made me begin to think about the friends that I have that may be working for the prosecutor's office or the defense attorney's office and saying, these are situations we have that we're talking about in Wayne County. But now I'm thinking, what's going on in Saginaw County? How many of these stories are right here in my own community that I can take what I have learned from this session today, from these speakers today? How can I become more involved and become an advocate right here in my county to support those who may not have the voice? All righty. And so I believe we have a something that we are going to go to at this moment.
Art making for prisoners is a lifeline, literally. It's a path on which someone can travel into the future. It all started when I moved to Michigan in 1995, and my husband, Buzz Alexander, had been doing theater and writing workshops in Michigan state prisons. We said, let's see about having an exhibition. Let's see what's going on in the prisons in the way of art. For that first show, we traveled around to about 16 prisons, and we were just mind blown by the work. What we discovered was that this was such an important event, both for the artists inside and for the community, because it brought us all together. Our exhibition is unique because it's not just an exhibition, it's a whole project, a community project. We're collecting work from 28 to 30 prisons. I can't tell you how many people have said, this is what's sustaining me, this is keeping me alive. They feel part of this community, and this is a community that bridges the walls between prison and the world. The exhibition has a tremendous impact on individuals and communities, starting with the individual who feels supported and valued because of the exhibition, to the work of the group, to the community in Ann Arbor, to the state, to the country, and even around the world. When you come to prison, you feel dispossessed. You've been put away, you've been isolated. Everything is done to minimize your personal identity. Exhibition comes along, and what they're doing has a context. They feel valued, they feel gifted in some way, so it gives individuals a real purpose and meaning in life that can literally sustain them. Because we've been doing this for so long, we've actually had this impact on thousands and thousands of people who are coming out of prison and doing well because they've gained a sense of accomplishment and purpose inside. We love our patrons to support us, to help us do the work we need to do, and to let them feel like they're part of our community as well. The art is something that bonds people. When people start looking at art, they forget, I'm an officer, I'm an inmate, I'm a warden. People find friends and colleagues among other artists in prison. They're all able to change together. It's a very transformative experience to be an artist in prison.
Art is very important to our community, and I believe watching this video and seeing how it adds a sense of humanity. I think sometimes when we think about people who are incarcerated, society and media has these various things that make you think other things. You hear the stories on the news and you say, how can someone do this? But watching that video just shares that these are human beings. There's a humanity to those who we see or discuss who are incarcerated. And right now, I have a guest with me this morning that I believe will be able to add and talk about the humanity of those that we see or will be hearing about today.
Hello.
Hi there.
How are you?
I am doing well. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for being here. I'm excited about this particular segment of today's summit, which is called the Innocence Spotlight. And so you're going to be introducing some really great guests that are going to be here talking about just what Dominique prefaced a few minutes ago. You know, what do we do about the people who are still left behind? We were able to hear from some exonerees earlier this morning, and that was phenomenal to be able to hear their stories. And they're out and they're having children and they're traveling the world and they're building businesses and they're doing all of these wonderful things. And yet we still have people behind bars who are indeed wrongfully incarcerated. And so part of what a Life for Life Urban Initiative does outside of creating platforms and spaces like this where people from all different walks of life and all different spectrums of the business world can come together and agree on one specific issue. But we also advocate specifically for those who have been wrongfully incarcerated, and we share their stories. And so there are 2 Michigan prisoners who we've been advocating for years. And so we're going to have the opportunity to spotlight them today and to be able to share their stories. So I know that the representative for Robert Hines, who you're going to talk about, Angelia Bills, is here. And so you're going to be able to bring her on. And then Alfonso Clark's aunt is here backstage with us. And so you're going to be able to bring her on. And she's going to be able to kind of speak to the humanity of her nephew and what happened to him in that regard. And then hopefully here we'll be joined by Kevin Harrington as well, who has a few more details on some of the facts surrounding Alfonso Clark's case. But again, I know Angelia and Ms. Bond are both here and ready to chat. I just want to share briefly that when it comes to Robert Hines' story, I was introduced to his story back in 2010 when he wrote our church. So when we talk about clergy and how clergy gets involved, he actually sent a letter to our church. I was a youth pastor at the time, running a program for at-risk kids to keep them out of prison. And he wrote a letter to the church to say thank you for the work that we were doing. He had read about it in the newspaper, and he was inspired in that he had wished a program existed like that when he was a kid. And I became introduced to his story. So I'm just really excited that the audience today is going to have the opportunity to hear about his 20-year-long fight for innocence, as well as to hear about Alfonso Clark Jr., who I just became acquainted with his story a short time ago, has a phenomenal story as well as far as his fight for freedom. Again, we're encouraging people to like, share, in the hopes that we can get these men some relief for being incarcerated for things that they haven't done. So I do see that Mr. Harrington is here as well. So you have all of your guests now, Councilman, and you can go ahead and introduce them.
Thank you so much. I'm excited about this, and I'm going to use my time wisely. I will introduce, I do want to share a brief bio for our guest that we have coming in. We have Mr. Kevin Harrington, a 37-year-old Detroit native who was wrongly convicted of murder in 2002 and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He spent 17 years, 6 months, and 2 days behind bars before his release Tuesday, April 21st, 2020. From the Macomb Correctional Facility in Lenox, Michigan, the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office Conviction Integrity Unit began conducting a 6-month investigation into the case in 2019, which resulted in new witnesses and evidence discovered, leading to the dismissal of the charges. In April 2020, the conviction was officially dismissed by Wayne County Circuit Court Judge Shannon Walker. Harrington was released from prison April 21st, 2020. Since his release, he has started his own business, the Justice Group Consulting Firm, LLC. Determined to lend his voice to speak for the numerous innocent men still behind bars fighting for freedom, Mr. Harrington is using his newly acquired platform to help make a difference in the lives of others. If you can, welcome Mr. Kevin Harrington.
Hello, guys.
Hello, how are you today?
Awesome.
Great. And I also have another guest with me right now. I have Ms. Angelia Bills, who in January 2020, the Eagle Production was founded in Clinton, Missouri by Angelia D. Bills, MSW, a full-service marketing firm that is dedicated to helping businesses soar. Previously, for 17 years, Bills served as Vice President of Communications for the Urban League of Metropolitan St. Louis. In this capacity, she managed and directed communications, marketing, advertising, and social media programs for the $23 million nonprofit agency. Currently, Bills arrange media partnerships with KSDK Channel 5, KMOV Channel 4, KTVI, Fox 2, the St. Louis American, Town and Style, Gazelle Magazine, and the Ladue News for Urban League. She has a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Communications from Howard University, a Master's of Social Work degree specializing in social and economic development from Washington University in St. Louis, and a Consortium for Leadership Development certificate from Harris-Stowe State University. She knows her stuff. It is a pleasure. It is a pleasure to have you here with us. It is such a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I do want to get into the discussion regarding Mr. Alfonso Clark. just reading some of that information, this is a learning thing. Reading this information today just was really mind-boggling. Just the reality that you can see things on TV, but you don't realize how close it is to you. And so that was very interesting to me. So Mr. Alfonso Clark, now Mr. Harrington, currently wrongfully convicted Michigan lifer Alfonso Clark Jr. is one of your clients. Why is Mr. Clark in prison?
Body testimony, and I'll say just flat out and say it, some corrupt officers in the city of Inkster, the same area in which where my wrongly convicted arise from. Mrs. Clark's case almost mirrors my case, and that gave me a passion to advocate and also fight for Mr. Clark as a client of mine.
And so looking at his situation and seeing, what he's experienced right now, and exactly what was the prosecution's theory in Mr. Clark's case?
So the CIU, the Conviction Integrity Unit, is right now investigating Mr. Clark case. So I really don't want to speak too much into the intricate details of his case because I don't want to ruin his chances for them guys coming on and signing on. But just the overview, Mr. Clark, he was graduated from Inkster High School, a college student as well. So, and out of the city of Inkster was a lot of things going on with the detectives and officers that did a lot of unscrupulous behavior. As Ms. Kenworthy said, some of those officers are on a list that she has of corrupt cops from out of different departments in Wayne County. And one or two of those officers that worked on Mr. Clark's case is on that list already.
Wow. Okay. So what is the substance of Mr. Clark's allegation in his application with the Wayne County Conviction Integrity Unit?
Well, in part, Mr. Clark wasn't present or anywhere around where this crime occurred. There's testimony proving that. A lot of other things that I really wish I can speak about today, but I don't want to ruin his chances for the CIU being able to do the best job that they can do, and also actually come to determination that he's actually innocent. And I don't want to harper his chance to be as free as soon as possible.
And completely understand. Thank you for that information. And in Mr. Clark's exoneration application, he alleges that a detective threatened to lock witnesses up if they told the truth, and that this was a pattern of behavior. Do you believe that every case that detective was a part of during his career should be reviewed by police misconduct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime that type of misconduct arises in the criminal justice system, everything that officer or detective had their hands on should be reviewed. If we was in corporate America and a colleague was seen or found out passing a bad check, every check that person has something to do with would be investigated. It's only the right thing to do. Not to say that all bad checks will come about, but it's concern for speculation. And to do a proper job, you must look into all those cases.
In the investigative report by investigator Vicky Yost, which was submitted to the Wayne County Conviction Integrity Unit, she notes that in Mr. Clark's case, the firearm was never recovered. No blood was found on shoes, socks, t-shirt, sweatshirt, belt, or jeans worn by him at the time of the alleged crime. And there was no physical evidence that tied Mr. Clark to the homicide. What other contributing factors made it possible for him to be convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to prison for life with no evidence tying him to the homicide?
Well, it's sad to say, but just having a certain type of melanin in your skin in certain courtrooms around the country, you don't need anything. Just enough you sitting at the defense table being alleged of these crimes is enough for the jury to find you guilty. But in Mr. Clark case, I believe it was some just what you said. It's really no evidence whatsoever, and like I can mirror that, and I understand totally what Mr. Clark is going through and what he went through. It's just good enough. Just sitting at the defense table was good enough for the jury to find you guilty.
This is the reality of our justice system. I think this is you're sharing the reality of our justice system. And I want to continue on with the cases before we have a special guest, but I want to continue on with the cases before I bring her in. So, Ms. Bills,
Yes.
now why is Mr. Hines currently in prison, and has any legal action been taken to exonerate him?
Yes, there is. As a matter of fact, there is a hearing that he has on October the 26th, but his case is really unique. So I want to read this statement to you all. So Robert Hines was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder and felony firearm as a juvenile at the age of 17. His resentencing hearing was delayed because his case is being investigated right now, but he has maintained his innocence for over 20 years. Recently, documents to support his claim of innocence were discovered in a miscellaneous file that was in the possession of the Detroit Police Department. There were several cases of evidence that was found. They found usable fingerprints that did not belong to Mr. Hines, a hair follicle with the root end attached, and also there were police reports regarding a previous home invasion involving the victim and threats to kill the victim by another person prior to Mr. Hines being, in a sense, railroaded. A police report and tip sheet also made clear that the victim's child's mother's boyfriend threatened to kill him prior to his murder. This is a totally different suspect. A tip sheet that named the prosecution's witness as being with the victim prior to being murdered. So they used the suspect as the prosecution's witness against Mr. Hines. In addition, documents that were made clear that guns were found in the possession of the prosecution's key witness implicating Mr. Hines. There were also witnesses that came forth. They put Mr. Hines in a lineup, and he was not identified in the lineup. But after talking to the Detroit police, those witnesses recanted their stories and said that he was the person that they were looking for. There's also DNA evidence that was presented in the case that was not given to the defense. There's a lot of exculpatory evidence that was not given to the defense, and just a lot of information that was hidden. And this is why his hearing is up on Tuesday, because there was just a lot of evidence that did not implicate him, and there were some cases of suspicious nature with the prosecution, where they hid evidence that would have supported Mr. Hines.
Wow. I think at this point you have clearly created and not just painted, but provided facts of the reality of what these two men have experienced by our justice system, which we are told to trust 100%. We are told that we should put our faith in justice. And listening to this it just really hurts my heart. I think it really hurts my heart, because I realize as a Black man, I have been in a place where I've been privileged not to even experience some of these things. At 17 years old, I never thought about my life, 20 years of my life being gone because of injustice. And so I do have a guest. I have Miss Bond here with us today. And how are you, Miss Bond?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I thank you so much for being here with us today. I truly do appreciate you being here with us today, because I want to be able just to talk and ask a question about what was there for your nephew. What was his childhood like? What was he like as a child?
Okay. I'm being his aunt, his great aunt. I've known him since he was born. I babysat for his mother, so I've known him all his life. He was an athletic child. He was a sweet baby, peaceful, happy, a kind baby. But then he got involved in sports. He played a lot of sports. He played baseball, t-ball. He played basketball, and I went to all of his games as in high school. And so he was very actively involved in sports. In fact, his uncle BJ was a referee, and he announced the games at Inkster High School. I graduated from Inkster High also. So we got to watch Junior Clark, Alfonso, grow up from elementary, middle to high school. So that's what he was like as a child. Very athletic, played a lot of sports. A smart kid too. Not quite as smart as his sister, but he was really smart too.
But I really thank you for these stories, and I just looking at the pictures, I think this event today has been beautiful, just to really show the humanity, just the humanity of these men who are sitting behind a jail cell because of a system that was not technically designed to protect them. And I appreciate you, Ms. Brown, for just spending this time to be here with us to just share about Mr. Clark, just so we can know. No, this is a man who has people who loves him, who has been in his corner for these past 20 some. They've been here
That's
with
right.
him. And anyone can answer this, and I really want to just to add. So we see that these men have been at this for years, and I can't think of the mental and the emotional, how draining that can be for them to not give up. What are these men doing right now? As you all are representing them and fighting them, and Ms. Bond, you're supporting them, giving that love. What are they doing right now? Ms. Bill, you are muted.
Mr. Hines has completed over 30 different programs during his unfortunate incarceration. He's completed college courses. He has certifications in legal investigation, alternative dispute resolution, and victim advocacy. He has also studied to become a paralegal. So he has done many programs during his unfortunate incarceration. As the Bible says, all things work together for the good, and he is truly have worked on himself during this time period while maintaining his innocence the entire time. And he keeps a good attitude about everything, and he looks forward to getting out and starting some businesses and writing a book as well.
Mr. Harrington, would you like to share?
Yeah. Yes. So just like Mr. Hines, Mr. Clark is definitely very involved with bettering himself. I believe he's taking studies to become a paralegal when he's released. We don't say if, we say when, because we have faith knowing that these things will come to pass for all our wrongful convicted brothers in there. He just keeps himself busy. Read as much as he can, learn as much as he can while he's in there, talking to the younger guys that's incarcerated that don't have a GED. Mr. Clark graduated from high school and attended college. So he's very versed and able to help the youth out. So when they come home, they can be a part of the fight as well, participate in rallies and all the other things that we do to change this system around.
And my closing question, and this is going to be for everyone, including Ms. Bond, because currently Mr. Hines and Mr. Clark have served over 34 years in prison combined from crimes they did not commit. They will never be able to get those years back. What advice do you want to give to people like Mr. Hines, Mr. Clark, and their families who are fighting to prove their innocence?
I would say never give up. Never give up hope. Always look for opportunities. Always look for a way, because there is always a way a way out of these things. The fact with Mr. Hines, it was so unfortunate because they did not have fingerprints or any DNA evidence to connect him with this crime. So, just never give up hope. Always look for lawyers, always look for churches, look for people who can help you in this situation. Don't give up.
I would definitely agree 110%. And being that I went through that same journey that them guys going through, and haven't been home that long myself, you must have that tenacity, that drive, that dedication, and know that your day is coming. It's not an if it's going to happen. It's just when it's going to happen. So you prepare for those things. You meditate on those things. You stay close to that faith, and you do the work, and watch it come to fruition.
And Ms. Bond, may you share with us, as a family member who has been in his corner, what can you share with other family members who are currently there with their loved ones who are fighting for their innocence? You're currently muted before you start.
What I would say to the family members of the incarcerated is to keep that faith also, to visit them, to write them, to support them, to pray for them, and to maintain that closeness no matter what. And that's what I would say to the family. That's what we do for Alfonso. He has uncles, cousins, his parents, his aunts, and we just love him so, and we can't wait for him to come home.
I truly appreciate you all being here for this Innocent Spotlight, just to share the stories of these two great men who I've never met, but through their stories, I am looking for the day that they are released so I can have an opportunity to meet these two, I'm going to call them young men. All they've been in for some years. I pray that, the Lord would just rejuvenate their strength and their mind once they receive that innocence verdict. Thank you again for being here for this Innocent Spotlight. Thank you to the Urban Life for Life Initiative for allowing me the space to interview this panel and to moderate this time. And I encourage you who are still watching, please don't leave. There are some great sessions coming after this one. Please share with those who text your friend, call your friend, tell everybody to stop what they're doing, pull out their phone, their laptops, and get on this live to listen and find out how we can become more active in advocating for the innocent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, what a powerful, heart-touching segment to hear of years of fighting for freedom and still no answer. Councilman, thank you for leading the discussion. Panelists, thank you for sharing the stories of those you support and love and advocate for. This hits home. We have so many individuals that are behind bars, falsely accused. It's clear here, as we've gone throughout the day, there is prosecutorial misconduct that happens. One of the presenters early talked about the processes and procedures that are ignored behind closed doors. So what can we do as a body of believers? We have faith. We can say a prayer. If we can't do anything else, we can start with prayer, and we can speak life into these situations. Call out their names in your prayer time. We've heard Kevin Strickland today. We've heard Alfonso Clark Jr. We've heard Robert Hines, and those are just three names of the many, many men and even women that are behind bars fighting for their freedom. Again, thank you for sharing about these individuals, and we are expecting release. We are speaking freedom into their lives, and not only from jail, but to turn that around. We go through trials and tribulations so that we can help others, like, for God's glory, for our good. So it's important, just like our gentleman who was on, exoneree who has served his time and now is lending a helping hand to help continue the fight. Thank you so much. This is why we do what we do. Um, for more information on how to help, email info@alifeforalife.org to find out how you can support, how you can help. There's many things that you can do, and if you can't do anything else, you can start with a word of prayer and good thoughts and speaking life into these gentlemen's situation. Today's event would not have been possible without our many sponsors who have contributed to the event today and also give back to the community. So right now, just want to take a moment on behalf of Life for a Life Urban Initiative to wholeheartedly thank the small business sponsors from across the country who have helped support today's event in the spirit of justice. Please patronize these small businesses over the holiday season. They are people who are giving back to the community. As you can see, there are a list of small businesses that have contributed that look forward to continue in their partnership with a Life for a Life Urban Initiative. We have Marsh and Maine, Lux Legacy, Simply Sparkle, Tri-City Business Service, Move, Get the Step In Fitness Group, LLC, Zipporah Shropshire, Independent Associate of Legal Shield, Morning, Monday Mornings with Maddie B, Perfect Physique, and One Choice Magazine. Please patronize these sponsors of today's incredible event. Thank you. Thank you. And if you haven't, this is a perfect time to like, share, hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. There's a lot of great information. There are people who are still fighting for freedom, whose names need to go out to the airwaves for prayer, for support, for advocacy. You can be that person that bridges the gap between all those who want to help in this fight towards correcting a system that is set, or that has been set to keep a certain group of people in bondage. We thank you in advance for your patronism, your advocacy, your support, your volunteering. You are important. You are needed, and we look forward to partnering with you. All right. So in moving this train forward, we still have some time on the books. There are still many great moderators to come, many great speakers to continue sharing and this awareness of what's going on in our criminal justice system and the many ways that you can get involved. So right now we have a representative of the Equal Justice Initiative coming to share the work of his organization and what they're doing to fight and end mass incarceration and excessive punishment. We have none other than Benjamin Schaefer, who's a staff attorney for the Equal Justice Initiative. He holds a BA in history from the University of Virginia, a master's in administration, planning, and social policy from Harvard University Graduate School of Education, and is a 2011 graduate of the New York University School of Law. Mr. Schaefer has participated in the Equal Justice and Capital Defender Clinic and interned with the Orleans Public Defenders in Louisiana. Quite a gentleman. Please welcome to the Innocence Summit stage, Mr. Benjamin Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Hi, as Mr. McBride mentioned, my name is Ben Schaefer, and I'm an attorney at the Equal Justice Initiative, or EJI, and we're a nonprofit based in Montgomery, Alabama. And as was mentioned, we're committed to ending mass incarceration and excessive punishment, but also to challenging racial and economic injustice, and to protecting the basic human rights of the most vulnerable in our society. I think I'd like to just tell you a little bit about how we developed as an organization, because I think it gives a good sense of why we focus on the issues we focus on, and maybe also why a nonprofit law firm in Montgomery, Alabama is talking so much about the history of racial injustice, the legacy of that history, and has now opened up a museum and a memorial in Montgomery that hopefully, if you haven't been, you'll come see us down there. But we started as a nonprofit in the 1980s. Brian Stevenson founded EJI in Alabama because of what he saw there on death row. And he started representing people on death row. When he did so in the 1980s, Alabama had no statewide public defender system. So the lawyer you were appointed at your capital murder trial was whatever lawyer the elected judge wanted to appoint. That was often a lawyer who had some connection to that judge, had donated to that judge's election campaign, and there were very few to no requirements for competence for those lawyers. And those lawyers' compensation for any work they did outside of the courtroom was capped at $1,000. They could not make any more than $1,000 for any hours they spent investigating the case. In addition to that, we saw that prosecutors were systematically removing people of color from capital juries across the state, that you did not need a unanimous jury verdict for death to be sentenced to death. And in fact, if your jury chose life for you, the elected judge could override that decision and impose the death penalty, even if the jury unanimously chose life. And there was no right to counsel throughout post-conviction, throughout your appeal. And we saw that these conditions led to Alabama being having the highest rate of death sentences per capita in the country. And so we stepped in and we started representing people on death row in Alabama. And unless you think these are issues of the past, Alabama executed Willie Smith 2 days ago on Thursday. He was convicted at a time when his lawyer's compensation was capped at $1,000 for any time they spent out of court. There was no public defender system, so his lawyers were appointed. One of them was later disbarred. One had been a lawyer for 8 months. This was her first trial, not just her first capital trial. This was her first trial. And the jury was not unanimous in sentencing Mr. Smith to death. Later evidence came to light that he was intellectually disabled. And the state did not contest that, but argued that the laws from the United States Supreme Court, the cases from the United States Supreme Court, came too late to benefit Mr. Smith. Even though he was intellectually disabled, those decisions came after his case was final. And the courts agreed. They said it was a matter of timing, that Mr. Smith would be executed despite his intellectual disability, even though anyone who came before the courts today, like Mr. Smith, it would be unconstitutional to execute them. Mr. Smith's case occurred in the early 90s, but a lot of the issues remain the same. There's still no statewide public defender in Alabama. In most counties, the lawyer you get is still the lawyer that the elected judge wants to appoint to represent you. We still see prosecutors systematically removing people of color from juries. There is no more override. Judges can't override life verdicts. The Alabama legislature just got rid of that, but they didn't apply it to people who were already on death row. So there are 30 people currently on Alabama's death row whose juries voted for life, but the elected judge overrode that decision and sentenced them to death. Alabama still allows non-unanimous juries to impose death sentences, and 80% of the 168 people on Alabama's death row were not sentenced to death by a unanimous jury. 80%. And Alabama has recently passed what's called the Fair Justice Act. You'll see me put that in quotes because it was passed to speed up the death penalty, to give people on death row less of a chance to challenge their conviction and their sentence. And that was passed after one of our clients, Anthony Ray Hinton, spoke to the legislature about how if that law was in place at the time of his conviction, he would be dead. He spent 30 years on Alabama's death row as an innocent man, and would not have lasted those 30 years if this Fair Justice Act had been in place. And you may hear me when I talk about the criminal system. I think it's important the words we use, like the Fair Justice Act. There's a reason the Alabama legislature named it that. You'll see I will try to never refer to our system as the criminal justice system. I'll only refer to it as the criminal system. I'll add the word justice when I see justice, but I don't think it's earned that name from what you all have heard so far today, and some of what I'll talk about. But as we did that work, we now represent anybody on death row who comes to death row and wants our help in Alabama. Word started to get out to people in prisons and jails in Alabama and across the country, and we started to receive thousands of letters and calls for assistance. And we were a very small nonprofit at that time. There were way more people that needed help than that we could help, but we tried to help as many people as we could who wrote to us. And one of the people who wrote to us was a 14-year-old girl named Ashley Jones. And she just wrote a short, simple letter and said, I'm 14 years old. I've been sentenced to life without parole. Can you help me? And around that time, the United States Supreme Court had ruled that you can no longer execute children. They could not be sentenced to death. This is in 2005. Up until that point, this country executed children. In that decision, they talked about how children's brains are different, how they are more impulsive, how they're more susceptible to peer pressure, how they don't have as much of a chance as an adult to extricate themselves from often awful traumatic experiences and environments. And so with that case, we started to look at how many children are there across the country serving life without parole. And we found that there were over 3,000 children in the United States who had been sentenced to die in prison. And we're the only country in the world that hands out that sentence. Every other country has signed a treaty acknowledging that that is cruel and unusual. And so we decided to challenge that. We decided to start representing the youngest of those children, 13 and 14-year-olds, who had been sentenced to die in prison, and took their cases through the state courts, where we lost almost every case, all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And in a series of cases, we were able to get the U.S. Supreme Court to agree, first, that there should be no life without parole for any non-homicide crime. So there were many children who had been sentenced to life without parole where no one had died in their offense. And the Supreme Court said you cannot give them life without parole. They have to have some opportunity to get out at some point in their life. And we went back and said it shouldn't matter the crime. These are children growing up in very traumatic experiences, and they shouldn't be thrown away, no matter what crime they committed. The Supreme Court allowed courts to keep imposing death in prison sentences for juveniles who committed homicides, but they said it couldn't be mandatory. So in a lot of states, if you were convicted of a serious enough crime, even if you were a child, you were sentenced to die in prison. The court said, no, you have to have a hearing where you consider the circumstances of the offense, the background of the child, before you decide whether to sentence them to die in prison. So in light of those cases, now we've gone back to court and we're fighting to try and get our clients released. We've started a re-entry program for those clients we are able to get out. Because as you can imagine, if you went into prison at 13 or 14 years old, how difficult it is to transition to the free world if you're getting out at 40 or 50 or 60. Even some of our clients have gotten out older than 70 years old. They went in at 15, spent their entire rest of their childhood and adulthood in a prison like Angola and in Louisiana. And as you can imagine, it sounds like from the earlier sessions that you're well informed on some of the injustices in our system. But when we've gone back to court, some judges have resentenced our clients to 250 years and claimed it's not life without parole. It's different. The Supreme Court only said no life without parole. They didn't say no 250-year sentences. So we've had to fight that. And we've had some successes, been able to get some of our clients out. I always think back to the first client I ever visited when I started working at EJI, was down in Florida. He was 13 years old when he was sentenced to die in prison for a non-homicide crime. And we represented him and got his sentence overturned, and he was released. His anniversary of his release is actually next month. Have been out for 5 years. But when he went in when he was 13, he was so small that the prison did not have pants that would fit him, and so they had to cut the adult pants in half to give him pants that would fit him. And then he was put in solitary confinement for 18 straight years. So from the time he was 15 years old to the time he was 33, he was in a box no bigger than a small bathroom, with very little other human interaction. And when we got him out, the Florida Department of Corrections just released him. There was no counseling, there was no bus pass, there was no bank account, there was no social security card. Just, here you go. Here is someone who went in when they were 13 years old, are now 39 years old, and spent most of their time in prison in solitary confinement, which is part of why we started our reentry program in Montgomery, where we bring a lot of the kids to Montgomery and we help them with housing. We try to provide them with a safe space where they can learn a lot of the skills that they just didn't have the opportunity to learn before they were incarcerated. And as we've done this work, as more and more people have heard about our organization, we continue to get more and more letters and calls. And we've tried to expand our work to help in as many areas as we could. So people write who have been wrongfully convicted, but the death penalty isn't involved. So they've gotten 50 years, 60 years in prison, and they're innocent. People who have been excessively sentenced, even though they committed the crime. I really liked one of the earlier presenters who talked about people being wrongly in prison. I know we talk a lot about innocence, and that's important. Our system is broken, and for every 9 people we execute, 1 is found innocent. So innocence is a huge problem. But I think we need to think more broadly about who were wrongfully imprisoning. And so we tried to fight on behalf of as many of those people as we could. But a lot of the letters and calls we got were for people who were incarcerated, who weren't writing or calling about their cases, but were writing or calling about the conditions of their confinement. It's just heartbreaking to see this crisis that we have in our jails and prisons. In Alabama, it's very hard to go to prison and not be at high risk of sexual assault, of physical assault, of stabbings. The prisons are overrun with knives, with contraband, with drugs. The prison system tried to say that was visitors bringing it in, but since COVID, no visitors have been allowed, and there's more overdoses, more assaults, the highest homicide rate in the country. It's just, it's inhumane, but it also makes no sense from a public policy perspective. Most people, we talk a lot about the death penalty, about life without parole, but most people in prison are going to get out. Most people have term of years sentences. And not only are we not helping those people deal with the issues that led them to prison, deal with the trauma that can also often lead people to struggle, to turn to drugs, to turn to crime, but we're further traumatizing them. And people act surprised when they hear the recidivism rate in this country, that it's so high, that so many people go back. I'm surprised anybody's able to stay out with how traumatizing it is to be in prison, and then the lack of supports that we provide people when they get out. It's a miracle to me that people, like some of the people you've heard speak today, are able to stay on their feet, are able to be successful, and to stay out. So we've sued the Alabama Department of Corrections. We filed that lawsuit in 2014. We've been through settlements. They've promised to change things. They haven't. So we're back in court, and the Department of Justice has come down, has investigated, has found that the Alabama prisons fail to prevent violence and assault and officer excessive use of force, and have sued the Department of Corrections as well. So we're pushing to try to get more humane conditions for our clients who are incarcerated in Alabama. And we continue to push in all those areas. In the death penalty context, with children, we're not only pushing to end excessive sentencing of children, but also to stop the housing of children with adults in adult jails and prisons, and to push states to set minimum ages for prosecuting children as adults. We don't think that any child should be prosecuted as an adult, but that's a common practice in this country. And some states have no minimum age. So a state like Florida, we've seen children as young as 8 or 9 tried as adults in adult courts. And so we're trying to push states to at least raise those ages. And like I said, we're fighting to force states like Alabama to provide humane conditions of confinement for people who are in jails and prisons. But through this work over the last 30 plus years, we realized that our clients were not going to get the justice they deserve. We were not going to see the changes that we knew were needed unless more people started to talk more honestly about the history of racial injustice in this country and the impact it has on the issues that we face today. We talk a little bit more about slavery the last few years, but we talk very little about slavery for what a large percentage of our country's history it occupies. We don't really talk about the true brutality of slavery, but we really, really rarely talk about the myths of white supremacy that were held up to justify slavery. These myths that people of color were too dangerous. They had to be in chains. They had to be slaves. They weren't smart enough to do other jobs. All they could do was manual labor. That they were too lazy. If they weren't chained up, if they weren't whipped, if they weren't forced to do this labor, they wouldn't do anything at all. And while slavery was outlawed in this country in 1863 and then 1865, we never really addressed those myths of white supremacy. And those myths led to the era of lynching and racial terrorism, led to segregation, led to what we see now with mass incarceration. And we were going into courtrooms in these counties where you would walk by, it's pretty much every county in Alabama, to go into a courthouse, you walk by a Confederate monument that talks about the righteous cause that the Confederacy fought for. We would go by these monuments into these courtrooms to represent our client, who was disproportionately a person of color, a Black person. Everybody else in the courtroom was white. The judge, the prosecutors, it was, and there was no acknowledgement. There was no acknowledgement of that, no acknowledgement of the history that led to that, no acknowledgement that the death penalty is the stepchild of lynching, that when there was more pressure on communities to stop lynching people, they used the death penalty in its place. They would tell lynch mobs, look, don't lynch this Black person. We are going to have a trial tomorrow. We're going to find him guilty tomorrow. We're going to execute him tomorrow. And you see this drop in lynchings in the 1940s, the 1950s, 1930s, and a steep rise in the death penalty. And yet there was no conversation about that in the courts. When
when people tried to raise that issue, the racial bias and racism in the death penalty, in a case called McCleskey in the 1980s, the U.S. Supreme Court said that racial bias and these racial disproportionality in the imposition of the death penalty is an inevitable part of the criminal system. We would go represent our children in court, and these judges would look at our 13-year-old clients as if they were adults, without any recognition of this myth that developed in slavery, that Black children are older or more developed and take the abuse that was handed out on plantations, could take being ripped away from their families and sold to other plantations. There was just no talk of how white Alabamians could be okay with the conditions in their prisons, where most of the people who were incarcerated were people of color. And so, we looked at countries like Germany that had this terrible history, but actually tried to go through a process of truth and reconciliation, a process of truth and repair. And if any of you have been to Berlin, it's hard to go too far in Berlin without coming across a marker or a monument that talks about the Holocaust, that talks about a Jewish family that was taken. And yet we would look around Alabama, look around Montgomery, there's 59 markers and memorials to the Confederacy. We have just refused to tell the truth about our history. And so that allows us, and especially us as in white people, to be okay with the system that we have. I mean, you look at Germany, I don't know if you can imagine a Germany that had the death penalty. And a disproportionate number of people on death row in Germany were Jewish. You talk to people in Germany about that, they say that's inconceivable, knowing our history, to have that. And yet you go to Alabama and there's a death penalty that's the stepchild of lynching, and a vastly disproportionate number of the people who have been sentenced to death and who are death row and who have been executed are African American, are people of color. And so we realize that until more Americans wrestled honestly with our history, that we weren't going to see the changes we wanted to see. And so we started by putting out reports about the history of slavery, the history of lynching, of segregation, of mass incarceration, just to try and get more truth out there. And then we started to try to change the landscape. So in Montgomery, Alabama, we started to try and put up markers and memorials talking about the slave trade. Montgomery was one of the sites of the largest slave markets across the South. And yet you could walk around the city and not know. You would just see the 59 markers and memorials to the Confederacy. You would see the first White House of the Confederacy, which is a celebrated museum in Montgomery. And I could still remember when we went to the Historical Society in Montgomery with the language about slaves being brought to Montgomery and marched in chains up Commerce Street to the building where EJI is located right now and held there until they were brought to Court Square and sold. We were told that while the Historical Society recognized that our marker was truthful, it was too provocative. And so they declined to support our erecting of that marker. But we kept pushing, and we have erected several markers in Montgomery that talk about the history of slavery. We go around the country now and partner with communities who are interested in talking about the history of lynching and the lynchings that happened in their community. And we have helped partner to put up markers in those communities just to try and change the iconography of our country to be more truthful about this history. And when we do that, we set up essay contests for local high school students. And I wish you could read some of these essays just talking about this racial history, about lynching. It gives me so much hope to see this next generation and knowing how ignorant I was of this history growing up and seeing how knowledgeable they are. really gives me hope. And then recently we've opened a memorial to peace and justice and a legacy museum in Montgomery, Alabama. The Memorial to Peace and Justice has columns for every county where there was a lynching in the United States. There's over 4,000 between 1877 and 1950, over 4,000 lynchings across the United States. And each column bears the names of the people who were lynched in racial terror lynchings, often dragged from their home, dragged from the local jail, and lynched as a signal to the rest of the Black community about not challenging white supremacy, sometimes for as little as not saying sir to a white man or a white woman, not giving up their seat on a train, insisting on the right to vote. And what is particularly meaningful to me in the museum is that every marker for every county has a duplicate marker outside of where the original markers are. And the idea is that counties will go through a process of truth and reconciliation. And after that, we'll be able to claim their marker and display it in their community so that people know this history and are forced and encouraged to grapple with it. And then the Legacy Museum talks about this history from slavery to lynching to segregation to mass incarceration, how it's one line, and tries to help people connect the dots in that history to the issues that we have today. For instance, the prosecutors in Alabama who systematically remove people of color from juries. Today, under the law, they're forced to give what's called non-racial reasons. And so we have a report that just came out called Race in the Jury. If you go to our website, all of our reports and videos are on our website. I encourage you to check them out. But you can see some of the non-racial reasons that prosecutors give. That the person wasn't intelligent enough, that they looked angry. All of these stereotypes that are based in this myth of white supremacy, that are based in these ideologies of racial difference that were encouraged in slavery and that we've never really effectively addressed and talked about. So it tries to make those connections for people. And it's, I know I work at EJI, but I still, I grew up in our education system. I grew up in a system that talked very little about this history. And so I would look around my community and see that the people in my community who were in the poorest neighborhoods were mostly people of color. The kids in my school who were in the lowest level classes were mostly people of color. The people I saw on TV going to prison were mostly people of color. And I developed these biases that if you had asked me, I would have told you I don't see color. I would have told you Martin Luther King Jr. is my role model. But I had racial bias. I had these biases that Black people weren't as smart, they weren't as hardworking, they were more dangerous, and they were there unaddressed. And just learning this history has completely changed my perspective and forced me to look inside myself at my own biases and hopefully be more aware and hopefully check them from being as much of an influence on the way I live my life. But I can remember being in high school and there being an uproar because certain states were requiring IDs to vote. And I remember thinking, what's the big deal? You got to get a driver's license or a state ID. People would talk about the disproportionate impact on communities of color. And I just had no idea of the history behind these laws. And when I learned about the centuries of effort to keep Black people from voting, the beatings, whippings, lynchings, people, killings of people trying to organize people uh, to vote and to fight against this violence and intimidation. Uh, and then in our museum now in Alabama, we have an actual test, poll test that they used to give to people of color in Alabama. How many jelly beans are in this jar? What rights aren't guaranteed by the Constitution? What, just an impossible test. All these efforts that white people made to keep Black people from voting. And my perspective now is not, why is it a big deal to get an ID? My perspective now is that Black people should be able to vote on any day they want. None of this election day. We should have rides for Black people to the polls, to anybody who needs it. That should be a part of a government service. I'm even here for Black people being able to vote more than once to make up for all the years that we prevented people of color from voting. So it's just, I think one reason I'm so excited about our effort to put out more truth about the history of this country is what I've seen it do to my perspective on the issues of today. And I think it can have that impact for other people. So I really appreciate you all having me. And I'd again like to invite you to come down to Montgomery, Alabama, visit us. I know that's not always the easiest trip, given some of the history, but experience the memorial, the museum, and if you're in town, come into town, let me know. Reach out, and yeah, just love to see you all there. Those of you who haven't already been, and I know I'm out of time, but I just want to put in a quick plug. Those of you who have already visited, we've opened a new legacy museum that is 4 times the size of the old museum, just in a new location that's able to go into a lot more history. Our old museum was just in our garage from our building because that was what we could do. But now we've been able to expand, and it's really powerful. And yeah, I just really encourage, even if you've been, please visit again. And thank you for having me.
Wow, Mr. Schaefer, thank you. Thank you so much for enlightening us on what's going on in your area. Your transparency, thank you for being completely honest and what you grew up to believe and how you've now seen differently and stand in the fight for justice across the board. So thank you for sharing with us. We certainly enjoyed you giving us the real of what's going on, what's happening behind bars, and things that we may not know about. So again, thank you, and we wish you the best of luck in the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow. So as you see, this isn't just segmented to your city, your state. This is an issue across the country. We have to be aware of what's going on. It's important. We can't continue to ignore what's going on. Mr. Schaefer made a very powerful statement by saying the death penalty is the stepchild of lynching. If that didn't spark you to think deeply into how things are laid out and how we are not that far removed from our history. If you think about it, history can be the last 5 minutes. Our history that we read about in schools, is it fully inclusive? No. I mean, Mr. Schaefer, he brought that out, how, he didn't learn about the things that we know within the Black community, the difference in curriculum, things that we're taught. Again, no matter your race, we have to share history across the board. It's important. We have to know what's going on. And again, we can't ignore it when we hear it. Today's summit is all about bringing awareness to the injustices that are happening today within your city, within your state, within the country. And so as we go through this, There'll be multiple pledges of things that you can do, opportunities to volunteer. You've heard there's letters that you can write, there's calls that you can make, there's advocacy that you can do within your area to help bring attention and awareness to the things that are wrong, the things that need to change, and the things that we will no longer accept. So I urge you, get involved. There is a lot of work to do. Many of the things that happen in the prisons, we don't know unless individuals like Mr. Schaefer tell us. Or, there's documentaries, and even with documentaries, they get lost in the shuffle a lot of times. Let's say it gets a lot of marketing. We really don't see those. We miss the opportunity. But this, again, is why a Life for a Life Urban Initiative has put on this Innocence Summit to bring awareness to the things that are happening so that we can fight for justice. So at this time, we will keep the train moving just a little bit further. We have a commercial break that we'd like to jump into. We have the PCAP, the Prison Creative Arts Project. We've seen a video from them before. We have another video that we'd like to share with you. But the PCAP brings those impacted by the justice system together with the University of Michigan community for artistic collaboration, mutual learning, and growth. We are a program, we being the PCAP, is a program for LSA Residential College. Founded in 1990 with a single theater workshop, PCAP has grown to include courses, exhibits, publications, arts programming, and events that reaches thousands of people each year. Take a look at this video.
Art has given me a purpose in life. I didn't really have a purpose once upon a time when I was very chaotic and erratic in my way of living, in my lifestyle. When I started getting into art, it sort of gave me a purpose, a reason to do things in preparing for my life in the future. After having served decades in prison, I had been very depressed, and I was becoming angry at every situation around me, at every little thing, at everybody, at every conversation. And I started getting into art, and I did hundreds of abstracts, just throwing paint around everywhere. And it just helped me release a lot of negative energy. So I would say that that was probably the most important moment of my life, where art literally helped me by being therapeutic for me. PCAP came into my life about 1994, and I was creating art, but I wasn't really creating fine art. They came into the system and they started critiquing and giving advice and mentoring. My art is not dark, it's not negative, it's positive, it's full of color and vibrancy and movement, as I want my life to be. I'm home, I can say that now after 45 years of wishing I were home, and now I am home, and I have 2 studios to create art from. One of the things that I want to do is create pieces that will continue to move people, continue to make people smile. PCAP is always going to be a part of me. They have opened doors for me, they have moved me. I'm here right now today with this artwork behind me that you see because of PCAP.
Awesome. What a great video. Art is such an important aspect of life. The freedom of creative expression goes to help the everyday person. I myself enjoy writing poetry, painting, spray painting, just being interpretive with what I feel. A lot of times we have emotions that we can't really express, but when you bring it to the world of art, whether it be music, painting, instrumentation, whatever that is, it's a great outlet to de-stress, to communicate, to share your innermost feelings that you can't really communicate through words. So thank you again for that video. Next, I would like to introduce to you an individual by the name of Molly Gill, the Vice President of Policy for Families Against Mandatory Minimums, or FAM. FAM is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that has advocated sentencing and prison reform for 30 years. Molly coordinates FAM sentencing and prison reform campaigns in states across the country and works with lawmakers, affected family members, and other criminal justice stakeholders to promote sentencing and prison policies that are cost-effective, protect public safety, fit the crime and the individual, and preserve families. Ms. Gill also serves as a commissioner on the District of Columbia Sentencing Commission. It's her Christian faith that inspires her to advocate on behalf of prisoners. Please welcome to the Innocence Summit stage, Ms. Molly Gill.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you so much for including me in this event. As a person of faith, it's so wonderful to see other Christians talking about this issue, to see people of faith engaging on criminal justice reform, which is so near and dear to my heart. And even though FAM is a secular organization, it is my faith that brought me to this work. And I do believe, that Jesus was a prisoner, and that anything we do for prisoners, we do for him. And it really, to me, is that simple. So I'm really pleased today to talk a little bit about FAM. I'll share a little bit about the organization because I realize some people here may never have heard of us. We are 30 years old this year. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary. And we're a nonpartisan nonprofit. We were started in 1991 by a woman named Julie Stewart. And Julie got a call from her brother out in Washington State saying, "Hey, sis, I've done something pretty stupid. I was growing marijuana in my garage and the feds busted us." And she said, "Well, you're an idiot. What are you looking at? What's going to happen to you?" And he said, "Well, I'm not so sure yet, but will you come out to my sentencing?" And so she did. And at her brother's sentencing, the judge looked at her brother and said, "You're a first-time offender. There weren't any guns or violence involved in this case. I think you're kind of an idiot. And maybe a year of probation or even a year in prison would, give you the smack on the side of your head you need to get your life going in a better direction. But my hands are tied. I have to send you to federal prison for 5 years with no parole, because that is the mandatory minimum sentence that Congress created that I have to apply." And Julie was just shocked standing in the courtroom. She thought that was so un-American that here she was in an American courtroom, and the judge, who knew everything about her brother, couldn't give the sentence that he thought was right for the facts and circumstances of his case. And Julie soon came to see that she wasn't alone, that in fact, tens of thousands of people every year were receiving these mandatory sentences. And in fact, her family had gotten a bit lucky. 5 years was on the short end of the mandatory sentences that our country was handing out. So Julie started FAM in an effort to restore discretion to judges, to get rid of mandatory minimum sentences and let judges be judges, let them do the jobs that we hired them to do, that we trained them to do, and keep Congress out of the courtroom, keep big government out of the courtroom. And since then, we have seen great progress on mandatory minimum reform around the country. More than 30 states have reformed or completely eliminated their mandatory minimum sentences. California was the latest to join the list. They just passed a repeal of their mandatory minimum drug sentences about a month ago. And, we're seeing this restoration of sentencing flexibility and this acknowledgement that people are complicated, cases are complicated. No two people are exactly the same. No two cases are exactly the same. And we need to have flexibility in our sentencing laws. One size does not fit all. So FAM has also really expanded its mission in recent years as well. And some of the other issues that we're working on are prison oversight. What we see, we have thousands, tens of thousands of members who are in prison or are loved ones of people in prison. And what we see and hear constantly are horror stories of how prison conditions are terrible, facilities are substandard, food is inadequate, healthcare is non-existent. And people are living in these prisons that are often located in rural areas, far away from major cities, from government, from the media. The media can't just walk in there and look around. And we don't know what's going on in these facilities. They really are black boxes, and they have very little transparency, very little accountability. And so FAM is working to create prison oversight so that we have an independent body that can go in and actually see what's going on in this facility. When there are serious complaints raised, we just saw a serious number of complaints about sexual assault of women at a Florida federal prison that had been going on for years unchecked. And that could have been prevented with oversight going in, keeping an eye on things. You know, we all perform a little bit better on the job when someone's looking over our shoulder and making sure we're checking our work. And prison oversight really operates on the same concept. It's really just a good government sort of function. The other thing that we're doing is we have launched a second chances agenda that I'm really excited to tell you about. And this is going to be a long-term agenda for us. It's nationwide, and it has three prongs, three things that we're advocating for. And one of those is greater use of executive clemency. You know, the presidents, the governors have the power to release people from prison when they deserve it, when for whatever reason they no longer need to be incarcerated. Either the person has been rehabilitated or reformed, or the person has aged and is ill, or it just no longer poses a public safety threat. But what we see is that executive clemency is so rarely used, it's actually a bit like winning the lottery. And we think it shouldn't be a matter of luck. We think we should have better systems in place, that governors and presidents should be using this power more regularly to release people from prison when it is clear that they are not a threat and they are ready to go home. The whole second chances agenda is really about getting at these extremely long sentences that we use in America. You know, America has much, much longer prison sentences than the rest of the world. And we use life sentences to a much greater extent than the rest of the world does. Right now, 1 in 7 people in prisons in America are serving a life sentence or a virtual life sentence of 50 years or more. That's a staggering number. Think about that for a minute. 1 in 7 incarcerated people are doing life without parole, or sentences of more than 50 years. So what we are really seeing is that we've put so many people in prison for so long, our prison systems are starting to age. The average age of our prison systems, people in prison, is going up. People are getting older in prison, which means they're getting sick. They're getting more expensive to incarcerate. They need things like walkers and wheelchairs and canes and more healthcare. They need more prescription medicines. That's driving medical costs up. And prison is just becoming overall more expensive. And now it's really not an exaggeration to say that across this country, we have prisons that look more like nursing homes, prisons that really are full of people who have gray hair and who are not a danger. And yet we are going to continue to incarcerate them often until they die. So one of the second chance agenda items is to increase the use of compassionate release, or sometimes it's called medical or geriatric release, or medical or geriatric parole, and really encourage the use of these systems. Now, almost every state in the country has a system for removing sick or elderly people from prison and releasing them early. The problem is none of these systems work particularly well. They're very rarely used. A lot of people die in prison before they can navigate the paperwork and get through all the red tape to even file a request for release. And this is something that FAM wants to change. So we're working with state lawmakers around the country to create improvements to their existing systems, to build out more ways for elderly and ill people to seek release, to allow more people to seek release. Sometimes it's only the prison director who can ask for a release, or the prosecutor. And we think we should let everyone have the ability, let the courts do it, the prosecutors, the prison system, let the incarcerated person and their family request release. And we've really seen some progress on this at the federal level. In 2018, President Trump signed the First Step Act into law. It was a landmark criminal justice reform at the federal level. And part of that bill, a very small and non-controversial part of that bill, was improving the federal compassionate release mechanism so that it's easier for people to navigate all that paperwork, get through all that red tape, and actually get out of prison when they will still have time to go home and be with their loved ones in those final days and months of their life. And since that change has happened, we've seen a 19-fold increase in the number of compassionate releases granted in the federal court system. So, the federal government is often not what I would call a gold standard. in many areas, but in compassionate release, it actually has become the gold standard. It has a very good system that is working very effectively to get ill elderly people home to be with their families in those final weeks, months of their life when they're not a danger to anybody and they just want to go home and die in peace and spend their final days and months in peace. So we want to see those systems improved all across the country. And then in terms of getting at these really long sentences, not just life and life without parole or sentences of more than 50 years, but even sentences of more than 20 years, which we give out in many, many cases across this country. We want people to get what we're calling a second look. And a second look reform is basically a chance to go back and get your sentence reevaluated after you've done a certain amount of time. Usually it's 10 or 15 or 20 years. And then you get a second look. This can happen in front of the court that sentenced you, or it can happen often in front of a parole board. And we want to expand those second look opportunities and create those for people all across the country. Because what we know, and I think Christians know this maybe better than other people, is that people do grow, they can change. We have seen some really inspiring stories, that video we just watched of people finding things in their life that just click with them, and they grow them up, they mature them, they change them. And that all that time in prison changes people too. Often people go into prison when they're very young. They committed crimes when they were very young, when they were, impulsive and making poor decisions. And then, they age, they mature just like the rest of us do. And in 10, 15 years, 20 years, they're a wise, older person. They are calm. They have dealt with the issues that landed them in prison in the first place. They're ready to come back to society. They're ready to rejoin their families. They're ready to be a breadwinner again, a taxpayer again. And often they also have a lot to contribute to our communities. We see a lot of people who have done these extremely long prison sentences coming home and becoming what we call violence interrupters. These are incredible messengers. These are people who have experienced the criminal justice system very personally, and they speak with at-risk young people in communities that are stricken by crime, and they divert them into a better path. They help them get the resources they need to get out of a gang, or to get back into school, or to find a job, or to take care of their family in a healthy way that is not going to land them in prison. We have a lot of people in prison who have a lot to contribute to our communities, but we have very few ways to get them out. Back in the 1980s, we decided that we were going to lock people up and keep them in prison for a very long time, and we made it almost impossible to get people out. And I think we are seeing that there are a lot of people who are ready to come home. And of course, the aging prison population is the prime target of this second look in a way. One thing we can all agree on is that no one is safer when we have the wrong people in prison, taking up expensive prison cells, using up resources that could be better spent elsewhere. And those people also pose the least risk. What we know is that as people age, their risk of reoffending drops precipitously, and it's all downhill after 35. So by the time people are 50, 60, 65, their risk to other people in the public is extremely low, and yet the cost to incarcerate them is extremely high. So we are not getting any bang for our buck by incarcerating sick and elderly people and people who have served 20, 30 years. So that's what the Second Chances agenda is all about. I think in terms of what role this plays in innocence, I'm sure what you've heard today from various speakers is that even if you're innocent, it is extremely hard to get back into court and to get out of prison. And second chances, like a second look, can provide another way for innocent people to go back to court and essentially to get their sentence reevaluated. And they may not be able to prove their innocence for whatever reason, or they may have a prosecutor and a judge who aren't willing to relitigate the case. But a second look provision will at least give the judge an opportunity to look at, what have you done while you've been incarcerated? Are you a danger now? Can we safely release you? So that's extremely important. So in terms of ways that you can get involved at FAM, you can text FAM, F-A-M-M, to 21333. and we will sign you up for our text alerts. You'll get actions about things that we're supporting in Congress, things around the country that we're supporting. And there are a lot of exciting criminal justice and sentencing reform opportunities in the works right now. One of the things Congress is considering right now is going back and fixing a 35-year-old mistake. In 1986, when Congress was creating mandatory minimum drug sentencing laws, they decided to treat crack cocaine very differently than powder cocaine at sentencing. And essentially, the system that we have means you get a longer sentence for less crack than you would for a much larger amount of powder cocaine. And this sentencing disparity has come to be known as the crack powder disparity. And what we've seen over the years is that it is disproportionately impacting communities of color, that 80% of the people getting these harsher crack cocaine sentences are Black. And it has been devastating to African-American communities for the last 35 years. And we know this now. And so when we know that a law is not being applied fairly, when it's not being viewed fairly, it is on us to change it. It's our responsibility to do that. So we're very excited to see the Equal Act moving its way through Congress. This bill passed in the House of Representatives by an overwhelming bipartisan vote, 366 yes votes. You don't see that kind of vote on anything in Congress these days. So now it's over in the United States Senate, and we're waiting on the Senate and urging the Senate to take this bill up and vote on it and pass it this year. Like I said, we know that crack and powder cocaine are the exact same kind of drug, but we still treat them very differently for sentencing purposes, and that's unfair. And another change in this Equal Act is it would not just change this going forward, but it would allow people in prison now who are serving these unfair sentences to go back to court and get that opportunity to convince the judge, hey, I'm ready to come home. Not only did I get an unfair sentence, I'm ready to come home. I'm ready to be part of my community again. So I really hope that you'll get engaged with FAM and with our Second Chances agenda. We also have a number of stories at our website. If you go to fam.org, FAMM.org, you can click on our stories tab. You can read all kinds of stories about people who are serving long mandatory sentences, people who deserve a second look, some of the success stories of the way people have changed their lives while they're incarcerated, and you can get involved with us. So I hope very much that you will. And I'm so glad to be here with you today and to have this opportunity to tell you about the work that we're doing.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gill. We appreciate you coming on today, sharing with us and even enlightening us about executive currency and even the Second Chances agenda. So much great information there that causes us to go back, do our homework, research, and figure out how we can support your organization. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Wow, guys, we just learned so much information. The executive currency, that was a mind-blowing concept for me. You think oftentimes when people get out of jail, they're awarded this lump sum of money, and there's many that are and some that aren't. But you have to think, if you're putting someone back into society where they may or may have not been exposed to tools, practices, procedures to reacclimate. You talk about that re-entry back into society. If you don't give a person the tools to succeed, how can you expect them to succeed? Quite frankly. So I appreciate the system that's in place with the executive currency and also the compassionate release. Didn't know that for the sick and elderly, there's a higher cost associated with it. And those who have served well over 15, 20 years in prison, who are on their deathbed and granting them freedom to go home and be with their loved ones. So programs like that, there are aspects of the criminal justice system that work. And we thank you for acknowledging those. And even for the practices, system, procedures, legislation that's in place that continues to fail us, that's why we're here to bring awareness to and to keep it going. So we talk about reentry, what that looks like, people rejoining society and making good of their life experiences. So with that, I actually have the pleasure of introducing to you a gentleman by the name of Ronnie Waters, who's one of those who seeks to use his life experiences to help others. Ronnie Waters joined Safe and Just Michigan in 2021 as a community engagement specialist, bringing with him decades of organizing experience both inside and outside of prison. A former juvenile lifer, Ronnie worked with the ACLU's Juvenile Justice Program while incarcerated. Since being released in 2020, he has registered voters and educated justice-impacted people about their voting rights. He is particularly interested in changing the public opinion about those with life and long sentences and how the public should be more open to granting second chances to those who have demonstrated that they've earned it. Waters currently holds an associate in arts and sciences from the Central Michigan University and has completed coursework towards a bachelor's degree. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Ronnie Waters. Good morning. I believe you're on mute.
Goodness.
All right. Good morning to you. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing well. I thought I was off mute. You guys told me not to be on mute, and I messed that up.
It's okay. And I said good morning, good afternoon. We have tipped over. I'm in Central Time. We have a good afternoon to you.
Let's go.
Yeah, so I just want to have a little conversation with you. So sit back, relax. You know, we want to learn about you, the work that you're doing, your life experiences. So we'll just start with your organization, Safe and Justice. Can you tell us about the organization, the mission, and particularly the type of work that you do?
Yeah, Safe and Just Michigan. It's the organization that I work for. I'm fortunate that been working with them close to 90 days now. Awesome. And I believe that this is probably one of the best and most effective organizations in America. I'm biased, but I believe that, you know. More specific, the organization works to collaborate with a wide range of orgs to build a broad-based bipartisan movement. We support 100% the work of leaders representing those most harmed and least served by the criminal justice system. We advocate and advance policies that will change the criminal justice system. We believe in going straight to the lawmakers and change. We think that's the best way that we can end mass incarceration.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And of those issues, which would you say is the priority for the work that you're doing thus far?
The priority for myself being that I did 40 years in prison, and I left quite a few good people behind, people that I know that can come out here today and be productive citizens. So my priority is to try to get people, Ms. Gill was speaking on it, get them a second chance, a second look at freedom. Because I know if you take that second look, you're going to see quite a few people that are ready. And we're just wasting money warehousing people just for the sake of warehousing, when these people could be out here being productive. So my priority is to shine a light on these people and continue to advocate for their release, for some type of mechanism to be put in place where people with long indeterminate sentence. And I got so many visions going through my head, people that I'm seeing that are examples of what I'm trying to speak on, that are ready to come out. And it just doesn't make sense for them to still be in prison for 30 more years or 20 more years. And if we say we about saving money and using the money that's allocated for prisons smart and safe, then we have to take a look at these people.
Absolutely. You mentioned warehousing people. You want to speak a little bit more on that concept there?
Warehousing people. It's like we're not trying to rehabilitate people. We're not trying to transform people. We're just simply warehousing. If you don't want to come out of your cell in the prisons I was in, and I was in over 22, if you didn't want to come out your cell, no one would ever care. You know, if you didn't want to go to school and try to better yourself, no one would care. All they care about is making count, making sure you're there when they do their count. So you're just warehousing people. You're not trying to make them better, reforming them or giving them tools to succeed when they come home. But it's so many people in there are rehabilitating their self. You know, so we can't wait for the state to do it. We can't wait for anyone to do it other than ourselves. And these are the people that most deserving a second chance. It's the people who take the initiative to change their life on their own. Often these people are not allowed to get in certain programs because of the length of their sentence. You know, they don't have room in prison to educate everyone. So the people who get those seats in the classes are the people who are the shortest, people with the that have an outdate that's about to be approached. But older prisons or people doing long indeterminate sentence, they don't let anything come between them and reforming themselves, because they know that this is the only way that they ever get a second chance. They're in there praying and hoping that maybe a law will change, maybe someone's mind will change, maybe a more progressive governor will come into power, and they know they have to be ready. And there's so many of them in there that are ready to come out that it's incredible. We have to shine the spotlight on these people because they deserve a second chance too. I sit in a prison cell for 40 years, and my sentence was life without the possibility of parole. And I was just sitting there. You know, I tell people not to get old, but I was sitting there to die. It was a death sentence, a slow, cruel death sentence that I received. But fortunately, laws changed, and I got my second chance.
Absolutely, and we're grateful for that. If you're open, can we dig a little deeper? You said 40 years, and the disparity with rebuilding and reforming during that time. Can you talk to us about your process to prepare for a reentry or to navigate through that time period?
My process started when I entered prison when I was 17-year-old, and my process started immediately. I always had an eye on improving myself, even though I had life without possibility of parole. But any program, any project, any class that I considered to be positive, I signed up for it. I was promoting, I was starting classes, I was anything positive, man, to keep your mind in a positive mind frame. Well, I was involved with it. So from almost the first day, I started GED classes, then I started my college classes, I got every vocational trade that the state of Michigan would allow me to have. And I'm not unique in any way. There's so many other people that have done the same thing, if not more than me. And we just have to take a look at these people because we're wasting so much money by warehousing them. Just, you say life without parole, but in Michigan, that's a death sentence. That's not just a slow, cruel death sentence, especially for a child who was 17 when he first came to prison. That's more crueler than what they do to adults, because more likely I would live longer. So I would serve longer sentence. So we're really cruel to the kids, to people who made mistakes when they were very immature, very stupid, very impulsive. And we have to change. We can do better. America can do better. The state of Michigan can do better. And it's Safe and Just. That's why I love working for Safe and Just, because we're trying to change these policies and laws that affect kids, that affect citizens who we know have transformed their life.
Absolutely, and we thank you. You mentioned that you're not unique, but I challenge you. You certainly are. You have weathered the storm, and we applaud you for not giving up and making your transition back into society. So, with your reentry, can you talk to us a little bit about what that was like for you? You said you're about 90 days into your your position. So being released in 2020, what was that transition like for you?
To be truthful, my reentry was not the typical reentry. I have a strong family base and a lot of community help, so it was much easier for me. But I know other people that have done as much time that I've done or more, and their reentry is really hard. I have a friend that he's from the east side of Michigan, but because he was locked up so long, he was locked up 47 years. And when he came home, there was nothing for him in the community that he came from. So the only housing that they could find for this man was all the way on the west side of the state of Michigan, in an area that he was unfamiliar with and knew no one in that area. But he had to accept that because he didn't have anywhere to go. It's either the streets or we found the bed from you in Muskegon, and I'm from Pontiac on the other side of the state. So I didn't personally have to deal with these problems, but they are a big problem for returning citizens trying to find a footing in society, and particularly people who have long sentences that people just died. His whole family was dead by the time he came home. So he had nothing. So it's the streets or go to, I won't say a foreign land, but go to a part of the state that you know nothing about. So I advocate for those type of people, even though personally it's not my story, but it is my struggle, one that I've taken up, one I believe in trying to shed light on so we can change things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And how much talent would you say is being wasted away with those who are in prison falsely convicted? What would you say?
I know a couple individuals who claim that they're falsely convicted. I believe these people because of their character, because of the way they conduct themselves in prison, and it seems like their whole mission is to just believe in the system, that someone is going to see that there was an error here. They put a lot of faith in the system, that they're not bitter people. They're not destructive or bad people or doing bad things in prison. These are some of the most positive and effective prisoners in the system, people who claim actual innocence. And I hope that the movement towards integrity units throughout the state and the country will gain momentum, and these people can get an honest look at their sentence, at how they was convicted, wrongly convicted. And yeah, it's horrible to be in prison for something that you've done, but it's a crime to be in prison for something that you did not do. That's even a bigger crime. And we have to support these integrity units and ask for more. I know Michigan is one of the leading states in integrity units, but it's still too little. It's not enough, because there's so many people in prison who were wrongly convicted and who are innocent, and we need not to just gloss over that and say, oh well, because wrong is wrong.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And while in prison, we see that you have obtained your associate's degree from Central Michigan University and working towards your bachelor's. So definitely congratulations to you on that, and best of luck to you as you continue your studies. But can you tell us some of the skills that you can learn while in prison and in that transition into reentry?
Sure. When I was in prison, I took, like I say, quite a few trades, culinary skills that I don't use. I'm sorry to say, but being that I was in there so long, some of my skills are outdated. Like I was took up computer refurbishing class. Now I could take a computer and just completely tear it down and build it back better, a desktop. But as far as running the software, well, I got struggles there. But if anybody needs a computer rebuilt, I can put some more RAM on it and make it run faster than anything at NASCAR. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't use those type of computers anymore, and I never took advantage of that trade. I came home and my passions kind of shift because I wanted to get into criminal justice reform to trying to make a difference in trying to get people home. And people coming home, I wanted to work for them to try to give them more opportunities while they're out here, like no one needs to be moved hundreds of miles away because he's homeless, because they can't find a bed for him in his neck of the woods. That's not right. So I just want to advocate for the people who are left behind. I promised them guys that when I left that, I wouldn't forget them, man, and I'm trying to stay true to that promise.
That's awesome. And you certainly are by doing the work that you're doing. Thank you for that. There's a term, truth in sentencing. Can you tell us what that is and why it's important?
Truth in sentencing. It's what's hindering a lot of good people from actually doing their work, because it says like that you have to do, like if the judge gave you 15 years, there's no way possible that you can get out under any conditions, regardless of how good you are in prison, regardless of what programs you have. No way. You have to do the 15 years. So it handcuffs the hands of the authorities that might want to release you early, might want to say that this man has aged out of crime, or this man is no longer a threat to anybody. But because of his sentence, and he was sentenced under truth in sentencing, that means that he's going to have to do that entire sentence. If he gets sick, no, he has to do that entire sentence. So people who might want to do something for you, or might think that you are no longer risk to be in prison and you ready for society, they can't do it because the law says that you have to do your complete sentence, and you can't get good time or anything. You just have to do, if you got 20 years, you got to do every day of that 20 years before you're eligible for parole.
Wow. So let's, if you were in office, what would some of the legislation you would propose? Just knowing your experience and what you just shared with us.
Oh, I would tip the Department of Correction upside down, but and change quite a few things, like life without parole, without the possibility of parole. That's insane. People should be able to show that they've changed. And if they can show that they can change, if the warden says they could change, if the correctional officers that are with these people every day say they have changed, then it should be a mechanism in place where parole board could take a look at them. And potentially some of these people can go free. Right now, if you have a life without parole sentence in the state of Michigan, that is a death sentence. It's just a slow death sentence. And if I was in authority, I would definitely do away with life without the possibility of parole, because it's not effective. It's not making anybody safer. It's not making communities safer. It's definitely not making prisons safer. So let's be smart about this. Do away with life without the possibility of parole. Not saying that you should let everyone go immediately who has these sentences. Of course not. But there's so many people in the state of Michigan walked around with 30 and 40 and 50 plus years that have no reason to still be in prison other than they were sentenced to mandatory life without the possibility of parole. And I would definitely, that would be the first thing that I would do away with.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And as you talk about change, how is one who's been incarcerated to demonstrate change to the powers to be?
Change. You can't you just have to be about it. You got to, in your daily life, you know, you go about doing things that you know are right, things that you know are productive and they're positive, and doing away with it's so many people that when we first come to prison that a lot of us were stuck on stupid. I was stuck on stupid, but over the years, and I'm not talking decades, I mean 10 years, I just got a different mind frame that anything criminal, it just wasn't appealing to me. You know, it's like, you know, I'm in this place, but I don't have to be a part of the nonsense that goes on every day. You change in your heart, you change in your associations, you change in your mental outlook on life, and you begin to just want to do better. And there's so many, I keep saying it, but because I'm not unique in any way, so many people that's locked in those conditions behind all those fences and walls who think exactly like I think. And we got to bring some of them home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So your organization, Safe and Just Michigan, promotes investing in the community to promote individual health and well-being. Tell us more about what that means and who you collaborate in the work that you're doing.
At Safe and Just Michigan, they can collaborate with a broad spectrum of organizations who like-minded organizations. It's a nonpartisan organization where it believes in we believe in that to be most effective, that you have to advocate for laws and policies to be changed. You know, there's other organizations that think that well, they are effective by what they do in their fight against mass incarceration. But at Safe and Just Michigan, we think the smartest way is to change the policies and the laws. And that's what we do, advocate and advance policies that we feel that will help Michigans spend their money safer and wiser, you know, instead of just warehousing people. No, we can do this in a safer and wiser way. And that's the philosophy of Safe and Just Michigan.
Awesome. So for the everyday person with no legal or political background, how can they help?
Wow, man. Safe and Just Michigan is we provide opportunities for you to get involved in smart and safe and just solutions to promote community and well-being and reduce our reliance on over incarceration. So you can contact Safe and Just Michigan at info@safeandjustmichigan.org, and we can get you involved with something that will help promote tearing down mass incarceration, that ending mass incarceration. We'll find out where you at, and we'll figure out if we can't not specifically doing the things that you want to do. We'll put you in contact with another positive and like-minded organization that will help you move your agenda forward. So we're not a selfish organization by a long shot. You know, we're just trying to do right by all the citizens, and the citizens who are locked down and don't have the voice that a regular citizen. We like to speak for them. You know, we don't feel that they're any throwaway citizens. Everybody should have the opportunity to be heard. And if you're doing the right thing and you're in prison, we want you to be heard. We want the lawmakers to take a second look at you, and perhaps they'll be willing to let you come home.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we close out our segment, if you could speak directly to someone who is still in the fight for freedom, who is fighting a good fight, who is persevering as you did, what message would you give to them?
The message is to hold on, is to believe that change is possible. Because for so long, I didn't believe that change, even though I would doing all the right things to make myself more marketable. Well, I won't say marketable, more presentable to a parole board for them to see my change. Sometimes you get discouraged by administrations that come into power or different movements that are more punitive than they are anything else. But just don't let anything stop you from being positive, stop you from believing that change is possible. And just you have to be ready. So if you're not ready when this change comes, then you're going to be left behind. If you're in there messing up, catching tickets, or not taking advantage of any programming or vocational trades that you might be able to get into, when change comes, you're going to be left behind. So keep your eye, stay focused on being better today than you were yesterday. And it took me 40 years to get out of prison, but that was my philosophy almost from day one. And it's a hard thing to do, but you have to do it, and you can do it. Because I did it, and I'm not extraordinary by any means. Never gave up.
Wow. Very heartfelt. Thank you so much. I've certainly enjoyed our conversation, you being as transparent as you were. Thank you for sharing your story, your organization. And we, the organization of Life for a Life Urban Initiative, looks forward to continuing in partnership with you and Safe and Just Michigan. And again, thank you, and you have a great day, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Not a problem. Wow, guys. Wow. You've heard it straight from Mr. Waters. You have to be ready for change. Wow. Very powerful. Very powerful. And us, those who are in the fight to help advocate for those who can't speak, who can't get the letters answered, the phone calls answered. What can we do? You can certainly volunteer. The Life for a Life Urban Initiative is looking for you. College students, professionals, community advocates to partner with to continue its mission. If you're interested in serving on the board of directors or just simply volunteering your time to help lobby for the relief of the wrongfully incarcerated, please visit www.alifeforalife.org/volunteer. We have had such an amazing time today. I want to thank you for those who started from the very beginning, 9 a.m. Eastern time, to those who popped in along the way, those who are in and out, and those who will see this on the replay. Thank you so much for joining us thus far. We still have just a little bit left to go. So if you need your coffee break, your bathroom break, it's okay. We're here. We will certainly keep things going. And if you're looking for some merchandise, we have that for you. A Life for a Life Urban Initiative has that merchandise, that social justice merchandise for sale for you and your loved ones. You can find that at www.alifeforalife.org/shop. Okay, awesome. And if you haven't by now, please please share, and hashtag 2021 Innocence Summit. We have been privy to a lot of good information. Our eyes have been opened. Our hearts have been touched by the stories, by the testimonies of those who have made it through, who are on the other side and is now reaching back to help others, to family members who are fighting the fight, to those who are just standing in the gap to bring attention and awareness to injustice. And along the way, there have been multiple ways to help each organization. You've learned about the missions, the agendas, and how you can get involved. So please don't just sit there. Don't just watch the broadcast and think, oh, this is something that doesn't impact me. Yes, it does. It may not impact you directly, but indirectly, some way, somehow, you are impacted. You're impacted by the injustice that's done to the man, the everyday man and woman who does not get the equal and just treatment that they deserve. So we encourage you to get involved. The information is out. If you have information, that's info@alifeforalife.org. You can contact the organization to find out how to get involved, how to stay connected. There's a Facebook page that you're watching us on, or the YouTube page. You can subscribe so you can stay abreast of what's going on with the organization, with the community, with the partnerships that you've seen displayed thus far. There are multiple ways to get involved, and we'll go over that just a little bit later. But as we transition a bit, we want to stop for a moment and recognize those individuals and organizations that have paved the ground and done exceptional work as an advocate of justice. We have some honorees that we'd like to highlight in this next segment. Our 2021 Advocate of Justice Award ceremony. This effort will be led by Minister David Brown, Sr. of Victorious Believers Ministry. David is a Saginaw native and is the Vice President and Commercial Loan Officer for Isabella of Saginaw, Michigan. He currently serves on local community boards and committees such as the Michigan Health Improvement Alliance, the Underground Railroad, the Grant Distribution Committee for the Saginaw Community Foundation, and the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee for Isabella Bank. David's passion is to educate and empower young people, specifically through financial literacy education. Please welcome to the Innocence Summit stage, Minister David Brown, Sr.
Thank you, Dominique. I appreciate the introduction, and I am honored to be a part of this great occasion, the Innocence Summit. Just playing a small role today, but I'm excited because this is a great time for us in the middle of our session here to honor some individuals that are on the ground making a difference, moving the needle and making direct impact. And they just need to be recognized, right? There's hundreds of people out there doing it. But we have an opportunity today to honor just a few. And I have the privilege and the honor. I thank all of those that have been involved with this organization getting things up and going today. It's been a great occasion. I thank you for the invitation to be a part of it today. Why don't I just get started? We'd like to recognize 4 individuals today for the hard work that they have been doing today. So the first individual that I would like to acknowledge and honor today is Apostle Tanya Roberson. Apostle Roberson has taught and preached the word of God nationally and internationally for over the past 30 years. Her call to equip leaders and to impact the church in the secular world has taken her all the way across the world, where she has worked with church leaders, creating strategies to develop leaders and identify emerging leaders. For the past 20 years, she has been the founder and CEO of Tanya Roberson Ministries in Exchange LLC. Through Exchange LLC, Fortune 500 companies have contacted Tanya for her ability to interconnect business principles with practical application, activating transformational leadership. Through her organization for the past 20 years, she has been conducting church services, Bible studies, seminars, and pastoral counseling in the Milan Federal Correction Facility. I'd like to welcome Apostle Tanya Roberson at this time.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
It's so good to see you, Minister David.
Thank you for joining us today. I tried not to read your whole bio, but you have an expansive resume here. And the things that you are doing in the correctional facilities today through your organization are definitely impactful. Can you please share with us what you've been doing?
You know, I was thinking about it today, and I always have kind of a fun thing I do with the inmates when I go in. I say, you know what, I've done more time than most of you. I've had the privilege of serving in the prison, particularly extended amount of time in Milan Federal Correctional Facility here in Milan, Michigan for 27 years. This is my 27th year. So I always tell them my bit has been longer than most of you. Okay? They won't let me out of it. And I really am honored to be a part of it. You know, we've heard this forum has been amazing today. I know you've been watching. It has absolutely been amazing. I want to thank Dominique and Michelle for this opportunity, and also yourself as well. But what I've been doing, my heart got captured the first time I entered into this world, it's kind of like this hidden world if you're not familiar with it, was a juvenile facility in New Orleans. I was down doing an outreach at the Mardi Gras, and the pastor's daughter was going to a juvenile facility. And I thought that was interesting. I said, well, I'd like to go just see what it's about. And I got there, my heart just got broken, because I said, these are children that if something doesn't happen differently in their life, or if someone doesn't do something for them, they're going to pipeline right into the bigger systems. And then shortly thereafter, I began my work in the prison system, and it is a pipeline. When you get 2.1 million people, that's a pipeline.
Oh, yeah.
And so my heart's desire has been to go in and encourage them, but also to give them life skills. I'm a firm believer in the biblical truths that are outlined in the Word of God, that they're transformational, and that if you learn life skill and learn how to live life on purpose, in God's purpose and how He created you, you can be a productive citizen in society and make transformational changes in your community. And so that's what I've been doing. I've had every capacity from volunteer to staff to talking with the staff. And I've just been honored to be able to do it for many, many years now.
That's awesome. Apostle Robertson, tell us a little bit more. Do you have a team that you work with? Are you kind of a one-man show with your endeavors? How does it work?
I have been all of the above.
Okay.
So I have created teams that have deployed into various institutions throughout the state of Michigan, and released those teams to continue to activate. And so that's been very helpful. Jackson, Michigan, Boys and Girls Republic, which was a youth facility, and then Milan. And so I have different partners that will navigate with me throughout that experience that we have. And then as a solo person, I go in pretty frequently throughout the year at the request of one of the chaplains at Milan, and he's overseeing what's called the Life Connections program. And it's an 18-month transitional program where inmates, when they're getting to the very end of their sentencing, within a 2 to 5 window, 22 to 5 year window, they're able to go through an 18-month intensive study about their faith and life principles. And so I go in, I was a spiritual guide, that's what they call us at that time. I did that on a pretty consistent basis for a number of years. And now I go in and do goal-setting workshops just to help them say, what are you dreaming to do once this is over? And how do you reconnect to yourself? How do you reconnect to God? How do you reconnect to your community? You know, how do you become a better man than you've been this entire time that you've been in prison? So that's my team. I have a variety of people that I utilize, all volunteers. They just give of their time. They love giving back, and they just give of their time to sow into the community in this capacity.
I have to imagine, just like you, your curiosity was piqued about a juvenile facility, and you just went. There's probably a lot of individuals that may not be aware of, those opportunities. There's probably many church organizations that could go to work just like you have. Yes. But where do you start? Like, if someone has an interest, what would you say is the best place to start?
There are several places to start. I would say Prison Fellowship is amazing. They're in most institutions, and they're always looking for volunteers to sign up. So that's a great organization. They were on earlier. I've been a coordinator with Prison Fellowship throughout the years. So that's another great place. Any institution has a chaplain. Reach out to the chaplain. They have programs. They're looking for volunteers. They cannot do the work that they do. Now, COVID has impacted a lot. Okay. And so we're having to do things so differently in this era of COVID. But the need is still there. There are needs for mentors. So any chaplain at any institution, any programming director at any institution is your contact person. Make that telephone call. Have someone from your church or the community say, hey, how can I get involved? How can I help? Life Connections program right now at Milan, Michigan, Chaplain Cooper, he's in need of mentors. Men that will give up their time and just come and sit and talk with men about whatever is on that inmate's mind to help them have hope and encourage them that they can make it once they've finished their sentencing. So there's opportunities out there, and that's where I would recommend most people to start.
Wow. Awesome insight.
I'm a resource. You can call me. I'll tell you how to get involved. I've
Yes.
employed many people. You can reach me, shoot me an email. TanyaRobersonMinistries.com is my website. Email address is TanyaRobersonMinistries@gmail.com.
Great. Well, we appreciate you extending yourself as a resource to people that may be looking for some way to get involved and just wanting some insight from someone that has been doing it for a number of years. Apostle Roberson, on behalf of the Innocence Summit, I would like to personally just acknowledge you and say thank you for the hard work that you have been doing, the sacrifices that you have been making. Well-deserved honor today. And our prayer is that God continues to give you grace and strength to continue the work to be done.
I am so honored. Thank you. You have really made my day. And the award was absolutely beautiful. And but for those that are watching, you can do something. Please get involved.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, our next honoree I'll be acknowledging today is Dr. C.J. Rhodes. Dr. C.J. Rhodes is a native of Mississippi, where he went to Hazelhurst High School and graduated from the University of Mississippi. I have my grandmother is from Hazelhurst, Mississippi, so I have some roots there. So outside of that, after University of Michigan, Dr. Rhodes received his bachelor's in philosophy there and then continued his education at the Duke University Divinity School, where he received his master's in divinity in 2009. He accepted his call to ministry in 2000 and became the pastor of Mount Helm Baptist Church in 2010, becoming the youngest pastor at the church in Jackson as the oldest historic African American congregation in that town. Wow, that's an awesome accomplishment. Right now, CJ is the host of the CJ Rhodes Show on WRBJ 97.7 FM and is the author of many books. One of them is Thy Kingdom Come, Reflections of Pastoral and Prophetic Ministry, The 7 Principles of Service and Success, and deeper still, Ministry Empowered by the Holy Spirit. In 2015, Dr. C.J. Rhodes founded the Clergy for Prison Reform. I'd like to welcome now Dr. C.J. Rhodes.
Hey, my brother, God bless you.
God bless you as well. Thank you for joining us today. How are you today?
I'm well. It's an honor. And thank you so much, Minister David, and everyone here at this summit. Thank you so much for acknowledging the work of Clergy for Prison Reform.
Now, Dr. Rhodes, I could have read your whole bio here, but I probably would have took up all of our time today.
I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you didn't.
Hey, but I am thoroughly impressed by what you have accomplished. Even as the age that you stand today, you look like a very relatively young man, and my hat goes off to you of all of the things that you have done thus far. Truly deserving of this honor today. So the award for justice, we want to just thank you for the work that you have done in the realm of reform for criminal justice. Just share with us right now, how was this placed on your heart and what are you doing right now?
So advocacy is in my blood. My dad's a civil rights attorney. And even as a minister, I didn't see a disconnect between preaching in the pulpit and advocating for justice outside the four walls of the church. And so there were a number of other things I got involved in Mississippi and around the nation. I did not, however, imagine getting involved in prison reform until around 2015. We had a big scandal in the Mississippi Department of Corrections. And that scandal really revealed a lot of bad things happening, particularly toward incarcerated persons and their families. And I was approached by some advocates who said, look, there's a missing link in this whole advocacy piece. We don't really see the church on the front lines of political policy advocacy. And so I told them, I said, look, I'll use, the gifts God has given me, the connections, relationships I have for about a year or two. I'll give y'all about a year or two. I got all this other stuff going on, right? And like Don Corleone, they just kind of kept pulling me back in. So I've been with this since 2015, and looking at the deplorable subhuman conditions in our prisons, the ways in which the private prison industry was incentivizing incarceration and recidivism, and then even beyond that, the ways in which we would rather lock people up rather than liberate them in their educational and economic pursuits. At the end of the day, for me, it was a ministry moment to bring diverse faith leaders across denominational, racial, and even political lines. We've got folks who helped us who were Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians. And so it was really good to see pastors on the front lines seeking advocacy at the State House, and to see that we were able to play a significant part in some of the changes that have occurred in Mississippi over the last few years.
Great. Thank you for sharing that today. If you can put a number to it, how many different pastors or clergy members are a part of your prison reform organization at this point?
Yeah, we've got probably about 60 or so who are,
impressive,
deeply committed, who show up to most of our events and whatnot. There are many others who support in a variety of other ways. It's been amazing when we have a press conference or write an op-ed or something. You hear from folks who say, look, I can't come out publicly for this, right? But I support what you're doing. And so it's been good to see, tens of dozens of clergy representing probably 40 different denominations show up and help us not give voice to those in prison, but to amplify their voices. They have voices. Those voices are often unheard by the powers that be.
Sure. And when you mention the different political backgrounds, the different denominations, it doesn't really matter. I think what we can all probably find in common is that most of us have been touched directly or indirectly by the justice system. Maybe it's friends or family. And when that happens to us, that kind of stirs something up in us. And it doesn't matter what part of the country you're from or what you believe. There's a common goal there that justice should be served, and people should be treated with some sense of humanity. And we need more and more people on the front lines pushing for that. Could you speak to some of the issues within the prison system right now that need to be changed, that you guys kind of see as right on the forefront?
Yeah, so let me first of all say I'm grateful for the team that surrounds the work we do. Reverend Dr. Wesley Bridges, his wife Maria, Reverend Pauline Rogers, Alicia Junkins, and they kind of help us identify a variety of things. Dr. Bridges in particular is helping us more recently with juvenile issues. The juvenile system is really, really messed up in Mississippi. Then you've got, we've had a number of prison conditions, particularly a Parchman prison, where, it's been horrible subhuman conditions in terms of the housing elements of it, in terms of the food. We get images. Sometimes we laugh at how are they sending us these images, right? They have access to cell phones and whatnot, and they're sending us molded bread or meat that's clearly not edible. There were a number of outbreaks in terms of what was deemed to be gang activity, but when you've got people in prison and they're under these bad conditions and they're all upon each other, a lot of things will go down. And so, those are some issues. Issues with visitation, where family members could not visit their loved ones, where spouses or significant others could not come for conjugal visits. It's just, one thing after another, whether you're talking about on the front end as they go in, all the way through going through the prison system and then coming out, and then how difficult it is for returning citizens to have a leg up. They are excited, once they get out, and then end up going back in because they don't have access to the kinds of documentation they need, access to housing, access to transportation. They're told they got to, visit with their parole officer, et cetera, and they got to make certain appointments, but they don't have transportation. So there's a lot of different things that happen, and we've focused over the years, particularly on the legislative piece.
Okay.
One area that I'll say this last thing, one area that we're interested in particular is suffrage, of making sure that those who have paid their debt, paid their time, have their voting rights restored. At present, Mississippi, you can kind of vouch for it. You can advocate for yourself. But our thing is, why can't all persons who have paid their debt, receive their right to vote back?
Oh, wow. That's awesome. And that's a huge right that individuals, because of mistakes that they've made in the past, they've had that right taken from them. So I commend you for continuing to fight for that right as well. So, well, Dr. Rhodes, I appreciate your time today. Thank you for joining us today. Congratulations once again for receiving the Advocate for Justice Award. You named off various members that have been a part of pushing forward that initiative in your organization. I'm sure you're going to share the acknowledgement and the award with them as well, but well deserved. And once again, I pray that God continues to give you the grace and the strength to continue the fight. Thank you once again, and congratulations.
Thank you, and God bless you.
God bless you too. All right. As we keep moving forward, we have two other individuals we would like to acknowledge today as far as receiving the award for justice. Advocate for Justice Award. Unfortunately, they were not able to join us today, but one individual was able to provide a video of acknowledgement and receiving the award. I'll read a little bit of their bio, and then we will watch the video here. Mr. Imran Saheed is a clinical assistant professor at the University of Michigan Law School, and he serves as the co-director of the Michigan Innocence Clinic. He also teaches a law school seminar on forensic science and conducts lab for first-year criminal law courses. Imran serves on the executive board of the National Innocence Network and also co-chairs the network's amicus committee. As part of teaching in the Innocence Clinic, Imran has supervised students investigating and litigating a wide variety of post-conviction and direct appellate cases, including several of the clinic's forensic science-based innocence cases. He has also written law review articles discussing the novel litigation strategies needed to address wrongful convictions based on outdated scientific evidence. In his absence, I would like to just acknowledge and honor Mr. Imran Saheed for the work that he has done and the award for Advocate of Justice award that he's receiving today. I believe we do have a short clip of him.
Hi, everyone. My name is Imran Syed. I'm a professor at the University of Michigan Law School, and I co-direct the Michigan Innocence Clinic, which, as most of you probably know, represents people who are in prison but have been wrongfully convicted. I work with students and my fellow attorneys to locate evidence that can prove that someone was wrongfully convicted and then try to get them out of prison, either through exoneration, clemency, or whatever other channels may be available. It's been my immense honor to do this work ever since I graduated law school. I've actually never done any other kind of legal job. This is work I really, really believe in. It's been an amazing experience to supervise students working on cases where exonerations have resulted and we've walked people out of prison. That's an immense honor. I think the only thing that gives me more satisfaction than that sort of work is communicating this to the general public to try to prevent wrongful convictions in the first place. I think everyone in society has a role to play in this, whether that's becoming more informed as a juror, becoming more informed in your job as a prosecutor or police officer or forensic scientist, or if it's simply being in a position to understand the humanity of people that are incarcerated, that not everyone who's convicted of a crime is guilty of that crime, and even those who are guilty are often over-sentenced and mistreated in prison, and these are things that we as a society need to be much more aware of and willing to correct. I'm pleased to see in the 12 or so years that I've done this work, the conversation around criminal justice has really changed, and I think groups like this one have played a big role in that. I was pleased to be a part of a couple of summits, virtual summits that the Life for Life Urban Initiative did, and the level of speakers and the conversations were absolutely astounding. I was very pleased to be a part of that, but I was also very pleased to see that there are many other groups and actors that are working to improve the system and working to make sure that as problematic as our criminal justice system has always been, that we can at least make it better going forward. And I know that's an immense challenge. And for those men and women who are wrongfully convicted or even rightfully convicted, but over-sentenced and mistreated in prison, my words mean very little. But the most that I can do is work on the cases that are in front of me and speak to people, such as people at this event, about the importance of continuing a commitment to resolving these issues. There's a lot of work to be done. I'm very pleased to play a very small role in it. I'm very humbled by the award that this group has chosen to give me. Thank you very much. My apologies for not being able to deliver this message live, but I'm very humbled, very honored. Thank you, and let's continue the fight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imran Saheed. We appreciate the words that you were able to share with us even in your absence. We want to congratulate you once again on receiving the 2021 Advocate for Justice Award. He said something that was pretty profound in that video there, that everyone can play a role in some form or fashion. It could be in the form of an advocate, just having a voice. Apostle Roberson spoke about how the curiosity of what was going on in the juvenile correction facility piqued her interest, and she went and saw what was happening, and that pushed her towards a passion, that pushed her towards a purpose. And now she's been working in that realm for almost 27 years. I just recently was a part of a voluntary effort to notarize expungement records. I had the opportunity through the state of Michigan. There's a clean slate law that is allowing individuals that have had a clean record for over 7 to 10 years to have some of those nonviolent records expunged. And not that I, am taking any credit for it, but just being able to be involved, saying, hey, I'll give a couple of hours to be a part of the process of opening doors for individuals so that they can have more opportunities in the future. So we all can play a role in some form or fashion. All right, our last honoree was also unable to be here, but we want to acknowledge her and her efforts that she has done through the work that she's doing at this point. Mrs. Laura Neryder is the co-director at the Center on Wrongful Convictions and the clinical professor of law at the Northwest University Pritzker School of Law. The Center on Wrongful Convictions is dedicated to identifying and rectifying wrongful convictions and other serious miscarriages of justice. To date, the center has exonerated more than 40 innocent men and women and children from states around the country. That's awesome. And it has secured the release of dozens more. The CWC also houses some of the nation's leading legal experts on false confessions and police interrogations, and has helped exonerate more than 20 false confessions. We all understand how sometimes when individuals are interrogated, they could be coerced into a false confession. So the work that Ms. Laura Neryder has been doing is very, very, very impactful. It's that over 40 innocent individuals have been exonerated. So we acknowledge that she's unable to be here today, but we want to honor what she has done for individuals across the country. So Ms. Neryder, thank you for the hard work and the dedication that you have, that the Innocence Committee has recognized as important work for our society today. Thank you. All of our honorees have received their awards. We just want to say thank you once again. There are hundreds and hundreds of people that are doing impactful, purposeful, passionate work for prison reform, for exoneration, for expungement, for all different types of ways where individuals they may be in a system, but the system needs to be corrected. But we have people making impactful roads there. We just want to thank those individuals. They may be not acknowledged today, but my prayer is that those individuals will continue to move forward in the passion and the purpose that God has given them. I want to thank you all for allowing me to navigate and MC this portion of the Innocence Summit. It's been a great occasion so far today. At this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Dominique.
All right, Minister Brown, thank you so much for taking us through that segment. To our 2021 honorees, award recipients, we say congratulations. We salute you for the work that you're doing and the continued effort in fighting the good fight. Thank you, Minister Brown.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Awesome, awesome. So we're almost there, guys. I thank those who started from the very beginning at 9 a.m. Eastern time, and even those who popped in along the way. We have covered so much great information. We have enlightened your minds to what's going on behind closed doors and showcase ways that you can get active, be an advocate, send your letters, make your calls, any way that you can get involved. We have showcased, and we'll have a call to action shortly. But this event today, the 2021 National Innocence Summit, could not have taken place without our sponsors. So we just want to take a moment to honor and acknowledge our sponsors. A Life for a Life Urban Initiative wants to wholeheartedly thank the small business sponsors from across the country who have helped support today's event in the spirit of justice. Guys, please patronize these small businesses during the holiday season. They have many great offerings, as you see on the screen. We have our Marsh in Maine. We have Lux Legacy, Simply Sparkle, Tri-City Business Service, Move, Get the Step In Fitness Group, LLC, Sephora Shropshire, Independent Associate of Legal Shield, Monday Mornings with Maddie B, Perfect Physique, and One Choice Magazine. Thank you, sponsors. We appreciate your partnership and wish your businesses continued success. All right, bringing us home today, we have a special presentation from the director of the CIU, which is the Conviction Integrity Unit of the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, Ms. Valerie Newman. Valerie began her career as an attorney with the State Appellate Defender's Office, which she's practiced for over 23 years. She has been a regularly featured speaker at the Michigan Appellate Bench Bar Conferences, law schools, and other groups. She frequently taught as an adjunct professor at the University of Michigan Law School for over 15 years. She has trained, supervised, and mentored new attorneys and law students for decades and has advocated for women's rights and the professional development of women throughout her career. Ms. Newman currently co-chairs the Access to Justice Committee of the State Bar and is a member of several other groups within the bar. In 2019, she was appointed by the Michigan Supreme Court as their representative to the State Board of Commissioners. Please welcome to the Innocence Summit stage, Ms. Valerie Newman. All right, she's coming. She's coming. While she's coming, if you haven't clicked like, if you haven't clicked share, please do so. We are nearing the end of our broadcast, and there's still great information to be shared. At any moment now, we'll have Valerie Newman of the CIU, the Conviction Integrity Unit of the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, to come on and give us a special presentation. All right. And so if you're looking for something to do, if you're looking for a gift for the holidays, you can check out the merchandise shop with the lifeforlife.org/shop for great merchandise to share amongst your family, your friends, and to get the word out about awareness and what can be done to fight the fight. All right, as we move forward, we'd like to welcome again to the Innocence Summit stage, Ms. Valerie Newman. All right, Ms. Newman, looks like your camera's off there. All righty. Welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us.
Ms. Newman, you're on.
Right now? Hello, everybody. I want to say thank you for having me here today. I've been watching all the other speakers, and I'm very, very honored to be with you here today. I'm Valerie Newman. I am the director of the Conviction Integrity Unit for the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. You've heard a lot today from other people, including exonerees and people working in the criminal justice movement, about how to get involved, how to volunteer, how to make the system better. And I'm here to give maybe, I think, a little context to conviction integrity units and exactly how they work. I think in the first panel, it might have either been Ken or Kevin who indicated that, different conviction integrity units work differently. And that's true. Conviction integrity units, I think the first thing you should understand, they are a creature of the prosecutor or the attorney general who created the unit. So in Wayne County, it's Prosecutor Kim Worthy who created the unit, and she's the one who sets the policies. For the state of Michigan, it's Attorney General Dana Nessel who created the unit, and she's the one who sets the policies. And prosecutors have wide discretion on how they're going to run. Whether or not a unit will be created, obviously, is within their discretion, and how the units will be run. And there's wide scope across the country. So you've heard some conversations today about how there's approximately 90 units across the entire United States. That number keeps growing, and I think that's a very, very positive sign for criminal justice reform. In the state of Michigan, Wayne County had the first unit. We were up and running in 2018. Attorney General Nessel, when she was elected, soon followed with a statewide unit in her office. Washtenaw County prosecutor just presented to the commission asking for full funding for a unit in the Washtenaw County prosecutor's office. And the Oakland County prosecutor's office has requested funding from their commission for funding for an Oakland County, for a conviction integrity unit in the Oakland County prosecutor's office. So I would say Michigan is making great strides towards justice by electing prosecutors who will acknowledge that wrongful convictions happen and acknowledge that as a prosecutor, they have a duty to address this issue and to correct the injustice, to investigate and correct injustices when they're found. It is a big step, these units. While they've been around since 2007, approximately, there's been sort of an explosion of these units probably in approximately the last 5 years, when there's been, and I think largely that's because of groups like the ones we've heard from today and a Life for a Life urban initiative. All of you are on the front lines of making change. And sometimes change is very slow, but you come up with an idea and you start pushing that idea, and you never know when it's gonna gather steam. The idea for conviction integrity units actually came from the Innocence Network. Barry Scheck is largely credited with being the person who brought conviction integrity units into being, because what they were doing on the defense side was great. But who had all the power? It was the prosecutors, and they were always fighting the prosecutor's office, trying to get testing for DNA cases and trying to get prosecutors to listen to them. So why not create a sort of innocence project within a prosecutor's office to investigate these cases and shortcut kind of all the legal courtroom drama that often goes along with innocence cases, and you do the investigation. So the way the conviction integrity unit works is a someone will write to me or write to someone in the office and maintain that they've been wrongly convicted. Those letters then come to me, whether they're written to the prosecutor or some other prosecutor, that letter will come to me. My team and I take a look at it, and if it meets certain basic criteria, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to put it in the queue to be investigated. And the criteria are very easy to meet. First of all, we are the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, so the conviction has to have arisen from Wayne County. You have to be maintaining your factual innocence. There has to be some sort of new information, meaning information that was not presented during any court proceedings to a judge that will support the factual innocence claim. As long as you meet those, and the person has to be alive. We don't do any posthumous investigations. So as long as you meet those basic criteria, we're willing to take a look at your case. In a little under 4 years that we've been in existence, we have received over 1,800 requests for investigation. We have gone through about roughly 700 of those requests, and we have granted relief to 32 individuals. I'm really proud of that number because we've granted relief to more people than I believe any conviction integrity unit in the country in that same period of time. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. It's not because Wayne County has more, convicts more innocent people than any other county. It's because Wayne County has a very robust unit and a prosecutor who's willing to take an honest look at these cases and is willing to grant relief, even if it's short of factual innocence. So, for example, if you've been on this seminar all day, you heard Bill Proctor talk this morning about Raymond Gray. Raymond Gray, we couldn't prove his innocence. It was, almost 50 years since his conviction. We did a full investigation. We found information that made us question the validity of his convictions, but not enough to support that we could show that he was factually innocent. And so when we were investigating that case, we took it to the prosecutor and we said, look, we don't have enough here to support factual innocence. And we still have a witness who was present in the room where the murder took place, who stood by her testimony and all these years claims absolutely that she properly identified Raymond Gray as being one of the perpetrators of that crime. So even in light of that, with everything that we had found, casting some doubt on the integrity of the conviction, the prosecutor agreed to grant Raymond Gray some relief. So that shows the scope of what this prosecutor is willing to consider. We look at justice and we try to find the truth, but you can't always get to the truth, especially decades later. And about 50% of our cases, we have been able to substantiate the factual innocence claim. And I'd say in about 50%, the other 50% of the cases, we can't substantiate the factual innocence claim, but we have found errors that undermine the integrity of the conviction, and Prosecutor Worthy has not hesitated to grant relief in those cases. We've heard, I want to address some of I can talk about anything. I don't know if there's a way for people to ask questions or not, but I want to address some of the things I've heard from different speakers today, and I tried to take notes on what people were saying. So some of the things that people talked about, like using the media, going to the media, doing your own investigations. I'm going to say I can tell you for a fact that not one of the cases where we've granted relief has the media had any influence on our decision. Not at all. We are a unit that's grounded in facts. If we can, if the facts and the evidence support relief, we're going to grant relief. If there's a huge media outcry, that's not going to influence the way that we address any of our issues. It just isn't. And I don't know of any prosecutor's office where the media is going to be a defining factor. You heard, I think, Bill Proctor talk about Mr. Freeman's case. That's a case that he's been working on for decades. There's been enormous media around it, but it hasn't made any difference. And I will say there are times when the media can actually hurt the advance of a case. So I would be really careful for anyone who thinks that going to the media is the solution. We've heard about investigators and private investigators. There's some excellent private investigators out there, but I'd also be very careful about having a private investigator do any work if your case is with a conviction integrity unit. Oftentimes we will have one opportunity maybe to talk to a new witness. And if a private investigator talks to that witness and then we're not able to talk to that witness, it's going to be a witness that we're not going to be able to consider during our investigation and during whatever we present to the prosecutor. So these cases are very complicated. They don't come together easily, especially when they're decades old. They take an enormous amount of work. And so I would also caution people about making judgments based on limited information. When we look at a case, we try to find every piece of paper associated with that file. So I'll answer the questions as they come up. So it says, how do you decide which cases to prioritize first? That should be an easy question, but it's not. People who are in prison are always our first priority. So anyone who is serving is still incarcerated versus someone who's not incarcerated. People who are incarcerated are our top priority. In our unit, because of the way the Michigan system works, we have cases that are still in court sometimes. So we have had cases that have been in the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, the Federal District Court, the Michigan Supreme Court, and the Court of Appeals and the trial court. So sometimes we have deadlines and I can't control those. So those cases, I have to work within the deadlines that a judge imposes. So those cases will then take priority over other cases. But as much as we can prioritize ourselves, we try to work on the cases where people have been in the longest, but sometimes those cases are the most difficult. And so if we're working on a case and we can't find documents, we're going to move on to another case. So my unit typically at any one time will have 40 to 50 open investigations that are ongoing. And we juggle the cases the best we can to get the most work done. I never want anyone working in my unit to have idle hands. And so if we're waiting for documents on one case file, we just pick up another case file. And then if the documents come in the file we're waiting on, we can jump back to it. So it can be, there is no hard and fast that this is the way we prioritize cases. As long as we have deadlines and cases in the courts, we're going to partially be ruled by those deadlines. And there's just nothing, there's no way for me to control that. Oh boy, how long do I anticipate it'll get through the hundreds of cases you currently have? That's another very difficult question to answer. I'm always looking for more resources. So the more funding we can get, the more the Wayne County Commission will, give funding to the prosecutor's office for our unit, outside funding, federal grants. I just started teaching at the University of Detroit Mercy Law School. I have law students through that clinic that are working with me and helping me and working on cases. So I hesitate to give a number because I'm hoping that my resources are not going to stay static. And the more resources I get, the faster that we're going to be able to go through and process the cases. But right now, we have cases that came in 2017 that we haven't touched yet, and it's quickly heading into 2022. So realistically, it can be many, many years before we are able to pick up and fully investigate a case. And even from the point that we pick it up and start a full investigation, we've had investigations that have run over a year in terms of trying to find documents, trying to find witnesses, especially with COVID. It's been very difficult, to even talk to people in person. People don't want to meet with you. And so there's been a lot of delays and setbacks. What I can tell everybody is we work really, really hard. I work all the time, and I understand the frustration of being in prison for something you didn't commit. And I make it a high priority to answer every letter, to answer every phone call, to answer every email in a timely basis. So I communicate with people, I let them know what's happening. And if there's ever anything that anyone ever thinks I can do better, I'm very open to it, because I can't imagine the frustration. I know the frustration I felt. I should maybe tell you a little bit about myself. Kind of should have started there probably, but I was a defense attorney for over 2 decades. So I defended people. I litigated a number of extremely high profile innocence cases. And I know the frustration I and my clients felt when I was a defense attorney of going through that process, how hard it was to get anyone to listen to us when we came forward with a claim of innocence, how hard it was when you would, try and just go to a prosecutor and say, look, just look at what I've got. Do we really need to go into court? Why don't you interview these witnesses? And you'll see for yourself that there's, overwhelming evidence of innocence here. And then having to litigate and go through that, it's a torturous process. So what I always try to remind people, at least with our process, there are no ups and downs. Like once we're investigating, if it gets to the point that we're recommending relief, then we make the recommendation to the prosecutor. It's always the prosecutor's decision. So I always tell people, it's not Valerie Newman's decision. I'm not a decision maker. I do the work. I do the investigation. I present my recommendations to the prosecutor. She is the only decision maker. And then a judge has to agree and sign off on an order. But it's an evolving process. And so someone asked, after the inmate is found innocent, how long does it take to be free? Once if the prosecutor agrees with if we make a recommendation that someone should be released and the prosecutor agrees with our recommendation, at that point, things happen very, very quickly. A week, maybe 2 weeks at the most. It just depends how long it takes to get in front of a judge. But that's the easy part. It's everything leading up to that point that takes time, especially if we need to do DNA testing or anything like that. So what I'd really like people to take away from this is, I do think that conviction integrity units are the wave of the future. I think they are the easiest and fastest way to get relief for people without all the uncertainty of the ups and downs of litigation. So I'm a big advocate. I will say it was a leap of faith to leave an over 2-decade career as a defense attorney to come work in the prosecutor's office. But I've seen firsthand, what we can do as a defense attorney. I could have never gotten 32 people relief in under 4 years. I didn't get 32 people relief on innocence grounds in over 2 decades. And the relief that we have granted people is more than both innocence clinics in the state of Michigan combined for all the years that they've been in existence. So I think it speaks volumes. As much as it's frustrating to have to wait, it's still a lot faster than any other process. And I think about a case like Kevin Harrington. You heard from Kevin this morning, and he spoke about the Michigan Innocence Clinic. The Michigan Innocence Clinic had his case, I believe, for over 9 years. And they never filed because they didn't feel like they had enough. And because you only have one opportunity to file a motion for relief from judgment in Michigan. I mean, you can file more than one, but there's very limited ways to do it. They just didn't feel comfortable because they believed in his innocence, but they just didn't feel like they had enough to prove it. And you heard Bill Proctor talk about George Clark. George Clark was Kevin's co-defendant. And so we started working on George's case, found out about Kevin's case, obviously, because they're co-defendants, and started working on them together. And it was the CIU that found all the evidence that no one else had uncovered that was sufficient to show that they had both been wrongly convicted. So it just goes to show, even when Bill talked about the witness he found in federal court, but even though the federal judge granted relief, the Sixth Circuit took it away. And this is what I'm talking about with the up and down and the back and forth in federal court. The witness that Bill Proctor talked to was not a witness we relied on. We did not find her credible. And we found a whole bunch of other information that was credible, much more credible than the witness, that resulted in the finality of him being released, and George Clark being released. So that's what's important when I talk about understanding the entire case. Sometimes you look at a case or you know some facts about a case and you think, well, this is the key. This is, so important. And there's so much more out there. And that's where we come in and we can find it. So what can families and supporters do to help their innocent loved one? Just be there for them. I don't mind when I get phone calls or email. By the way, I really prefer emails. And I answer very promptly, but I'm happy to give people an update. But I tell everybody in our unit, no news is good news. It means your case is open. And, if it's not open, you're going to get a letter from me saying, we're not going to agree to relief, and this is why. And so I know it's very difficult. Trust me, I've been there as a defense attorney, supporting people for years and years and years through the process as you kept going and kept looking for something else. And sometimes you found it and sometimes you didn't. And it's like Ken said, and Kevin and everyone has said, you just can't give up. And sometimes you're fighting so hard, you hit a wall. And I think the best thing people can do is just support people through that, and understand when they get frustrated and understand when they get mad and understand, and just try to help them work through that, because there's nothing you can do to move the process any faster. And the more we can help people understand that and get them to take a breath and sit down. I wish Gregory Berry, I'm very saddened to hear he was in the hospital. I didn't know that he was supposed to be on the panel this morning. But he's a good example of someone who had his mom calling me probably, 3 times a day and emailing me, and it just doesn't help. And all you're doing then is taking my time to respond to that instead of my time working on the cases. So I think the best single thing you can do is help people where they're at, help them find the peace to be able to take a breath. I hesitate to say trust the process, because the process is what got them there. I'm fully aware of that, but this is a new process, and try to have some faith that you've seen the results, that you know that this process works, because we have 32 men who we can put a face on it to know that the process works. And, just try to help people understand and find some way to deal with it. How many people work in my unit? I have 2 part-time attorneys, 2 full-time attorneys, 2 detectives, and an administrative person. We do have 1 part-time attorney position open now, and I'm constantly asking for more staff. So, I'm hopeful that at some point we will get it. I will say the Wayne County Commission has been exceptionally supportive of our work. I mean, very, very. The commissioners are very supportive of the work that we're doing, and I'm very appreciative of that. But, the reality is, Philadelphia, which is a similar sized jurisdiction, they have 17 full-time lawyers. I have 2. And, I just can only do so much with the resources that are at my disposal, which is why I'm always looking for more resources. So, we're working on some ideas. The partnership with University of Detroit Mercy, I think, is going to be great. That will be an ongoing partnership and will give us a constant influx of students who will be able to work on the cases. And I don't know if there's other questions, or I see I've got like 1 minute left and I could talk for about another hour. But I think you've been running ahead of schedule the entire day. So maybe I'm going to stick with that. And if there's no more questions, I'll just say thank you very much for having me. Thank you for doing this conference. I know it's a tremendous amount of work, even, with Zoom and pulling everything together. So I appreciate the work that everybody's doing. And I was really glad to be able to hear from everybody today. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Newman. We appreciate you enlightening us on what the real situation is behind the work that needs to be done to get individuals free. So thank you for your work, the 32 individuals that you've helped in your short time there. We thank you for your efforts, your team efforts. Even though you're small, you're still very impactful. And we applaud the work you're doing and push you forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, guys, we are almost there. As you see, I've changed a little bit, and I have some of our merchandise here. Innocence Over Everything is one of those merchandise items that you can get from alifeforalife.org/shop. So if you're looking for the merchandise, it is there. There's plenty to choose from. You can support the organization. But as we come to an end, you've heard numerous testimonies. You've heard stories from the exonerees. You've heard advocates. You've heard organizations partnering with churches, pastors, faith leaders. You've heard community activists. You've heard from a host of different people on what's going on in their particular area, what they're doing to move this fight forward towards justice, equal justice for everyone. And I'm sure you're wondering, how can I get involved? Well, you've come to the right section of the summit. So we have a call to action that we would like to implore you to take a look at, things that you can do to move the ball forward. You can sign the petition for Robert's exoneration at www.change.org/free Robert Hines and help demand accountability from elected officials. If you have legal, media, or community resources and would like to join the advocacy team for Robert or be a part of the work that A Life for a Life Urban Initiative is doing, email info@alifeforalife.org. Volunteers are needed. A Life for a Life Urban Initiative is looking for college students, professionals, community, and advocates to partner with the continuance of its mission. If you are interested in serving on the board of directors or simply volunteering your time and skills to help lobby for the relief of the wrongfully incarcerated, please visit www.alifeforalife.org/volunteer. You can also make a donation at www.alifeforalife.org. No donation is too small. All gifts are accepted. And then lastly, as I just showed you, you can shop A Life for a Life Urban Initiative, their merchandise, Innocence Over Everything. This is a type of merchandise that sparks the conversation and gets the attention of people you pass on the everyday street and they inquire, what is that? What does that mean? You can find those items at www.alifeforalife.org/shop. Every item you purchase helps someone wrongfully incarcerated, and A Life for a Life Urban Initiative to continue the work it's doing to create a national awareness about innocence. So you've heard it. You've heard from individuals all day. We've had such an amazing panel of guests. We've had faith leaders. We've had some of everyone. We've had appeals to those who are still in the fight towards freedom. We've had insights and perspectives. We've had moments of transparency. Today, we've been together for the last 6 hours. If something that was said has touched your heart, has made you think a little deeper, you can certainly reach out at info@alifeforalife.org to find out more information about any of the participants of today's summit, to find out more information. If you're looking to volunteer, all that information is there. So you have the information. Knowledge is power. As some of our grandmothers, big mamas would say, You do better when you know better. So now that you know what goes on, you know what organizations are in your area or that are just out there, you can support. So don't let your time spent today be in vain. There is work to do, and you are needed. So please join the movement. There are many aspects of prison reform that we can volunteer for, that we can support, that we can advocate for. And let's be a voice for those who can't speak. Let's stand in the gap for those who may have lost hope, who've been persevering and enduring a long journey. We've heard from people who spent 15, 20, 40 years in prison and they didn't give up. So now they want to help those who are in the fight. So for those families who are impacted directly by this, we love on you, we support you, we love you. We will not ignore now that we know what's going on and how we can help. We can't ignore. The charge is on you. Please step forward and help us get equal justice for everyone. I've been your host, Dominique McBride of the Dom McBride brand. It has been such a pleasure serving as your host. I'd like to thank A Life for a Life Urban Initiative for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. I'd like to thank our sponsors for helping us to get this national awareness event out. As you will come to find, if you've liked, if you've subscribed to the YouTube page, you will find this information that it will be out there, will be a living, breathing document. So you can always refer back and you can reach out to the organization for more ways to help. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. It has certainly been my pleasure. Signing out, Dominique McBride.